If everybody could take their seats, we'll start in just one moment.
I guess we'll come to order. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to Seattle in the 95th session of the IPHC Interim meeting, and which I'm chairing, and I'll be looking to Dr. Wilson and also to Paul for any support and bail me out if I screw up. And so thanks. And let's see, I don't really have a lot of introductory remarks. I guess I would look to Paul and the other commissioners, see if they have anything they want to open with. And then we'll dive right in. Good to see a lot of familiar faces too. Hi, everybody.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, for sure. Can help out with the agenda where needed, whenever, no problem at all. And nice to be here back in Seattle for the 95th meeting of the interim meeting. So other than that, I think we're ready to go on our side too.
All right, I think we need a motion to approve the agenda. Is that correct, Dave? I did not have any changes, Bob.
No, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Any discussion, any opposition to that motion, or do we have a second to that motion, I guess?
I just had one question of clarification. I noticed we had papers 11 and 12. I was just curious to confirm where we see those fitting in.
Through the chair, thank you very much for the question. At the moment, papers 10, 11, and 12 are all scheduled to occur under agenda item 6.4. That said, they are they're not directly connected to the stock assessment, which is the main paper under 6.4. And so depending on how we progress this morning, we can either take them at the end of the morning or just after lunch, or as the commission pleases on an ad hoc basis. And so at the moment, they're scheduled under 6.4, which should occur before lunch, but depending on how the discussions go with the stock assessment, we may need to run over lunch for those. Thank you.
In that case, I second the motion.
Any discussion? No opposition? Motion passes. And I'll turn it to you, Dave, or to Steve to talk about arrangements for the session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Seattle, and welcome to the interim meeting. I'll just have a few notes about the layout of the meeting and how things proceed and where you can get assistance if you need it. For those of you here in the room, if you can't read the nameplates or see across the room, I have the Canadian delegation is on audience's right, and the U.S. delegation is over here on the audience's left. The executive director and I are up here, and the rest of the IPHC secretariat staff is on tables in the back of the room. And so that's the key thing that you need to know, is that if you need any assistance, our staff is ready to assist you in the back of the room. We do have internet for the meeting. There's signs near the doors that talk about how to get on, and those of you using Chrome, there are difficulties. It gives you an error, and there's also a sign over there that tells you how to proceed with that. And again, our staff can help you with it, but you need to go through the choices on connecting to the internet. But it is there. It's Hyatt meeting, and the passcode is IPHC 19, all caps. And again, our staff will assist you if you have difficulty getting to it. When you do get to the internet, you will find that all of the meeting documents are posted on the interim meeting webpage, which is what's displayed on the screen right now. Meeting documents have been posted for 30 days in preparation for the meeting. And I will note that 4 of the documents have a revision that has been posted in the last week or so since that original posting 30 days ago. So all documents are there. In addition to that, all the presentations are also posted on the website. So all the documentation, all the presentations are available for you directly at the meeting website. The meeting is being webcast and recorded. So that's why there's microphones here. And when it comes time for public comment, we'll invite speakers to come up to where the microphones are, so it can be both broadcast and recorded. The recordings of the meeting will be posted shortly after the meeting closes in the coming days, and those will be there available for your reference. For the web audience, you can interact with us in real time through the questions tab. So if you have a question or a comment you'd like to have introduced, that's the place to do it. And then one of us who are monitoring the webcast will respond to you. And that leads to the public comment. At various points in the agenda, you'll see places for public comment. For those of you who are here in the room, we have a sign-up list. The sign-up list is right outside the door by our registration table. And there's a computer there, and you can just sign up. And so we'll have a list of everybody who's in the room who wishes to speak. And then those of us attending the webinar will also have questions from the web audience. And we'll introduce questions from both the room and from the web audience so that everybody has a chance to speak. If you have any questions about that or any of the other arrangements for the meeting, please see me or please see any of our staff members that are sitting in the back of the room. And I think that's about enough to get started. Thanks.
You dive right in, Dave.
Thanks very much, Chair. So let's jump in. The first paper that we're going to present to you is paper 03 Rev 1. So if we could bring that presentation up, please. And so as the Assistant Director has indicated, there are 4 Rev 1 papers that have been published. This is the first of those. The first was published 30 days out or prior to this particular meeting. And we had a number of other additional updates to the actions arising within the last 30 days. And so as a result, a revision was published on the 19th of November. And this presentation incorporates those revisions. So the purpose of the presentation is just to provide the Commission with an opportunity to consider the progress made during the intersessional period between the last annual meeting held in Victoria, British Columbia, and this interim meeting. There are approximately 19 recommendations and requests that I'm going to walk you through. Some of them I'm going to skip over because they are perfunctory in nature, but the intention is to walk you through each of the key recommendations in particular, highlight any updates or the completion status for each of those recommendations, and then take any redirection from you accordingly. Those recommendations and requests are outlined in Appendix A of Paper 03 Rev 1 for your information. In terms of recommendation 01, which was to do with management strategy evaluation, Dr. Hicks is going to walk you through the details of the work that's being completed by himself, his team, and the MSAB in agenda item 8.1. And similarly, the MSAB co-chairs under agenda item 8.2 will provide additional updates about how that additional objective of conservation objective that the Commission had requested be looked at. So just wait and see for 8.1 and 8.2. In terms of recommendation 02, again, this was directed primarily at the MSAB. To look at the scale and distribution components of the MSE, noting that it will be evaluated and presented no later than at the annual meeting IM095 in 2021. So again, stay tuned under agenda items 8.1 and 8.2 for further updates of the progress on that item. In terms of the next few recommendations, they were all developed around the fishery limits discussion that was held at the annual meeting, in particular when the Commission was looking at making updates to Section 4 of the IPHC fishery regulation. Recommendation 03 in particular was to do with Proposal A1 that was presented at the annual meeting, and this is currently in progress, and Steve Keith, the Assistant Director, will provide you an update under the fishery regulations that are being put forward to the Commission, both at this meeting and then also at the annual meeting. And this is again going to be Prop A1 paper for this interim meeting. In terms of recommendation 04, this was a recommendation from the Commission to evaluate and redefine TCY to include the U26 component of discard mortalities, including bycatch. This task has been completed, and Dr. Stewart is going to provide an update to you using paper 10. And as indicated just a short time ago, this will be presented tentatively at least under agenda item 6.4, immediately following the stock assessment. Regarding recommendation 05, the Commission had recommended that the Secretariat expand upon a previous analysis which looked at the treatment and effects of Pacific halibut discard mortality in the non-directed fisheries. Again, this has been completed, and Dr. Stewart will again present this to you as detailed in paper 11, and again in agenda item 6.4. Recommendation 06, the Commission had recommended that the Secretariat continue to report out annually on regulatory area mortality against TCY. And Ms. Erickson is going to provide you some additional details in agenda item 5 when we start to look at the fishery statistics for 2019, noting that we not only report out annually, but we also provide it on the website and also through our media releases and links to the landing reports, which are published twice monthly on the 1st of the month and the 15th of the month. And Ms. Erickson will walk you through that during her presentation. Recommendation 07 was for the Secretariat to develop options for accounting for Pacific halibut mortalities associated with the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. Again, this is completed. Dr. Stewart and Ms. Erickson have prepared information paper 03. Now, at the moment, there's no intention to specifically present this, and if the Commission would like that to be presented, we can certainly make a time slot for it. So at the moment, it's simply for information as we prepare and look for options of how to account for that in moving into the annual meeting, noting that it's already accounted for. It's just how we improve the optics of how it's accounted for. Recommendation 08 was for the Commission recommended that a workshop take place to explore how the Commission can move the management of the 2A fishery to the domestic agencies. And again, the Assistant Director is going to provide you with an update under the next agenda item 4, specifically about the progress of that collaborative workshop, or working group rather, between the Secretariat, the Council, and other interested parties. Recommendation 09 was to do with the minor amendments proposal A3 Rev 1 that was presented at the annual meeting. Again, this is a in progress activity, and the Assistant Director will provide you with a little bit more of an update both in the next agenda item and then also when he introduces proposal A3 to this meeting, which is essentially that proposal that was presented at the annual meeting with some additional updates. So stay tuned for that. Recommendation 10 was a recommendation for the Secretariat to facilitate undertaking a peer review of the IPHC stock assessment. This has been completed. It was circulated on the 2nd of August, the consultant report, and I'll be presenting a very brief overview of the results or outcomes or where to find that material on the stock assessment peer review as paper 08, and that will come under agenda item 6.2, I believe it is. And then finally, the last recommendation that arose from the previous meeting was for the Secretariat to develop and finalize terms of reference for a peer review of the MSE process. And Dr. Hicks is going to walk you through a little bit about the plan that we've come up with to undertake that peer review. The original intention was to consider undertaking it in 2019 and 2020. Given the state of development of the MSE, it's most likely going to be more useful to the Commission, to the Secretariat, and also to stakeholders for this to be undertaken fully within 2020. And so Dr. Hicks will walk you through that in a short while. Maybe not such a short while, probably late this afternoon. I think he's chiming in. And then there were 8 requests for additional action, and I'm not going to walk through these in detail. They are provided in Appendix A of the paper, but in both the presentation and Appendix A, it provides you a quick update with those informal requests. So a reminder that the Commission has 2 layers of action. The recommendations are those formal actions required by either the Commission itself, the Secretariat, or others to undertake tasks, and then the requests are things that we try and improve upon, that we try and deliver based on the resources that are available and the Commission allocates. And so I'm not going to step through these in any detail. They are there for your information. And so, Chair, I'd be happy to take any questions on the actions arising from the IM095. Thank you.
I had one question, Dr. Wilson. You mentioned the Fishery Independent Setline Survey and whether to get a presentation on that. I'm recalling we had a discussion at the work session, and I'm trying to, if you can remind me where we ended up on that and whether there's something you need from the Commission on this issue here.
Thank you, Chair. The discussion at the work meeting revolved around making sure that all the commissioners and those who were at the work meeting understood currently how the FIS mortality is incorporated into the estimates that Dr. Stewart develops. I think we reached the point where we understood how they were being incorporated, and there was no decision on whether it should be presented in a particular way. So the default was to leave it how it currently is at the moment. But in doing so, we felt that it was important to put that paper up as an information paper, as a reminder, so that any stakeholders or commissioners had a reference document to understand how the FIS mortality is currently taken into consideration.
And so, given that, I guess I would look to the other commissioners as to whether or not you feel like we need that formally presented here at this meeting, or is it resolved? I would say, barring any request by the other commissioners, we could forego that as a presentation. I'll just pause.
Well, I mean, just based on 2 seconds of whispering here, I don't remember exactly where, at least from our perspective, where we ended up on it. So perhaps we want an opportunity to discuss over lunch or something and confirm.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll hold that decision in abeyance then. Any other questions from the commissioners to Dr. Wilson on the previous presentation? If not, then I think we can move on, Dave, to the Secretariat report.
Thank you, Chair. So just a reminder that this is a report from the Secretariat to the Commission each interim and annual meeting. It's a progress in work, and we present the final Secretariat report at the annual meeting summarizing the previous year's activities. Also a reminder that this is a report on all of the activities that are not already contained within other papers before the Commission, noting that all of the working papers are essentially reporting on progress over 2019 in this case. And so you will see an updated version at the annual meeting with anything that we have additionally completed in November and December of this year. So firstly, I'd like to introduce some new staff. We have made a couple of hirings throughout 2019, and my apologies to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission in particular for pilfering several of their staff on an ongoing basis. Ms. Monica Mokea, and Ms. Kamala Carroll, and Ms. Kimberly Sawyer have all joined us throughout 2019, both within the Fishery Independent Setline Survey team and also the fisheries data team within the Fisheries Statistics and Services branch led by Ms. Erickson. And so they have joined us at different times throughout the year to strengthen the work of the Secretariat. And so you'll see those faces around the room. If you haven't already met them, please do. And they'll provide an indication of what they're going to be working on. In addition, we have two pending arrivals next week. We have Ms. Kayla Urlesi, forgive my pronunciation, who will be joining us as the Setline Survey Coordinator and running the FIS program throughout 2020. Many of you will be familiar with her. She has a very extensive history working with the NOAA Observer Program in Alaska and also again with the Pacific States Commission. And then we also have an administrative, I'm not sure if Capture's in the room, but she'll be joining us next week to bolster the Administrative Services branch. In addition, we had a number of temporary full-time hires for specific tasks throughout 2019 and going into 2020. And so I'm just going to talk to these very briefly. These are positions or contract positions that were hired to deliver specific tasks. Some of them are internally funded, some of them are externally grant funded, and so I'll just walk through those. Firstly, I would like to introduce Dr. Barbara or Basha Hutchinazak, who has joined us as our fisheries economist. Basha is in the room. I won't embarrass her and get her to stand up, but she will be making the rounds for the next few days, in particular for the commissioners and agency staff. Basha joins us from OECD. She was based in Paris, is a Polish national, and will be joining us for 2 years to complete an economic analysis of the Pacific halibut fishery. And you may recall that this is a project that was requested by the Commission quite a number of years ago, well before my time. So I certainly can't be taking the credit for the economist hire. It was a project that the Commission requested, essentially a hook to plate economic study for the Pacific halibut fishery. And at the time it was cost prohibitive, but over the last little while we've been working to secure a full-time staff member for a 2-year contract to undertake this work, and we were very successful and very lucky to have Basha join us. We have Mr. Andy Jasonowicz, who has joined us again from the Pacific States, and he is running a research project under Dr. Giuseppe Planas. And I won't steal Giuseppe's thunder. He will talk about the research activities that Andy has been working on. And he's on a 1-year contract, primarily funded through an NPRB grant to assist us with the research projects. And the other two, Dr. Piera Carpi and Mr. Colin Jones, you're quite familiar with already. They joined us early in 2019. Piera joined us to assist Dr. Hicks in undertaking the MSE, the Management Strategy Evaluation work. And Colin has joined us way back in January of 2019 to assist with the Setline Survey program. I'd also like to highlight the IPHC Interim program. This is a program we have running every year, and in 2019 we were very fortunate to have Kennedy Bolstead join us from the University of Victoria. Kennedy was a very enthusiastic and successful intern for the IPHC and worked again with Dr. Planas's team on a number of projects which Dr. Planas will walk you through, including the reproductive assessment project and genotyping efforts. And again, a very successful program and something we try and ensure we do every year. In terms of the IPHC Merit Scholarship, this is something we announce every 2 years. Ryall was awarded it in 2018, and in 2020, we will be making another announcement for the IPHC Merit Scholarship. This is a process where we received quite a number of applications in 2016 and then to a lesser degree in 2018, and we committed to ensuring that we reach more stakeholders in 2020 as part of the process as selection. And so there's a separate scholarship committee that meets, considers those applicants, and then we appoint and make the offer. So that'll occur early in 2020. And then I'll pass to Steve to walk you through some of the fishery regulation changes.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. This this part of the report of the Secretariat is simply reporting what took place with regard to IPHC fishery regulations during the course of 2019, and we'll have an opportunity for more discussion of the regulatory proposals to come, and that's on the docket for tomorrow morning. So this is simply what took place this year. So at the annual meeting earlier this year, the Commission adopted 3 fishery regulations, and they had to do with the fishery limits, so that was the annual catch limits, and the commercial fishing periods, set the dates of the commercial fishery, which included the dates for the Derby fishery and IPHC regulatory area 2A, and the charter management measures in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A. And this is also something that the Commission does on an annual basis based on recommendations that you receive from the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. How do we go down? At the last annual meeting, you also deferred a number of regulatory proposals, as has been mentioned already. One had to do with our proposal A1, which was a reconfiguration of the way the fishery limits are expressed in the IPHC regulations. And the other had to do with proposal A3, which was the normal minor amendments sort of proposal that you reviewed at the annual meeting, but decided to take no action at that time and deferred it to the coming annual meeting. There's that. And then the last one that you deferred was a proposal from a stakeholder about a quota management sort of system in IPHC regulatory area 2A for the directed non-tribal commercial fishery, which you also deferred pending the ongoing conversation with the domestic agencies about management of those fisheries, about which more in a second. So that's what took place with regard to regulatory proposals during 2019. And then the next section of our report is the interaction with of the Commission with the contracting parties. So the first part is to note that we are shifting to a manner of shifting the way the contracting parties report to you to be in the form of a consolidated national report, one from each of the contracting parties. This is something we've been talking about and working on for some time. We had a template, and last year we started using the template for this report, and we started doing some of this combination, and it's a bit of a work in progress. But I will note also that this was a recommendation from the performance review as well, in order to condense and regularize and make more useful to the Commission the information which is reported to you from the contracting parties. So we've begun to use that format, and we will be working with the agencies and all those who do submit reports to you on compiling that for the annual meeting. Our interactions with Canada during the course of the year, we had a conversation with Fisheries and Oceans in Canada about last year's, the 2018 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, and an incursion into marine protected areas by a couple of vessels conducting our survey. We followed up with that, as did DFO, and we have made improvements to prevent that problem from recurring. And the second note there is to say that we participate as members of the Halibut Advisory Board, Fisheries and Oceans Canada Stakeholder Advisory Group regarding Pacific halibut, and the executive director is a member of that board. And moving to our interaction with the United States agencies, with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, we continue to be engaged with their effort to study and introduce abundance-based management of prohibited species catch or bycatch in the fisheries in Alaska, about which you will hear more when we get to the agency report tomorrow. Then also on our interaction with the Pacific Fishery Management Council, as Dr. Wilson alluded to earlier, we do our normal in-season management during the course of the year, but we have continued a discussion with the Pacific Council as well as the other relevant domestic U.S. agencies regarding the transition of the management of the fisheries and IPHC regulatory area 2A to domestic management, about which you will also hear more tomorrow when we hear a presentation from the Pacific Council. But I will say that the process goes on. The Pacific Council has confirmed its intention to move that transition, and we are cooperating with them to make that happen. And that's it for now.
Thanks, Steve. So just a few extra slides about IPHC communications and outreach in 2019. We continue to make improvements to the IPHC website. We do ask that if you have been utilizing the website and you are familiar with particular sections and you see problems or limitations or lack of information, please do have a chat to any of the Secretariat staff over the course of the next couple of days so that we can continue to make improvements, particularly in terms of data availability and visualization tools on the website. And you'll be familiar with the Fishery Independent Setline Survey interactives in that regard. The annual report for 2018 was published in February of this year, and we're on track for publication of the next annual report for 2019 soon after the annual meeting, so by the end of February is our target. We have now moved to a fully electronic information distribution system as of August of this year for IPHC circulars and media releases, formerly termed news releases. And those media releases are now the primary informal communication format that we take at the Secretariat. And then I wanted to include a couple of slides about some of the communications and outreach activities that we've been undertaking in 2019. And the reason for doing this in particular was because following discussions at the Independent Performance Review Panel meetings throughout the course of 2019, it was highlighted that while there was a considerable amount of effort put into public outreach and the like, many stakeholders were not aware of it. And the reason for that is that they are very targeted, very specific, very region, location-specific activities. And so while the stakeholders in that area are familiar with it, there's not a lot of knowledge about what else we're doing from those who aren't directly related. So I'm just going to walk you through a little bit about some of the activities that we undertake in a typical year. In terms of the committees and external organization appointments, first up in terms of North America, so both Canada and United States, Dr. Planas and Ms. Erickson participate in the Canada-United States Groundfish Committee. Steve's already mentioned in Canada the Halibut Advisory Board representation, and then in particular for it certainly looks a little bit lopsided at the moment, and we need to improve our linkages with Canadian similar panels. But in the US, Dr. Hicks, and I'm just going to flip through some of these and you can follow the rest yourself, has a number of plan team associations, the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands plan team, Dr. Stewart on the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan team, and then a number of other North Pacific Fishery Management Council representations, whether it be the Abundance-Based Management Group, the Scientific and Statistical Committee, and the Trawl Electronic Monitoring Committee. And there are a range of others that we actively participate and offer our services and expertise to the domestic agencies to assist them through any particular issues. In terms of conference and symposia, this is just a snippet of some of the key activities that we take part in, everything from the Bevan Symposium and Wakefield Symposium through to what I've highlighted there in bold is the 2019 Pisces annual meeting. And in particular, Dr. Planas organized a Pacific Halibut workshop bringing scientists from all countries interacting with Pacific halibut, so from Russia, Japan, Korea, obviously Canada and the United States, for a workshop to discuss all things Pacific halibut. And he's going to walk you through a little bit more about that and what it means in terms of looking at some of the issues around Pacific halibut distribution, catches, biology, and ecosystem science in the North Pacific. We also undertake a number of very specific educational outreach activities. The three on the screen are activities such as the Pacific Northwest Sportsman Show, which occurs in Portland every year. We have a strong presence there. Again, it's an opportunity for us to provide information about the activities, about the decisions of the Commission, and in this case, it's obviously targeted primarily towards the recreational sport fishing aspects. We have had a booth at Comfish Alaska in Kodiak, again where Dr. Stewart and Ms. Erickson participated. And then this past weekend at the Pacific Marine Expo, where we had a strong contingent, again, providing information to any interested stakeholders about the Commission and our activities. And then finally, there was we had two booths at the Fisherman's Fall Festival this year, the usual education outreach booth, and then we sort of stepped out of the box a little bit to try and raise funds for the Fisherman's Memorial Fund. It was a bit of PR, I guess you'd call it, and an attempt to, as I said, raise funds for a good cause. In this case, the product, Pacific Halibut, was donated by Pacific Seafoods in the U.S. and Aero Trading Co. From Canada. And thank you again to those two donating organizations. What else do we have? In terms of academic affiliations, we have three of our staff who are affiliate faculty at various universities, Dr. Hicks at the University of Washington, Dr. Stewart also at the University of Washington, and Dr. Planas at the Alaska Pacific University. Again, this is an opportunity for them to maintain and sharpen their skills in terms of both interaction with particular stakeholder groups and sharing of information. We also sit on a number of graduate student committees. There's 6 that are listed there from the University of Massachusetts, University of Washington, Alaska Pacific University, and University of Fairbanks, Alaska. Again, this is an opportunity for our staff to shape potential future scientists and staff at the IPHC and broader in North America. In terms of publications, this came out of the performance review, again, a push to increase or improve upon the peer-reviewed publication of the research that the Commission has been doing. In 2019, we had so far 2 that have been published, essentially as co-authors. There are 3 others that are currently in press, so whether they come out in 19 or 20 we'll wait and see. Again, all 3 as co-authors rather than lead authors. And then we currently have 2 in revision, and I'm highlighting this one in particular because of the request from the Commission, the Scientific Review Board, and also the Performance Review to publish the space-time modeling work that Dr. Webster has been undertaking over the last couple of years. And I'm very pleased to say that has been in review, received comments, and should be published in either, hopefully in December, but most likely early next year. And that will be a means of, again, a peer review of the methods that Dr. Webster has been applying. And I don't normally put up papers in presentation because they are in presentation and things do change. However, I'm doing it this year because I wanted to highlight the change in the way that we're moving towards peer review of the research that the Commission is doing. As you will have noticed, those previous slides, the vast majority are co-authorship papers where we collaborate with external parties to finalize research and co-author them. Over the coming year, we expect to have at least 9 journal articles which are essentially led or primarily led by the IPHC. And this is largely due to the work from the quantitative sciences team and also the biological and ecosystem sciences branch staff under Dr. Planus's leadership, who have had a very active research program as part of the 5-year research plan. And much of that research in the last couple of years, it will come to fruition this coming year. And so we expect there to be at least 9 papers associated with that work. So the only action there is simply to note the draft report of the Secretariat, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks, Chair.
Looking around, questions for Steve or Dave? Just before I go to Paul, I very much appreciate that last part, Dave, of all the communication and outreach activities. Give everybody a flavor for all the other things the staff does. Also welcome all the new staff members. Looks like you've got a strong, rounded out team. It seems like the people are looking for employment opportunities. The Pacific States Marine Fish Commission might have some openings. So thanks, Dave and Steve. Paul, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So just going back to the scholarship that you were speaking about, Steve, can you remind me how we advertise?
Thank you, Mr. Ryall. We have advertised at the annual meeting and via our news releases, now our media releases. And one of the things we want to do this year is actually increase that and talk about it more so that we have a larger pool of applicants. We have always very good applicants, but it's a relatively small pool. So we want to ensure that we're getting out to the whole community, because the parameters of the merit scholarship it's for anyone associated with the Pacific halibut fishery or industry. And we want to make sure that we get the word out, because it's a pretty nice scholarship. So we will obviously be talking about it at the annual meeting, but advertising in more fully this year to get a larger applicant pool. We like to advertise early in the year and make the selection in the springtime.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. That would be good. Glad to hear that you're working on that. So on slide 24, Neil and I were looking at the title of when are model-based stock assessments rejected for use in management and what happens then, which makes me really curious what does happen then. So I guess, yeah, I'd like to see that paper just to see what leads to a model being rejected, and then what happens within that management scenario. As Chris said, it's a very impressive list of activities that the Halibut Commission is undertaking, and I guess I am also good to see the shift to some peer review journal articles, and I think that will be good for the Commission as well.
Other comments or questions from any commissioners? If not, then I think, gosh, I must be doing something right. We're right on time. So we go into Ms. Erickson's presentation on fisheries statistics.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Oliver. Good morning. I will present the paper 05 Rev 1 This provides a review of the 2019 Pacific halibut removals, and keeping in mind, I'll advance it one, yeah. So keeping in mind, these are preliminary, as some of the values incorporate projections through 2019, and the preliminary estimate of 2019 total Pacific halibut mortality is 17,950 tons. And also keeping in mind that all values presented here are in net weight. So a breakout of the mortality by fishery has the directed commercial fishery representing 61%, and it's followed by the recreational and non-directed fishery at 17 and 16% respectively. And then the subsistence and setline survey represented 3% and 2% of the total removals. In comparison to 2018, roughly 500 more tons were removed, with relative representation by fishery being similar to that of 2018. Beginning with the directed commercial fishery, the 2019 Pacific halibut season ran from the 15th of March to, through the 14th of November. In Canada, this fishery is managed under a quota share system with removals at 99% of the fishery limit, or 2,285 tons. In the United States of America and IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, the directed commercial fishery is further divided in respect to management. The Treaty Indian commercial fishery in this area resulted in a Pacific halibut mortality of 224 tons at less than 1% under the fishery limit, while the directed commercial non-treaty Indian fishery took place over 3 10-hour openers, with Pacific halibut removals at 115 tons and 1% under the fishery limit. Removals from the incidental to salmon troll fishery were at 3% under the fishery limit with 20 tons, and removals incidental to the sablefish fishery were 13% over the fishery limit at 36 tons. In Alaska, the fishery is managed through a quota share program, which ran again from the 15th of March to the 14th of November, with total removals at 7,885 tons, or 92% of the fishery limit. And of note, in IPHC Regulatory Area 2C, the Annette Island Reserve fisheries, which have no fishery limit, saw removals of 13 tons over 14 two-day openings, which occurred from the end of March through the end of September. So moving on to the recreational fisheries, removals in Canada were 364 tons, or 4% under the fishery limit, and an estimated 8.2 tons were landed under the experimental recreational quota program. In the United States of America and IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, removals were at 203 tons and 26% under the fishery limit. In Alaska and IPHC Regulatory Area 2C, the guided angler fishery had removals at 303 tons, or 19% under the fishery limit, with an estimated 34 tons landed as guided angler fish, which was leased from commercial quota. In IPHC Regulatory Area 3A, the guided sector had estimated removals of 916 tons at 7% over the allocation, with 4.8 tons landed as lease fish under the guided angler fish program. Private anglers in Alaska removed an estimated 1,285 tons within Alaska. And then under the subsistence fisheries coast-wide, there was a removal of an estimated 479 tons, with removal estimates in Canada being rolled over from 2007 and in the U.S. or in the United States of America from 2018. The non-directed discard mortality, which formerly was captured under the term bycatch, coastwide was estimated to be 2,919 tons and approximately 150 tons more than the removals estimated for 2018. The IPHC setline survey removed an estimated 388 tons of Pacific halibut in 2019, with more details on this work in a presentation to follow. And just keeping in mind that this is an update from what the value that was provided in Rev 1 in the paper document. So reviewing removals by contracting party, directed commercial fishery discard mortalities in Canada were 8% over the mortality limit. And in the United States of America, in the directed commercial fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2A, for the fishery incidental to sablefish, that was 13% over, and the discard mortality was 45% over. In the recreational fishery removals in IPHC regulatory area 3A, it was 7% over in the guided sector and 40% over in IPHC regulatory area 4A. In the subsistence fishery removals, they were 17%, 63%, and 461% over the mortality levels for IPHC regulatory areas 3B, 4A, and 4B. And then non-directed discard mortality estimates were over the mortality limit at the following levels. In IPHC regulatory area 2C, at 197%, in 3A at 14%, in IPHC regulatory area 3B at 28%, and 4A at 83%, and then in IPHC regulatory area 4C, D, and E at 91%. The IPHC Secretariat has concerns with the mortality estimates in some of the different fisheries. In the directed commercial fishery, it's with respect to discard mortality in the United States of America and Alaska, and also in the recreational fishery, both in Canada and the United States of America. The subsistence fishery, again, in Canada and the United States of America, and the non-directed commercial discard mortality estimates in the United States of America and in particular in Alaska. So some of the port highlights in 2019, the IPHC Secretariat continues to work on having updates to the logbook program for Canada, and that is in order to collect details on marine mammals and have that collection be conducted coastwide. In the United States of America and Alaska, our field staff conducted a survey with recreational guided anglers to provide valuable insight to a field experiment that is being designed for 2020. And then reporting on the head-on requirement, which went into effect in 2017. Frozen landings remained at similar levels with fresh landings occurring in Canada at the amounts you see there. And then reporting on the use of pot gear in the commercial fishery, which was permitted since 2017 in the United States of America. Landings and logs represented roughly 0.1% of the total removals. And then in summary, these are the faces that many of our stakeholders see up and down the coast. And the work they do feeds into many, if not all, of the presentations you will see today and tomorrow. Thank you, Chair Oliver.
Thank you, Ms. Erickson. Any questions, comments on that report?
Good morning, Laura. Page 22, it cited fresh landings head off for Canada. It seems to be a trend that's increasing. Is there any communications with DFO on why that would be occurring?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner DeGreef, through the chair. There are ongoing discussions that we've had with Fisheries and Oceans in regard to that. I know there's been some follow-up on particular vessels who have done those landings or conducted those landings, and we'll continue to work with Fisheries and Oceans to address those legality concerns.
Thank you. Yeah, on page 19, where you have Pacific mortality and excess in U.S.A., I just want to confirm that for these areas, that would include U26 as well as O26?
Yes, Commissioner DeGreef, through the chair again, that's correct. Those are total mortality. Yes, so both U26 and O26.
Is there anywhere it's stated where they're broken out into both U26 and O26?
Yes, again, Commissioner DeGreef, not in this paper itself, but Dr. Stewart will present those differences, I believe, in his presentation later today.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move into the next presentation. I believe that's also you, Ms. Erickson.
Yes, and then I'll just ask Dr. Webster to join me at the front, please.
I see him on his way.
Shall I continue, Chair Oliver?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So good morning again. This is, Chair Oliver mentioned, is paper 6. So I will be presenting this, and it's the work on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, both the design and the implementation in 2019. So the primary objective is to collect fishery independent setline data for the annual Pacific halibut stock assessment. And this is to provide Pacific halibut distribution abundance trends, as well as data on U32 Pacific halibut. So in addition to the data collected on the setline survey previously, coast-wide at-sea weights were collected for the first time in 2019. And details of the setline survey are standardized from the gear, including skate length and hook counts, to the bait, which the captains ensure the quality of by signing off on it. So the setline survey has stations in the water, or it had stations in the water from the 27th of May through the 29th of September in 2019, and broke some records. We had 18 vessels that conducted the work this year, and they fished 1,558 stations in total. The remaining expansion work was completed in IPHC regulatory areas 3A and 3B, and we also conducted the gear comparison work in IPHC regulatory area 2C. So 2019 marked the final year for the expansion work, which began in 2014 in IPHC regulatory areas 2A and 4A. And in 2015 in IPHC regulatory areas 4C and 4E. In 2016 in IPHC regulatory area 4D. In 2017 in IPHC regulatory areas 2A and 4B. And then in 2018 in IPHC regulatory areas 2B and 2C. So rounding out with 3A and 3B. The 2019 expansion extended fish coverage to a depth from the 275 fathoms to the 400 fathoms and into the shallows from 10 to 20 fathoms. As well, it addressed some of the coverage gaps within Cook Inlet, Prince William Sound, and around the Shumagon and Sanak Islands. So in IPHC regulatory area 3A, an additional 89 stations were fished. And you can see the breakout there with the different areas. And then in IPHC regulatory area 3B, an additional 66 stations were fished. In 2019, we also, as I mentioned, we also conducted a gear comparison in IPHC regulatory area 2C with snap gear to fixed gear, and we fished each station twice in random order. And then these are the, this is an outline of the stations that were fished, and the timing here reflects the work that was conducted with fixed gear. So in 2019, that should read 2019 at the top, but in 2019, 54 stations, or 3% of those fished, were found to be ineffective, with most of these being deemed ineffective due to whale depredation. These are the stations where killer or sperm whales were sighted. And killer whales are the circles, and the red indicates stations that were deemed ineffective due to whale depredation. On the Setline Survey platform, we also collected genetics, reproduction, and condition factors. We collected oceanographic data, data on prior hook injuries, as well as marine mammal and seabird interactions and environmental data. And we also have a numerous collaborative work that is conducted on the Setline Survey platform with agencies representing both contracting parties. And then this figure provides the raw data on the catch rates that were observed at stations in IPHC regulatory area 3A. And you see there with the color denotions, both the annual and expansion stations for 2019. And then this graphic depicts the stations and the catch rates in IPHC regulatory area 3B.
And I would just note that the size of the circle there is proportional to 032 weight per unit effort in this figure. So larger circles represent larger 032 weight per unit effort.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Webster. And then to summarize, the results from this work can be reviewed on our website at the following links. And then I do want to extend a large thank you to all the Setline Survey staff, both in the headquarters office and on the vessels themselves, as they made huge efforts or were a large part of what contributed to this extensive work that was done. And then also of note for 2020, the bid specs will be online in December, so next month, coming up soon. And again, the submission of the tender will be online and they will be due on the 15th of February, 2020. And with that, Chair Oliver, if there are any questions.
Pause and see if there are questions on that. Bob, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't.
Okay, then. Oh, Peter.
Sorry. I noticed on page 16 and 17 that some of the expanded surveys were designated ineffective. How does the space model, would they not have had data prior to that? So how does it work with that?
So we were fortunate in 2019 that very few of the expansion stations were ineffective. Most of those ineffective stations almost all of those ineffective stations are stations that were previously fished in the darker purple color there. And you can see patches of those. I don't know if I have, nope, patches of those south of Yakutat there in 3A and south of Seward and Homer. Does work? Okay, thank you. There, but the only ineffective station I can, I see 2 ineffective stations on the expansion grid. One on the edge directly south of Seward, right to the edge there, and one in the just in the far west on shore there. So those stations have never been fished as part of our survey, as Commissioner DeGreef pointed out. But because of the space-time model, we are still able to predict at those locations because there's information from nearby stations. There's also information from the relationship with depth, which we include in the space-time model, and overall changes in time trends that are modeled within the space-time model as well. So we can still get very good predictions at those stations, noting that the space-time model estimates that correlations in space remain fairly strong out to about, or remain above zero out to about 30 nautical miles, and these stations are spaced 10 nautical miles apart. So there is information from adjacent stations to inform those predictions.
Thank you.
Neil?
So we have heard a fair bit over the last number of years about whale depredation. We seem to be hearing a little bit more about it in 2B, but I know it's been an issue of it to the north of us as well. When I look at the total number of stations that were deemed ineffective as a result of depredation, I mean, there's certainly a number of stations there, but it doesn't seem like there's an enormous number. And I'm wondering if you have thoughts about any potential explanation for what might be a lower sort of rate of encounter with those issues for the survey compared to, say, the commercial fishery, or recognizing we don't have any formal comparison here, but do you have the sense you're encountering those problems to the same degree as the fishery is?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Davis, through the chair. The difference with the commercial fishery and the setline survey work that we conduct, the main difference is that we, for one part, we are fishing stations independent of whether there's a high catch rate or there's a lot of fish there. So we're not intentionally potentially fishing or feeding the whales to the same level that potentially the commercial fishery is. And our the amount of gear that we set at a particular location is also limited. I mean, it's 7 to 8 skates at the most that we're setting in a particular area. We do have move-on procedures in place as well. We'll do an initial observation for marine mammals in the area before we actually retrieve any of the gear. So we do have practices or protocols in place to mitigate even the amount of whale encounters that we observe on the stations. But for the most part, I'd say that we have limited gear or limited effort that we are doing or conducting in a particular location. And then we quickly move on to the next 10 nautical mile station.
Further questions on that point or any other point? Go ahead. Are you next, Ray? Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I will be presenting the results of the space-time modeling, the survey data for 20 19. Begin by, as I did last year, reviewing the data sources and the space-time models, their purpose and usefulness. Then the space-time model estimates of the indices of density that are fed into the stock assessment and stock distribution estimation. A look at the results of the regulatory area 4C gear comparison study from the space-time modeling of that work, those data. And brief look at the results of the Satellite Survey expansions in 3A and 3B and how they influence the indices with that new data. And then a description of the rationalization of the survey going forwards beyond 2019. And outlining the methods, which has been presented previously at our last scientific review board meetings and at the commissioner work meeting in September. I don't know why I've written plan for 2010. We're not going back in time. This is the plan for 2020 that we'll be presenting. I noticed a few times my finger hitting the wrong key, and that one I didn't correct, but plan for 2020. So the data sources that go into the space-time modeling primarily are, well, the largest data source is our own fisheries independent satellite survey. It's been on a 10 nautical mile grid since 1998 with fixed stations, standardized fishing methods, and this grid design ensures all habitat is sampled in proportion to its occurrence on average, and the fixed stations reduces variances in trend estimates by going to the same stations each year. You're removing one source of variability that you would otherwise have by randomizing, for example. There are have been gaps in annual coverage of this design. These are accounted for using the data from other surveys, as you see in the next slide, the expansion program that we've undertaken over the last 6 years, and where there is no information, the space-time model will predict into unsurveyed habitat. Another important data source in the Bering Sea is the NIMS Fisheries Independent Bering Sea Trawl Survey. It's used for regulatory areas 4A and 4CD for creating the indices there. And the reason is that our own satellite survey does not cover fully the spatial extent of the Bering Sea and has never fished the northern part of the Bering Sea and only twice has overlapped with the southern part of the eastern Bering Sea, overlapping the NIMS Trawl Survey. So we need this additional data source to complete our understanding of the distribution of halibut in that region. This survey is primarily on a 20 nautical mile grid and has been so since 1982 with high density in some regions. Northern expansions have been fished in 2010 and in the last 3 years, 2017 to 2019. These data are calibrated with the IPHC Bering Sea Satellite Survey expansion, which took place in 2006 and 2015, and that provides us with indices that are consistent with those from the IPHC Satellite Survey through that calibration between the two surveys. A third data source is the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's Fishery Independent Norton Sound Trawl Survey, which has been, I believe, going on since the 1970s, first by NIMS and then taken over by ADF&G in the 90s. And it's a data source for these indices in the Bering Sea as well, regulatory area 4CDE. It was fished triennially, approximately every 3 years until 2014, and has been fished annually from 2017 onwards. The space-time modeling itself, we've been using that since 2016, so it's the 4th year we've been using space-time modeling to produce the weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort indices. The modeling has two key purposes. It smooths the data in time and space, makes use of the information on spatial and temporal relationships among survey stations to help sort the signal from the noise. What we're trying to get at the underlying density of halibut here, but when you go out and catch fish, you've got some random variation each time you go catch fish, and we're trying to sort out what's the underlying density from what is just random variation. And it can fill in gaps in survey coverage, as we've noted, using model predictions, while also accounting for uncertainty in those predictions. And as Dr. Wilson noted, there's a manuscript on this that has been submitted to the Canadian Journal of Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences. It's currently in revision. You'll see me revising in the back of the room during the meeting, following favorable reviews. So the space-time model estimates of weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort. As in the last 3 years, we use the space-time modeling to estimate these indices. We estimate we produce estimates based on biological regions, IPHC regulatory areas, and we come up with coastwide estimates for the IPHC convention waters from San Francisco Bay to the Bering Strait. And here they are by biological region. Dr. Steele will go into these in different detail in the context of the assessment. But this shows the trends from 1993 through 2019 by biological region from the space-time model. And the figure in the bottom left-hand corner is the estimated percent change in each index from 2018 to 2019. So we have stability over the last couple of years in region 2 and region 4. Region 4B has been following pretty much a similar density for the last 10 years or so. Coastwide, we have a 5% reduction in the index of 032 weight per unit effort. That's been driven largely by an 8% reduction in region 3, which is comprised of 3A and 3B. For numbers, all sizes numbers per unit effort, which is the main index used in the SOC assessment, we have similar patterns overall with a 4% reduction coastwide. And I should mention that those shaded regions represent uncertainty in the terms of 95% credible intervals. So there's a 95% chance that the true value for the index is within those intervals. So the wider the interval, the greater the uncertainty. And you can see that we have relatively little uncertainty at the end of the series, the most recent years. And that's improved a bit following these expansions that we've been doing. And we'll see that for 3A and 3B in a moment. The gear comparison study we did in 2C as Larry Erickson described the study design. A new station regulatory area 2C was fished twice, once using fixed gear and once using snap gear. The space-time modeling therefore included parameters that allowed for gear differences in the catch rates. And so there was some evidence that snap gear had lower catch rates than fixed gear from the modeling of these data. And the model estimated the weight per unit effort and the numbers per unit effort indices on snap gear to be about 86% of that from fixed gear. And that was consistent across all indices that we looked at, 032 weight per unit effort, all sizes weight per unit effort, and all sizes numbers per unit effort. Uncertainty was quite high though, with 95% intervals spanning the range of 75 to 100%. So that includes 3/4 of the catch rate and also includes the same catch rate at 100%. So the results imply there's the need to collect additional data to better understand the relative efficiency of these gears and also to understand whether there's potential variability over time and space in the relative efficiency of the gears. So we have some results for 2C, but until we do the study somewhere else, we can't be sure that these results will be consistent elsewhere. Nevertheless, with the gear calibration accounted for in the model, we did include the snap gear data in this year's model predictions for regulatory area 2C in the indices. But the inclusion of the data had no meaningful effect on the weight per unit effort or the numbers per unit effort time series. And when we included it in there, we're predicting, for consistency, we're predicting all stations assuming fixed gear. The data are in there, but we're effectively calibrating for the gear type within the model in producing the predictions. Now you see the figure on the bottom right there, they overlap so almost perfectly, and it's almost impossible to distinguish the two time series that are actually present on that figure. So while we had additional information from the snap gear, it did not change our understanding of the time series. It did not, and you only expect a change at the terminal point where we had the two gears, and it did not improve the precision even though there was additional data. Those additional data points were collected at the same locations where we already had data in 2019 and where we had data previously. And as we found when we added the dense grid stations in regulatory area 2A in previous years, where we also did not get an improvement by using those data, the space-time model is already has enough information to do sufficient predictions at those locations. But as the estimation of the calibration coefficient between snap-in gear and fixed gear improves, as we collect more information, we expect data from both gears to be equal value. So moving on to the expansions in 3A and 3B. Another typo, it's supposed to say 2019 with the 6th and final year of the program of set line survey expansions. And the goal was to collect data in previously unsurveyed regions to reduce bias and reduce uncertainty in our indices. The set line survey expansions to date, as already summarized, with the previously unsampled proportionate percentage of stations were 2014, 2A and 4A, where in 4A we added an additional 42% of stations, 42% of the total number of stations fished in 4A were stations that we had not previously fished. 2015, we did the Eastern Bering Sea flats, which we had done previously in 2006. 2016, we added stations to the shelf edge and increased the number of stations. 62% of the stations in that region were expansion stations. 2017, again, close to half the stations were comprised of expansion stations in 2A and 4B. In 2018, 42% of the stations from 2B were stations we hadn't previously fished, and 25% in 2C. We left 3A and 3B to last because one of the reasons was because it had the most comprehensive coverage prior to the expansion of the areas, and the expansion stations represented 18 and 19% of the station footprint for those areas. But all in all, this was a substantial increase in coverage for the survey over the 6-year period that we undertook these expansions. Now this represents the data frame from which sampling in the future can be drawn. In the future, there is no set of expansion stations versus annually fished stations. There is just one data frame of potential stations for sampling. Now looking at the results for regulatory area 3A, we have 2 time series here. In purple, we have the 2019 output, final output, and in the pinker, reddish pink color, we have the 2018 model output, which you saw last year. And on the left, we have 032 weight per unit effort and all sizes, numbers per unit effort on the right. And on the left, you can see the time series for the 2 years modeling agree very well. But the uncertainty as represented by those shaded regions has decreased dramatically. We had a number of really poorly predicted stations, potential stations in regulatory area 3A, particularly up in Cook Inlet and in narrow inlet parts of Prince William Sound that were very poorly predicted by the space-time model. These were locations that were far in time and space from the actual data that we had been observing prior to 2019. So adding stations into those areas finally gave us some information on these rather isolated areas that reduced uncertainty enormously. And you can see we were doing an even worse job prior to 2019 for all sizes, numbers per unit effort, and it also brought the time series down somewhat. The trend is unchanged, but the time series has been rescaled downwards. So we have improved the information again, as we did in other regulatory areas, by reducing bias and reducing uncertainty through these expansions. The change was not as dramatic in regulatory area 3B, some improvement in precision for the 032 index, 032 weight per unit effort index, slight reduction in bias, presumably in the numbers per unit effort index, where the series has been shifted up slightly. So we had higher catch rates on average in the stations we had not fished previously. But this was a regulatory area where the gaps were scattered mostly throughout the area. There weren't many stations, or any stations really, that we fished for the first time that were distant from stations that we fished previously. So we were not expecting as large a change in regulatory area 3B, and that is what we found. So the set line survey, the FIS occupied for the first time 34% of the full grid that had been previously unsurveyed over this 6-year period. And the result was an improved understanding of Pacific halibut density and distribution. Bias was reduced, with indices for several regulatory areas being revised upwards or downwards. Uncertainty in the estimates was reduced in most regulatory areas, And these improvements were apparent throughout the entire time series, not only in the year of the expansion, because the space-time model is able to use information from years in which we have the data and use that information to aid in prediction in years in which we don't have direct observations. And moving forward, we're visiting these new stations from the 2014-2019, no longer new stations, is unlikely to have such large effects on the entire time series. We've already seen what the density in these areas look like. We've seen how it relates to density in neighboring areas. We're unlikely to see the large revisions, for example, that we saw in the 3A series and numbers per unit effort this year. As we move, if we were to not revisit these stations in coming years, then as time moves on, we would expect, it's possible that the uncertainty would increase again, and it's possible that bias would start to creep in to the survey from not having an understanding of what's in those unsurveyed regions. And for that, to avoid that, we have been looking at this rationalization. So given this full survey footprint developed during the expansion is too large to sample annually, this is close to 2,000 stations, and we've typically, prior to doing the expansions, have been fishing in the order of 1,200 or 1,300 stations a year, which is still a major undertaking. Fishing the full 1,900 to 2,000 station footprint would be challenging in terms of both cost and logistics. So we need to establish a set of methods for determining annual FIS designs that meet the sampling goals subject to cost constraints. And that's what the next part of the presentation is on. But I should perhaps stop there in case there are questions on the first part of the presentation, which is fairly self-contained, unless you'd like me to continue.
I'm looking around. Neil has a question.
Just a question of curiosity, Ray, on slide 13 about 3A. So the uncertainty around the numbers per unit effort graph on the right, why is it so, I mean, it looks like it's quite, the uncertainty looks quite asymmetrical.
That's correct.
Why is that?
So for indices like this, you'll notice we can't go below 0, right? Mm-hmm. So that on its own would induce some asymmetry, because if you had an index close to 0 and you tried to put a confidence interval on it, you want some method that does not allow it to go below 0. But the nature of these data and the underlying distributions that generate them, I mean, it's essentially an extension of that. You've got more space to go up than you have to go down. You can generate a few large values that are very high, well beyond what you've seen, but there's not so much room to generate low values. And statistically, the underlying distributions are assumed to be, and this is the nature of the data too, where you plot the data, you would see a tail that drifts off to the right. If you were to plot a histogram of these data, weight per unit effort or numbers per unit effort data, you'd see a few stations that have very high catch rates, most of the stations in a bulk, in a relatively narrow band, and then some chance of lower catch rates. But you'll see that the distributions are skewed to the right, and that's reflected in these estimates. And then statistically, we're using gamma distributions. Some other people use log distributions, which are skewed distributions which model these kind of data. So I guess the short answer is these are skewed data. You would expect asymmetry because the data distribution is asymmetric.
And then, I mean, have you got thoughts about why it was so much more uncertain for 3A than for 3B, given that we were surveying around the same proportion of the total area?
It was where those stations were located. And we saw the similar kind of thing happen in parts of 2C last year, where we had stations up inlets that were remote from where we had actual observations. Whereas in 3B, there's not the same, I guess, it's not a scientific term, but nooks and crannies within the coastline where the stations were hiding, so most of the stations, all the stations in 3B were proximate to stations that we had fished previously. So we had decent predictions within those gaps already, but in some of those locations in 3A, particularly up Cook Inlet and parts of Prince William Sound, we did not have good predictions. There was a lot of uncertainty at the station level we were predicting at those individual stations, and that uncertainty fed into the overall index.
Follow up, Neil, or you? No. Anyone else? If not, go ahead, Dr. Webster, with the
Thank
next
you.
point.
So a summary of the methods we used, we proposed data quality targets in terms of bias and precision. We determine geographic sampling priorities based on those targets and sampling frequency in coming years. Then we tested the designs on simulated data sets just to ensure that our proposal meets the quality targets, proposed design options, and then following that, costs would come into the picture in conjunction with my colleagues working on the survey budgets and so on. So as presented previously, this is the expanded FIS design. This includes all the stations that we fished over the last 6 years. And so this is the frame from which we're drawing. So precision targets. We looked back at the historical data that we had, and with a view to maintaining data quality, what will we need to do? What will we need to achieve in terms of precision? And here we turned it into coefficient of variation, which is the relative precision. So it's the standard deviation divided by the mean. What have we been achieving to date, and what do we need to do to make sure those levels of precision are maintained going forwards? So this is detailed in the accompanying report. At the regulatory area, we set a precision target of 15% for coefficient of variation of 0.32 weight per unit effort, 15% for all sizes weight per unit effort, and we don't use at the regulatory area all sizes numbers per unit effort. For biological regions, our targets are now 10%. The first two indices are, I should mention for purposes of estimating stock distribution, the final index is an input to the stock assessment. Biological region 4B, which is the same as regulatory area 4B, so it's a smaller unit than the other biological regions and has a target of 15%. And coastwide, we have a CV target of 10% for the all sizes numbers per unit indices. And if we achieve those targets, we'll be maintaining the data quality that we have been previously for input into the stock assessment. These are realistic targets because for the most part, we've been achieving those, but in some cases, in recent years, we've strayed outside of those, so it gives us something to design around. So we don't just have to worry about precision. You can have high precision, but bias can still creep into the analysis, into the estimation. So failure to observe and account for changes in these indices in an unsurveyed subarea or part of a region, part of a regulatory area, part of a biological region could lead to bias. It could be the trend in this area this part of the area you're not observing is different from the area that you are observing. So therefore, it's important to undertake surveys frequently enough to keep any bias small. In this, we're guided by the past, as we'll see through the example that follows. So I look at, as an example, regulatory area / region 4B. And we had a proposed target coefficient of variation of 15% for all indices. And we last had an expanded survey in 2017. So first part of this was, as I noted up here, second part, determining geographic sampling priorities and sampling frequency. So we've already devised one of our data quality targets in terms of precision. Now we need to think about geographic priorities. So we proposed dividing regulatory area 4B into 3 sub-areas based on biology, sampling history, and Pacific halibut density. And this shows the footprint of the 2017 survey expansion with, again, the circles proportional to the catch rates in 2017. You can see that we have a high density area out east, which we've called sub-area 3. It's high density, and other data sources indicate is biologically distinct from the rest of 4B. In the west, we have a lower density area, although it had higher density in the past. And in the center, we have a low density area, but it's been sparsely sampled prior to 2017. So we've divided 4B into 3 units, essentially, for sampling based on geography and biology and density. And this figure shows how much of the biomass in 4B is estimated to have been in each of those sub-areas over time. And you can see, particularly in recent years, the biomass in 4B has been dominated by sub-area 3, that eastern area with all the big circles in that previous figure, which has had between 70 and 80% of the biomass in recent years. Whereas those other sub-areas have been estimated to have much smaller proportions of the biomass. So that just says what I just said, 70 to 80% of the biomass in sub-area 3. It implies it should be the first priority for future sampling. If we put a lot of effort in there, we're covering the bulk of the biomass, even if we don't put any samples anywhere else. And we note also with these type of data, similar to how I discussed before with this skewed type of data, the variance is generally proportional to the mean as well, suggesting more effort should be placed where catch rates are highest. That will give you the most effective way of reducing, improving precision. But how to frequently to sample each sub-area? We can't just sample the eastern part of 4B in perpetuity and ignore the rest of the region. It could be that distribution changes, density changes in other areas independently of that. So we still need to revisit those other areas from time to time. Now, faster changes in density in any sub-area would imply the need for more frequent sampling. If you have an area that's relatively stable, for example, in terms of what proportion of the biomass it accounts for, then you would need to visit less frequently to ensure that you're not getting bias creeping into the estimates. And so this table is attempting to summarize the information we have to help inform us in our decisions on how frequently to go back to some of these areas. So I'll explain what this is. So this is the number of years based on the output of the space-time model for these 3 sub-regions, sub-areas for regulatory area 4B until at least 10% of the absolute change in biomass has been observed. Biomass proportion has been observed. So if you're keeping the change in biomass proportion under 10%, then the bias is going to be relatively small. So if we look at sub-area 1, and I've tried to give a sort of heat map colors to this as well to help, particularly if the numbers are hard to read at the back of the room. The darker colors means that change is not happening quickly. It's happening, you only see these kind of changes over a very long period. The lighter colors mean that this is something that is occurring quite frequently. So if we look at sub-area 1, we see quite a few light colors in there for 1997, 1999, 2009, and 2011. All saw a change within 3 years of 10% or more in the biomass proportion. This is a sub-area that changes its share of the biomass frequently. Whereas sub-area 2 in the middle does not change as frequently as that, but we note that's, well, I'll come to that in a moment. Sub-area 3 in the east, like sub-area 1, is also an area that is changing frequently in terms of its share of its proportion of the biomass. So these are both sub-areas you would like to visit at least every 3 years to ensure that bias is not creeping into the estimates. That's what the first bullet point says there. But the data in sub-area 2 imply we could sample this no more than every 10 years and bias would still be small. But we note that sub-area 2 was largely just sampled once in that 2017 expansion, so the apparent stability could be due to the lack of data, that we're relying on model prediction here. And so it would be prudent to sample that at least initially more than every 10 years. So based on this information, based on precision goals, based on the proportion of biomass that these sub-areas occupy, have taken, accounted for since in recent years, and in how frequently they've been observed to change, we would prioritize sub-area 3. It's the bulk of the biomass. It changes relatively frequently. Second priority would be sub-area 1, has frequent changes in biomass proportion over short periods. Sub-area 2 would be the third priority. Generally low and stable biomass, although likely affected by sparse historic sampling. And so this allows us to come up with a plan for the next, and I've put out for the next 3 years. That would be my goal, to come up with something that projects out to the next 3 years. And we'll talk a bit more about that in a bit. So 2020, we would fish sub-area 3 only, which is 73 stations, which is smaller than the footprint for 4B that we have been fishing annually, which is around 90 stations spread over a much wider area, so a much more expensive survey previously. 2021, we could also do sub-area 3 only as well, because we don't expect bias to creep in beyond within that 3-year period. And in 2022, we considered 3 options. Sub-area 3 only, could we get away with doing it again? Sub-area 1 only, because the previous data indicate we should go back there within 3 years. Or sub-areas 1 or 2, in case sub-area 1 only was not sufficient to meet our precision targets. So we fitted models using simulated data for future years. These models can take a long time to run, although ideally we'd be doing this many times with many data sets, but that was not practical. So we used a single simulated sample, but we taken from the posterior samples from the modeling, which provide a realistic looking simulated data set for this purpose. Noting that we have pretty large sample sizes here, which implies, well, when you have a large enough sample size, you should have fairly consistent results from even from multiple simulated runs. And we did a little bit of checking on that, and we did see consistency. So summarizing those results, for 2020 to 2022, sub-area 3 would be sufficient to meet our coefficient of variation precision target of 15%. However, bias concerns mean it's desirable to sample sub-area 1 every 3 years. However, if we only fish sub-area 1, that on its own would not be sufficient to meet that 15% target. It's too small a sample. We're ignoring sub-area 3, where the densities are highest, at least at present. So, but if we fish sub-area 1 and sub-area 2 in 2022, that would be sufficient to meet the target. Plus, it would provide additional information on that large central area that we've only fished once, and ensure the bias isn't creeping in by fishing sub-area 1 out east within 3 years. So that would be our proposal for regulatory area 4B in for the next 3 years. But planning beyond 3 years, well, as new data become available each year, our priorities and our understanding of bias potential for subsequent years can be reevaluated. So there's little value in going beyond 3 years when each year we get new information that updates what our projections might be. And the sub-area definitions and sampling priorities may evolve with changes in density of Pacific halibut. None of this is set in stone. Given the likely future changes in density and distribution, we did not consider evaluating beyond that 3-year time period.
Dr. Webster,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt in the middle of, I hate to break in the middle of your presentation, but do you estimate how much more you have? And what I'm trying to decide whether to take a break now or go ahead and finish this out.
I think there's only a handful of slides left. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think hopefully just 5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. We also must be mindful of other needs from the setline survey, from the FIS data. Not only are we creating these indices, we're also getting biological samples, and 2,000 otoliths per regulatory area is our target. That might be more difficult to meet, particularly in the fringes of the stock, like regulatory areas 2A and 4CD, if we're reducing our survey footprint. But we could mitigate that to some degree by adding additional skates per set. Other regulatory areas 2A and 4A, which I've included in some previous presentations as well, are similar to 4B in that most of the biomass is concentrated in only part of each regulatory area. And we can similarly identify sampling priorities based on density and variability in geography and so on for those regulatory areas, and we have done so. 2B, 2C, 3A, and 3B comprise the core of the current stock. They have relatively high densities throughout most of parts of these areas, and I found it more difficult to identify sub-areas based on those density, geographic regions, or biological differences for those areas. Instead, we used essentially the management unit for running the FIS, which is the IPHC FIS region, as a basic sampling unit. These are the units, sampling units that are put out to bid each year for as charter regions. I guess more commonly call them charter regions. So they represent an effective unit for sampling for operation of the FIS. And so we consider those as basic sampling units for deciding on what we could do within these areas. And we prioritize the high density or temporally variable FIS regions for annual sampling, and the other FIS regions can be rotated into the sample to ensure that precision and bias is maintained and that bias remains low. Putting all this together, we determine our priorities and costs for each area for the next 3 years, or for biological region purposes. And if we're focusing on biological regions, it could be that entire regulatory areas could be omitted from the survey in some years. I'm thinking in particular in region 2, where we have some relatively large low density parts of that region. If necessary, we can rearrange the timing of sub areas to be fished in order to avoid exceeding overall budget limits. So we can bring some sub areas forward in time, push some areas back, so that we have a balanced survey in terms of cost each year. And each year, as I mentioned, we can reevaluate those priorities and projected costs following the data that we collect. And we can modify subsequent years' plans if necessary to reflect new data and revised cost predictions. Now, while I talked about having a 3-year target plan, for 2020, because of the compressed time frame following the arrival of the 3A and 3B survey data this year, I've only made a plan for 1 year. So we have something to present to you, and I'll be working on 2021 and 2022 following this meeting for most areas. Oh, and I should mention, for regulatory of 4CD in 2020, our proposal is to fish the full survey footprint that we fished in 2016 in this area. Its estimation depends heavily on other surveys, and while it may be possible to fish fish only parts of our survey footprint or none of it in a given year, in order to maintain those precision and bias targets, we know that the ecosystem conditions have been anomalous in the Bering Sea for several years, making the halibut distribution more difficult to predict in unsurveyed habitat. And ours is the only survey that goes into some of those deeper waters on the shelf edge. And the IPHC has increased interest in better understanding density trends and possible links with Russian waters in this regulatory area. So therefore, we're proposing to repeat that full grid that we last fished in 2016 on the shelf edge. And this is a plan for 2020. So the highlighted stations in orange are the ones that, as part of this plan, we're proposing. And I should mention, this is a minimum plan. There are reasons for bringing in more of these stations, the ones in purple. And one would be to meet the budgetary requirements of running the survey. Notice that some of the parts that are emitted are within areas where we have high density and probably are high cost recovery on those stations. But this is a minimum that we would need to do. And I could run through this, but I've already explained 4B. 4A is similar. 4A is similar in that we have prioritized the western part of 4A. We've got the 4CD edge up there, but you'll see gaps in 3B and 3A and 2C where we've left 1 or 2 regions out of those. And I've evaluated those, and we can do this every year. We can leave out 1 or 2 regions, FIS charter regions from these areas, and still maintain our sampling goals and have a low chance of bias creeping into these by leaving out a relatively small fraction. That doesn't mean it's desirable for other metrics, for other purposes, to do so. We may want to bring something back in there, or we may want to rearrange the stations within there and leave out different areas in 2020, depending on other needs. But this represents a minimum sampling requirement to maintain the quality of the data that feeds into the stock assessment. And with that, I will happily take any questions, particularly on this map, which you likely have only seen recently.
Are there questions for Dr. Webster, or do you want a short break to think about whether you have questions of Dr. Webster? No? Okay, I with apologies to my fellow commissioners, I do need to revisit the previous presentation under item 5 And we can do that after the break, but there was, I believe it was slide 19 from Ms. Erickson's presentation. I had some concerns with that slide, and I wasn't quick enough to articulate them at the time, but I want to revisit that, just a heads up. And we'll come back at 11:05. Let's go. Rich went. Let's see, Rich. I don't know where Rich went. We're gonna start up here in just a minute. Come back to order. And I don't see Dr. Webster. I don't know if there were questions you may have thought of over the break for Dr. Webster. We'll see if there are before we revisit the issue that I had. Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Just to make sure I understood what you were proposing, Ray, was so slide 19 has what your targets are going forward of the 15% for regulatory areas and 10% for bioregions and coast-wide for your CV. So on slide 36, the orange stations are the ones that you're proposing to undertake for 2020, and the purple are what would not be done in 2020. Is that correct?
The purple are not essential to meeting those data quality targets. It could be that we have other reasons for doing them, but this represents the minimum design.
And what do you think the CV would be if you did all of the stations that are identified there?
I'm sorry, all of the stations, including
Well, including the purple stations that say you did them all, what would the CVs turn out to be?
So we have a lot of wiggle room in the core areas in particular, in that the CVs currently for areas like following the expansion, 3A, 3B, 2B, and 2C are in the order of 5 to 8%. So they're well within the 15% target. So were we to do the whole thing again, including the expansion stations, we would expect CVs of that order. Leaving parts out, as this proposal does in those core areas, leaves the CVs to be somewhat higher, but still within, in fact, within 10% anticipated for 2020.
Do you see any other risks by leaving, I'll just say the purple areas out, setting aside that we have targets for CVs, but what other risks are you potentially may arise?
Thank you. That's a good question. We've been considering that once I created this map towards the end of last week. So this is designed so that bias is likely to be low and the precision targets are met. But the indices aren't the only things we're producing from this survey. We also are getting biological samples. We also have an environmental monitoring program being undertaken. And so there will be a loss of environmental data, for example, in the gaps that would not be covered by the survey. The biological samples may not be as fully representative if there are differences, for example, in average age or age distribution across a regulatory area. Then among the FIS regions within a regulatory area, then it may be that the biological samples are less representative based on a design like this. This is not something it's something we can look at based on past data, but it's not something we've looked at yet. So I'm actually once I saw this, I started to consider some alternative designs that maintain the same footprint, which is why I call this a minimum design, which could be subject to some rearrangement. But in terms of the number of stations, if we maintain this number of stations, we could consider, say, a thinned design, say in 3B and 3A, and 2C would be particularly amenable to this, where we maintain the same number of stations, which is something in the order of 60 to 70% of the entire footprint, which keeps us under what was previously the annual survey footprint for those regulatory areas. Is actually less. But if we have a thin design, then we can maintain geographic coverage, maintain the environmental data over the whole geographic area. We have a representative sample biologically, and we also get even lower CVs by not having large gaps as is in this proposal. So we started to looking at those as well. I think that comes within adjustments to this basic design for data quality. Of course, the other consideration to that is that's going to be a more expensive design to fish than something that leaves off contiguous whole units like this one does, because there's more running time between stations when you have gaps. But we did look at it, and there weren't many isolated stations, and we essentially did something like this in 2C this year, where we thinned the design to 50% and had half the stations fished with snap gear in one part of the season, and then half the other. And it worked. I'm sure it was more expensive, but we could manage it. So hopefully that answers your question. There are other considerations, certainly.
Follow up, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Just the last question, Ray, is so I might have missed this in the SRB reports, but have you had discussions with the SRB about different proposals on survey design?
We, I think they were amenable to this proposal, given that they'd only seen regulatory areas 4B and 2A and maybe 4A at the time of the SRB meetings. They did bring up, one of the SRB members did bring up that issue of if you had a thinner design, then you may be doing better than if you're leaving off blocks. Something like that, a thinner design would not work so well in areas like 4A or 4B, where you have a fairly thin footprint anyway. And these are expensive areas to survey, but for those, so that was the extent of the discussion. It was brought up very briefly. It probably took 1 minute or so of discussion time, but otherwise they essentially supported what we were doing in terms of deciding on priorities and targets.
Bob?
So Ray, in looking at these, starting over on the east side, is that part of 2C and part of 3A, and then over on the west, on the peninsula, is that approximately half of 3B that would not be surveyed? Can you comment on those two areas?
I'm happy to clarify. So yes, that is the Sitka survey region of 2C, and that choice was, so regarding 2C, it has 3 charter regions, and the central one, Omni, has been, and these are remarkably consistent in the proportion of the biomass in each of these 3 regions. It's 40% in the central region, or in we call Omni. In the southern region, Ketchikan, and the northern region, Sitka, are each 30% of the biomass. So by sampling 2 out of the 3, we're sampling 70% of the biomass. And so the plan would be, using this kind of design, to rotate between Sitka and Ketchikan. At a minimum, there's still maybe a desire to fish Sitka or the whole thing every year, because this is the highest density survey, and so it's paying for other parts of the survey as well. But so that's the Sitka region in the north of 2C and the Fairweather region in the east of 3A that is proposed for 2020.
And in 3B?
Oh, 3B, thank you. Yeah, that's it has 5 regions, so this represents about 60%. That's surveyed, and 40% would be unsurveyed in that design. We picked, just to clarify why these particular regions were picked out of the 5 for the first year. The far west of 3B, Sanak region, is highly variable. It varies on a 1 to 2 year basis in terms of its proportion of the biomass by a large degree. It gets fish, sweeping in from the Bering Sea and different age classes passing through, and it's quite variable. And the 2 eastern regions that are highlighted in orange there are the last couple of years the ones with the highest biomass.
Neil had his hand up.
Thanks for this, Ray. There's a lot of really interesting content and the methods here. So I have a couple questions. One would be, I assume this would be something you'd be looking for the Commission's direction on by the annual meeting?
I believe we are seeking the Commissioner's endorsement at this meeting because things need to proceed logistically for planning for 2020 and the very near future.
So, I mean, a few things that might help me in terms of that would perhaps be to look at those, you mentioned a couple approaches to what the survey design could look like this year. It could be this kind of blocking out that you've put up on the screen, or more of a, some sampling throughout, some stations throughout. So, how do those compare with respect to some of these key metrics that are set out earlier in your presentation, like data quality with respect to precision, bias, our ability to collect some of the other information that goes along with the survey, environmental data, biosampling, and then what we think the cost, how the costs and the logistics may differ between those two options. Those would be helpful, I think, to inform the choice we might make. The other thing I'm curious about is how we might project survey catch to vary over time. And this isn't something I feel like I necessarily need today, but how survey catch might vary over time with the proposed survey designs we might implement. That would also be of interest, and whether we're able to sort of project that could be an interesting thing to have information on to understand again what the implications of different design choices would be.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I can answer a little bit of the first part already because I did evaluate the thinned designs for 3A and 3B over the weekend based on the same number of stations as you see here. So again, can consider it a minimum design, but instead of a block, not surveying contiguous blocks of stations, having the unsurveyed stations randomly scattered throughout the regulatory areas. And such a design would, with a random selection, you would have guaranteed unbiased biological data. You would have guaranteed unbiased indices. Bias won't creep into such a design. And the coefficients of variation are lower because you don't have large blocks in which the precision is relatively poor. Every station has something quite near it where there's data informing its estimates. So they're better in those data quality metrics and sampling metrics. The question I can't answer is the cost. That's something for my colleagues to consider. But as I noted, we did manage to do something like that in 2C this year, but I've no doubt it was a more expensive design than the one we had been previously fishing. I didn't, if you don't mind, Commissioner Davis, could you clarify the last part of your question, which was something about projecting survey catches?
Again, not necessarily something crucial now, but I was just curious, what might the forecast or prediction of catch from different survey designs be? We may make choices sort of continually through time about this design versus that design. Does that appreciably change the catch we might expect from different survey designs? I mean, maybe it's inconsequential, but it's just of interest.
Thank you. Now I understand. It's how much is the survey taking out of the water? Right. Yeah, that's certainly something we can look at, and we do this evaluation essentially every year and trying to decide the sampling rates for biological sampling, try and predict the catch that we anticipate based on previous years' information. But we can do that for different designs, yes.
Yeah, I mean, in part, it would give us a sense of the revenue that the survey would generate and how much that offsets the costs, so could be useful to know.
I might at some point need a little clarification from Dr. Webster or Dave on what you need from the commission at this meeting, particularly in light of the additional information request that Neil brought up. But I think Peter had a question.
Yeah, my questions were revolving around cost and revenue and how you factored that in, or did you do that, or is that someone else's role? As well as if, as I understand it, the goal of this is to be cost neutral, and if you think this would become cost neutral.
Through the chair. Yes, the IPHC has a long-term goal of revenue neutrality for the survey. It doesn't mean that some years will have a higher income than what we spent, and vice versa, but that's certainly the longer-term goal. And so what we're seeking at this point, noting that we have completed the expansion series, is confirmation from the Commission that, first of all, how you would like us to proceed for the next couple of years with the FIS design. That may well be, as Ray has presented and as shown on the screen, agreeing to a minimum baseline survey stations that would occur in 2020 to meet our scientific rigor needs. There would then potentially be other decisions that would be made, both in terms of the revenue neutrality, to ensure that if this proposal ends up in a large deficit in the budget, how we would recover that. But then also there may well be particular examples where the Commission may wish to have additional sampling sites at some of those purple stations. For example, over the last couple of years, we've had density grid off Washington and those types of things. So there's really three components that we're looking for. First of all, agreement that, yes, you agree with the information that's been provided by Dr. Webster that this is acceptable as the bare minimum for 2020. And if there are any additions that the Commission would like to see combined into 2020, and then agreement that the Secretariat will be looking at the full design and with the aim of trying to ensure revenue neutrality over the longer term. So there's really those three components. I can see that there's a lot of thought going on, which is good, and it's probably something that we would need to adjourn, go back as a Secretariat, have a bit of a talk and think about this afternoon, this evening, and potentially come back tomorrow with any additional information that we could provide for seeking some kind of direction from the Commission for 2020, rather than forcing a decision at this point. Thanks.
Paul.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification as well, Ray and Dave. I guess I wasn't anticipating that we were making a decision at this meeting about survey design, but can you just clarify Does it need to be done at this meeting, or can it wait until the annual meeting?
Through the chair, elements can certainly wait till the annual meeting. For example, we have received ad hoc commission requests for the densified grid, for example, that we then just implement. The catch is that we put out the request for tenders for 2020 next month in December. And so while we don't have to be precise, there can be some ambiguity, and we can make additional requests for tenders for vessels to undertake the survey in 2020. We do need to at least understand what a general baseline is going to be, so that we can ensure that those requests for tenders, the bid specifications, are relatively accurate. And so, in short, there's flexibility. We would like some indication of whether at this point you're comfortable with moving forward with a minimum design, noting that you would like to, at the annual meeting, potentially increase that, depending on your other deliberations. Thanks, Chair.
Further questions for Dr. Webster? Okay. Neil?
Just to clarify, minimum design. So when we're using that term, are we talking about the number of stations? Is that the key sort of metric, or is it also about the blocking?
I think number of stations is the key metric in this case. Yep.
Rich? Sure.
I'm still not quite sure what's driving this movement to reduce the number of full coverage. So I guess the key question is cost. It's not necessarily time, but the cost involved in doing all those stations is a driver for us reducing the number of stations being surveyed.
Thank you, Commissioner Yamada. This is not a reduction as such, but just a reallocation of effort. So prior to the expansions, we've been fishing in the order of 1,300 stations a year. So with this design, I've tried to achieve something close to that with some flexibility built in, because that's I believe is something we can manage on an annual basis in terms of cost, in terms of procuring the charter vessels in order to do this kind of design. Were we to do the full 1,900 plus stations, that would be probably a prohibitively expensive undertaking and raise a lot of difficulty in securing charter vessels for the entire thing. So this isn't a reduction in effort, in survey effort as such, more a prioritization of where that effort is going to be placed.
Okay, Bob.
So, Mr. Chair, are we going to come back to this, or do we need to give instruction now? I'm caught a little bit flat-footed on this. This is the first time I've seen this suggestion, and I'm a little bit concerned about the southern part of 3A and part of 3B right now, just looking at this, but were you planning on more discussion?
Defer to Dr. Wilson.
Through the chair, yes, as I indicated, I suggest we come back to this agenda item tomorrow and see if at that point we can provide you with additional information to satisfy some of the concerns. And at that point, we will need to decide whether we proceed with the pre-existing survey design so that we can put out the request for tenders, or whether you are comfortable with utilizing this number of stations and approximate design moving forward for 2020. So I would suggest, Chair, that we revisit this tomorrow morning. Thank you, Chair.
So one clarifying question here. Yeah. So Dr. Wilson or Dr. Webster, all these dots in the eastern and northern Bering Sea, those are not normally part of our surveys. Are those, is there a suggestion that those would be on an annual basis? Because that would be a huge cost.
My apologies for not clarifying what those dots represent. Those dots are data, represent stations fished by the NIMS Stroll survey. So while they're part of the information that we use in constructing the indices, they're not part of our own proposed FIS design. So for the purposes of your decision, you can ignore the dots on the more sparse grid in the Bering Sea. They're not under consideration for our own design in 2020.
Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. When we come back to this, could we also see a plan of, I understand this is 1 year proposed, but for region 4B, you would split it out into 3 sections and had a plan in order to test them over a period of time. I think before I'd be more comfortable if I kind of understood what the plan was for checking it, surveying these areas that are now going to be blocked out.
Thank you. I have not been able to evaluate a similar plan for 2B through 3B yet past 2020, but the idea is that if we were to go with this design based on this charter regions, was that we would rotate the regions that would be fished each year. So for example, in 3B, we have 2 regions left out. Next year, we would have a different 2 regions left out depending on which regions should be prioritized. Likely, we would fish the western part of 4B annually because it is so variable. But the other parts of 3B, annually because it's so variable. The other parts of 3B, some of them still vary on a 2 to 3 year basis. And so we would need to fish them every other year perhaps as well. So the design would be based on the same considerations as the design for 3B. Like in going to 2B, we have 2 charter regions that we're proposing not to fish in 2020, and those are the inside and outside of Vancouver Island charter regions. Those are the inside Vancouver Island charter region. We caught almost no halibut, and that's not one that any metric would suggest fishing on a 2 to 3 year basis. That's one you can leave for a number of years. Whereas the outside of Vancouver Island has similar, somewhat lower, but similar density to a couple of other charter regions, and that one could be rotated with 1 or 2 of the other charter regions within 2B on a, say, a 3-year revolving basis. That's the kind of proposal we would look at. 2C, again, I've suggested swapping Sitka and Ketchikan. I imagine there'll be a desire to fish the whole thing in that region because for cost recovery purposes anyway, though.
So the idea being you would rotate within an area, so 2B or say 3A or 3B, sorry. The rotation would be within that area rather than within.
That's correct, because our sampling data quality targets are based at the smallest level on regulatory area. So we would consider the rotation within that area in order to meet the targets for that area.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for Dr. Webster? Okay, I guess we'll revisit this tomorrow. And now I like to revisit, Ms. Erickson, please, the fishery statistics presentation. I think it was slide 19 that had caused me some pause.
Yes, thank you.
I was concerned about what this slide is intended to convey versus what it might be conveying, because it expresses basically bycatch mortality as a mortality limit, and I'm looking at, for example, for CD&E of 848 tons versus and subsequently an exceedance of that limit by 91%, 191%. And we, of course, have bycatch limits in place that neither last year nor this year have been exceeded. And in fact, I think at least last year they came in significantly under the limit. So I'm concerned about what the terminology used in this slide and what it is intended to convey.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Oliver. So this slide in particular, it displays the mortality level in this case for the discard mortality non-directed commercial that is assumed under the TCEYs for each of the contracting parties in the relative IPHC regulatory areas. And so those are the values in the first two columns. And then as I think Commissioner DeGreef had noted, that the values in the second part of the table are for O26 as well as U26, whereas the mortality levels are only for the O26. But we can certainly update the table to clearly demark those differences for the annual meeting.
I was a little unclear what if U26 is included in one column but not the other. But my bigger concern was that in the one column it's expressed as mortality limit / level, and we don't have limits by these areas. And so am I correct in that that particular column, for example, for CD&E of 848, that was the level of bycatch last year as compared to the next column, which is 2019?
Yes, so I would note that the that value there is the assumed mortality level under the TCEYs that were adopted by the Commission.
Well, I guess I think my concern, hopefully, has been noted, is that these are not in excess of any particular mortality limit. They're simply a comparison of the projected level versus the 2019 level.
Through the Chair, you're correct, and I think we can certainly for the annual meeting make some modifications to the way the terminology is shown here. I think we need to also check some of the numbers to make sure it's accurate, primarily because the intention is simply to indicate what level of mortality actually was for discard mortality from the non-directed commercial fisheries versus the level that was assumed and therefore taken into consideration as the broader TCE-wide level. So yeah, we'll spend some time making sure that's crystal clear. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I think we can go to the next agenda item, which I believe is you, Dr. Wilson, on the independent review.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to be necessarily brief. I'm going to only have a few slides regarding presentation 08. So this is paper 08. So we're on agenda item 6.3 at this point in time. And so the purpose of this paper is simply to provide the Commission with a general opportunity to further consider the independent peer review of the IPHC stock assessment that Dr. Stewart leads. If you cast your mind back at IM095, that the Commission directed the Secretariat to develop terms of reference and through the intersessional process, approval process, adopt the terms of reference and undertake an open call for expressions of interest to undertake a peer review of that stock assessment. Following that process, we successfully appointed Dr. Kevin Stokes, independent expert from New Zealand, who has undertaken some 40 plus similar stock assessment peer reviews during his recent past. The report undertaken or produced by the consultant was provided to the Commission on the 2nd of August via IPHC Circular 16 on the website, and was also considered by the Scientific Review Board at its 15th session in September 2019. I do also note that we have the Scientific Review Board chairperson in the room, and he is going to present the outcomes of that meeting in detail on a range of issues, and will probably make additional reference to this peer review at that time. In terms of the background and scope of the peer review, the terms of reference were left intentionally wide to allow the independent expert that latitude to dig into various technical aspects of the stock assessment that he felt or deemed necessary. Nevertheless, we did task him with a number of very specific topics in addition to providing that broad scale opportunity to review. Those specific topics are listed on the screen, 1 to 6, so I won't go through them in any particular detail. They're quite self-explanatory. And in addition, the review also required a clear delineation between tactical changes that the expert would suggest to the stock assessment, noting that he was undertaking the review while Dr. Stewart was developing the current stock assessment, which he's going to present to you in just a moment. So in addition to those tactical improvements to the stock assessment, he also, the independent expert, Dr. Stokes, was also providing clear directional suggestions for further research avenues in the future to, again, improve the quality of data and the way that the models were potentially going to be run in coming years. In terms of outcomes, as I indicated, most of it is quite technical in nature, and I'm not going to sit here and walk you through all of those. Having said that, Dr. Stewart, during his presentation shortly, will make reference to some of those suggested improvements that he has incorporated into the stock assessment model itself, and that's paper 09 Rev 1, as I said, you'll receive shortly. In general, though, the stock assessment peer reviewer had indicated that the quality of the analysis is excellent and aimed purposefully at providing science-based risk assessment to support the commissioners in their science-based decision-making processes. The reviewer noted that the high quality of both the documentation and also the presentation and availability, the transparency of the stock assessment available on the IPHC website to any stakeholder or user group. And again, that's kudos to Dr. Stewart in that regard. As I mentioned, the SRB at its 15th session did consider the peer review, and Dr. Sean Cox will speak to that in just after lunch. But I wanted to highlight as well that the SRB did agree that the external peer review was of a high quality and appreciated the completeness of the document. The SRB also agreed that any future peer review, noting that the Commission has tentatively agreed that such a peer review would be undertaken on a periodic basis to maintain the rigor associated with the assessment, and that as part of that, an in-person review component would be highly beneficial. And then finally, the SRB also agreed that in light of the scientific advances, that the SRB should continue to be involved in the development of the terms of reference for both the stock assessment peer review, but also other peer reviews, such as the management strategy evaluation peer review that Dr. Hicks will talk to you about later this afternoon. And so that's all I have, Chair. It's just really just a quick introduction to the peer review, noting that it has occurred. All of the information, including the report, is available on the IPHC website. And as I indicated, Dr. Stewart will make reference to some of the improvements that were made based on the reviewer's comments. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dave. Peter has a question.
Sorry. Just on the actual document itself, I noticed they were listed in priority levels, and I was just wondering if the reviewer set those priority levels or staff set those priority levels.
Through the chair. The priorities were set by the reviewer in terms of the report, so maybe we can bring it up a little bit later. The reviewer came up with a number of recommendations by each of the core areas and then labeled them based on his expertise, his experience of whether they were considered a lower priority or a longer term priority or a high priority. And so in short, it was the reviewer who came up with those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Dr. Wilson, go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Chris. So, Dr. Wilson, I'm just wondering a couple of things. One is about what sort of, how frequently one might undertake this type of review. And then secondly, I guess I would just, first off, I thought the review was well done by Dr. Stokes. We did have a chance to speak with him and provide some of our thoughts as well about the work that the Secretariat undertakes. But I'd just like to offer, I guess, my thought is that the Secretariat does excellent work as far as the stock assessment, which incorporates when I say that, it incorporates everything, meaning the collection of the data that goes into the stock assessment. So I guess generally to the Secretariat at large, I just would offer that up.
Okay, you respond, Dave, or? Yeah.
Be about the frequency, I guess, Dave.
Sorry, through the chair. Thank you very much for the other comments, and wholeheartedly agree. I think it's quite a team effort in terms of the whole program of data collection, entry, verification, analysis that all goes in as inputs to the stock assessment that Dr. Stewart undertakes. In terms of the frequency of the stock assessment program, we discussed at IM095 roughly how often these types of peer reviews should occur. And as associated with that discussion, the Commission agreed that in general, full stock assessment should be undertaken on a periodic basis of relevance to the biology of the species. And so in this case, the Commission agreed that whether it be 3 to 4 years, that Dr. Stewart would undertake a full stock assessment for Pacific halibut, and in the intervening years, you're really doing updates to the data sources that are being included, if there's any new research, whether it be the sex composition, that type of information. And then to step to your question about how often should the peer review actually be undertaken, we discussed a number of options there. Obviously, the Scientific Review Board was established specifically to undertake external peer review of the stock assessment as it's updated each year. And then also when we have a full stock assessment remodel, reanalysis. And then the door was left open about how often this type of full external peer review would be undertaken. You could assume that it would be undertaken every time the model was fully updated, so every 3 to 4 years. But realistically, given the level of expertise that we have on the Scientific Review Board, and the other interactions that the stock assessment scientists have, you could probably leave it to a longer duration, a longer period. But I would say that certainly no more frequent than every 3 to 4 years. Thanks, Chair.
Go ahead, Neil.
So is it accurate to say that that this would be a bit of a shift to a full stock assessment every 3 to 4 years, with sort of like turning it over or minor adjustments in between that? Have to date, in recent years, have we been really undertaking a full stock assessment?
Through the chair, no, we've been following that process where we have been undertaking updates to the stock assessment each year, and then periodically undertaking a full assessment model run. And Dr. Stewart will give you a bit more of a history looking backwards in that regard in a moment.
Further questions? I think we can move on to Dr. Stewart then.
So while Dr. Stewart, through the chair, comes up, noting it's 11:52, at some point Dr. Stewart will suggest a logical break point, and so we'll leave it in your hands about whether you want to break at 12:30 or push on and then have a later lunch break as well. Thank you, Chair.
I will try to look at breaking at or near 12:30, just because to accommodate a commitment that I have to deal with over the lunch hour. So we'll try to target 12:30-ish. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, I think on that guidance, proceed through the data section and then probably conclude there for the lunchtime break and finish after lunch. I have approximately 90 minutes of material, so there's quite a bit more than I'll get through before lunch. Good morning, commissioners and other people here today. I'm going to be presenting the results of the 2019 stock assessment. And I'll begin with a very quick summary of the salient results from this year. No, sorry. Before I begin, I will note that this presentation is a revision 1 to the presentation that's posted online. We'll be shortly posting this version online. I have a few additional slides at the end for potential extension to the interim management procedure for discussion that have been added, and I'll speak to those at the end of this presentation. So keep an eye out. And noting on the website, if you look for this, you're going to need to refresh the website in order to see new documents as they get posted. So again, I'll begin with a summary today. In short, the modeled survey trends, as you've seen from the previous presentations, are down, both in numbers and weight per unit effort. And what we've seen, or what you will see here shortly from the commercial fishery CPUE, is that we have mixed trends across the coastwide, however, relatively flat at the coastwide level, with some brighter spots and some not so good spots across the coast. The estimated spawning biomass from the stock assessment has decreased from 2018 to 2019. This is as predicted and has been predicted for several years. This is projected to continue for all 2020 TCEYs greater than approximately 18.4 million pounds, essentially the break-even point over the next 3 years. So we're looking at a period of relatively low productivity for the Pacific halibut stock over the next 3 years. Finally, the interim management procedure indicates that lower yields are going to be needed to achieve a fishing intensity of F46. And I'll speak to that in more detail later, but the primary driver behind that has been the addition of new information about the sex ratio of the commercial fishery catch that has indicated that we've probably been fishing this stock harder than we thought historically. So with that, I'll go to an overview of what I'm going to speak to today. First, I'm going to begin with data sources, both the survey and the fishery trends. I'll recap a bit of what you've heard in the last couple of presentations. Then I'll go into the biology, some of the other information beyond just the trends, and I'll really highlight some new information that we have for this season. After that, and probably after lunch, I will then proceed into the modeling results, the projections for the period 2020 through 2022, the reference points calculations, of which there are some new calculations and some new information this year, the decision table in the same format that I've presented over the last several years, and finally the results of the application of the interim management procedure and some discussion looking forward to the mortality projection tool that we will be producing for use at IM095. Okay, so you've already seen a presentation with considerable detail on recent sources of mortality, but for the stock assessment, I'd like to put this into a bit more of a historical perspective. You see here the full reconstructed time series of sources of mortality for Pacific halibut, noting in green there the directed commercial fishery landings, which have provided over the full time series the bulk of the total removals. This is a little bit more than 7 billion pounds of removals over this time series. You'll note above that in yellow the discard mortality from the directed or targeted Pacific halibut fishery. This is primarily associated with the minimum size limit, although it also includes some regulatory discards as participants approach their vessel or quota limits. Above that in blue or purple, slight purple, would be the recreational removals, and this would include all the components of the recreational fisheries, including guided and non-guided in Alaska, where those are delineated. In black, the next source up is the subsistence removals, which include fish both in the state of Washington as well as in Canada and up into Alaska. And then finally at the top in the brightish purple would be discard mortality from non-directed fisheries, so also called bycatch. These are Pacific halibut that are captured in fisheries that cannot legally retain halibut, are discarded, and the purple represents those components that subsequently died. You'll note at the end of this time series that the mortality has gone up just slightly from 2018 to 2019. I'll speak to that in a second. But just to put us in the broad context, we've seen over the last 100 years an average of 63 million pounds of mortality coming out of the stock with a range of 34 to 100. And here we are over the last several years sitting right about 40, so about 2/3 of the long-term average, indicating that the stock is a bit below its long-term levels of productivity. Okay, to provide a little bit more information, and I'll note that some of the numbers that I have here already differ from numbers you heard in the previous presentation. I'm going to be presenting you the information as of the end of October. This is what I had available to me for the stock assessment, noting that the mortality projection tool will include any updates to these components that are relevant to projecting into the 2020 catch limit discussions that occur during IM096. So I'll draw your eye to a couple of things. As you've already heard, the commercial fishery landings were up slightly from 2018 to 2019. In fact, the total was up just over 1 million pounds. And in addition, the non-directed discards or bycatch was up from just a little over 6 million pounds to a little over 6.4 million pounds. I'll note that there are a couple things here that differ from the projections that were made. So the projections that were used to create the 2019 adopted catch limits, we were at that time, based on the adopted catch limits, we were projecting just over 40 million pounds of mortality for 2019. We now estimate that it was a little bit below those projections, and there were only 2 components here that came in above what we had projected at the time at last year's annual meeting, and those are the commercial discards, which were 120,000 pounds above the projections. And that corresponds to a slight increase in discards in the commercial fishery, as well as the addition of a new component there, which is regulatory discards in Alaska associated with quota limit attainment. So these are fish that are discarded on the last trip of the season, legal size fish that can't be retained because there's not insufficient quota left by that participant to land these fish. In addition, the non-directed discards or bycatch ended up at 380,000 pounds above what we had projected. And per the discussion earlier, this puts the non-directed discards in Alaska at approximately 60% of their regulatory limits in the state of Alaska, or the PSC limits, just over 60%. Still well below, even though they were approximately 380,000 pounds above what we projected for 2019. So I'll now move into some of the specific data sources. And as the Commission has done over the last several years, I will be presenting several of these series in the context of biological regions. And this really is the appropriate level of aggregation to describe biological trends. I will then go a little bit deeper and provide you individual IPHC regulatory area results for things more related to fishery and fishery performance, where those are much more meaningfully delineated at the level of individual IPHC regulatory areas. So beginning with a slide that you've seen in a previous presentation, these are the trends, the modeled survey trends in numbers. All of the information I will be presenting here reflects the output from the space-time model that you heard about earlier. And I want to call your eye to a few things here. As you've already seen, at the coast-wide level, we're down 4%. And I would note as well, at the coast-wide level, this is the 3rd year in a row after that relatively large drop from 2016 to 2017. We're down a 3rd year in a row after that. I know there was a considerable discussion, particularly regions 2 and 3. We saw a very large drop in 2017 relative to what we'd seen in 2016. And in the first year after a drop, of course, we're concerned at how much of that is the signal versus how much could just be sampling error. And it's become pretty clear that that drop was meaningful, and the data subsequently have corroborated that we did see a fairly large drop there, and that's continued downward particularly in regions 2 and 3. I'll also direct your attention specifically to region 3, where we've seen the biggest declines over the subsequent 3 years, and in fact these are being primarily driven, as you'll see in a few slides, by further declines in IPHC regulatory area 3A, which has actually shown some very steep declines over the last several years. I'll move now from trends in numbers, which provides the primary index for the stock assessment, into trends in O32 weight per unit effort, or legal size weight. And these are going to be the trends that are most consistent with the logbook reported catch rates that we get from the commercial fishery, and therefore we provide these as well as a summary for comparison with fishery trends. Again, here, the signal is similar. You see that the declines from the late 1990s through somewhere around 2010 are much steeper when we look at it in terms of weight than in terms of numbers. And that's because not only did we see a decrease in numbers over that time period, but we've also seen a decrease in the size and age of fish. So the same number of halibut is not producing the same amount of biomass, either for the stock or for the catch, that it did 20 or 30 years ago. However, overall, we see a similar trend at the end of the time series, which is that over the last 3 years, we've seen decreases in most of these biological regions. In fact, from 2018 to 2019, we saw all biological regions decreasing at least a little bit over that time period. I'll now break this down a little bit further for subsequent comparison with the fishery. So now taking this down into individual IPHC regulatory areas. I won't go through all of these areas in detail, as Dr. Webster has already presented this to you, but I will call out a few places here. One in the center panel is IPHC regulatory area 3B, which was up 26%, which is somewhat good news. However, I note that series remains within a couple of points of the very bottom of that time series. So although it saw the biggest increase to 2019, it remains at historically very low levels, near the lowest values that we've seen in the time series. Just to the left, in the center left column, I note that IPHC regulatory area 3A showed the greatest single area declines from 2018 to 2019 of 17%, following on declines in the previous 2 years as well. And so this is a very large drop, bigger than the previous 2 years from 18 to 19. And I'll note that this is going to have serious ramifications for our estimates of stock distribution in all of Region 3, as well as particularly in Region 3A. As you saw from Dr. Webster's presentation, in the survey expansion indicated that there's less biomass in Region 3, and particularly in IPHC regulatory area 3A than we've estimated historically. So the entire scale is down somewhat. And then in addition, we now see a big drop from 18 to 19. So you can expect that the stock distribution, which I'll show you later, is substantially decreased in area 3A in our estimates for this year. At the coastwide level, you see that weight per unit effort was down 5%, fairly similar to where we were in terms of overall numbers. And actually over the last 6 to 8 years, those trends have become more similar as the changes in size at age have essentially ended, and we've seen relatively flat size at age since somewhere around 2010. Okay, the final output that we have in terms of trend information from our modeled survey results is the biological stock distribution. And as I noted on the last slide, we see that each of these panels shows you the time series from 1993 through 2019 of the percent of the stock that we estimate to be occurring in each of these biological regions. And where last year it appeared that Region 3 had somewhat stabilized, with the addition of the 2019 data and the increased precision on the time series now, it appears that Region 3 has actually been declining, not just over that last 5-year period, but all the way back to about 2004. So the fraction of the stock that comprises Region 3 has decreased from somewhere around the mid 60% range all the way down to, I believe, 46.5% in 2019. Concurrently, we've seen increases in the fraction of the stock occurring in Region 4, which is the Bering Sea and IPHC regulatory area 4A combined, as well as in Region 2. Both of those have shown gradual but long-term increase in their contribution to the stock. So in a nutshell, what we're seeing is a decrease in abundance in the core of the stock and a relative shift toward the northern and southerly components of the stock, a bit of a shift toward the end points of the range. To give you just some specific values to put on that, this is the trend in stock distribution that I just showed you on that figure. And you can clearly see on Region 3 that decrease from almost 53% just 4 years ago all the way down to 46.5% this year, and the gradual increase in Regions 2 and Region 4. Now, before I move into describing the fishery trends for you, I want to first speak about the variety of different information that we have included in this summary and in the stock assessment. And each of these sources of information is going to include a different demographic component. So as I began with the survey trends and I showed you the all sizes numbers per unit effort, that's going to include all fish captured by the Setline survey, which is approximately ages 5 and above. As we move into the legal size fish, 032, or the fish that would be captured by the survey, and particularly by the fishery, those are going to be fish that are more like 8 or 9 years old and older. And then finally, when I get into model results and begin to discuss the spawning biomass, those are going to be comprised of Pacific halibut at least age 11 or 12 and older. So we can expect that these trends to differ somewhat across these different sources. And in addition, as you'll see, we can expect some delays in the response here. So things that we see in the numbers from the survey are going to be shown a little bit later, a couple of years later in the fishery, and then we're going to have to wait even a couple of more years to see those finally in the spawning biomass. But I will note that the blue series at the bottom there, the level of fishing intensity, is measuring the effect of mortality across all ages, all the way down to age 2, which is essentially the youngest Pacific halibut that's encountered in any of these fisheries. So we're measuring, although we're including all of the sources of mortality in our fishing intensity metric, the various indices all overlap to a varying degree. And I'll try to point that out again as I go through some of these. So moving now into the fishery trends observed both for 2019 and over the recent several decades. So this figure shows you the commercial fishery weight per unit effort reported in logbooks to the Commission, either collected by our port samplers in the various ports or mailed in to us subsequent to the season. I will note that although I ended the data sets this year, or I had to close the data sets this year at the end of October, we always have outstanding logbooks that we don't have in our possession at the Commission when it's time to do the annual stock assessment. And so we collect those logbooks over the winter as they're mailed in, and from fishermen the first time we see them in the spring. And unfortunately, those logs tend to correspond to some of the lower catch rates that we see. And what that means is that although I have a data set that's suitable for use in the stock assessment analysis, it's likely that the percent change from 2018 to 2019 is going to be different when we get the rest of those logbooks. In conjunction with our scientific review board, several years ago now, we developed a bias correction that looks at the degree of change over the last several years, and just to show you what these are probably going to look like after we get the rest of the logbook information. And so if I add those up here, you'll see in most areas this is a negative effect on the catch rates, particularly in region 2, where you see all of those values are lower after we add this bias correction. In some areas, for example, in regulatory area 3B, we see very little change from year to year. So with that said, I'd encourage you to focus on the red, as that will probably be what these series look like when I present them again to you next year, of course, with the 2020 data added. Now, I want to note here that the signal, unlike in the setline survey results, the signal here is much more mixed. We see some regulatory areas up, some regulatory areas down. Of note, I think regulatory areas 2B and 2C have shown a couple of years of decline, both at the end of the time series. I will go into a little bit more detail about the specific fisheries and components to these in a second, but at the aggregate level, the places where we see the biggest increases, particularly 3B in the center of this figure, a 44% increase over 2018, you'll note that essentially brings that back in line with where it's been over the last 3 to 5 years, which is very near the lowest values that we've seen in that time series. So although it's good news that the fishery saw improved performance in 2019 over 2018, it's really not improved performance over where it's been for the last 4 to 5 years. In addition, I'd note that IPHC regulatory area 4A continues to decline fairly consistently, as does 4B. At regulatory area 3A in the center left was up 5%, but similar to 3B, it's also been relatively flat over the last 3 to 5 years. In aggregate, in the bottom right here, you see the total or coast-wide trend, and you see a similar pattern to what we saw in the IPHC setline survey results, which is that we saw a period of decline from the late 90s through about 2010, and then relative stability after 2010. So both the survey and weight per unit effort and the fishery are showing us that things were coming down fast through 2010, and then we've been relatively stable since then. And as you'll see, that's more or less what the stock assessment is showing us as well. To go into a little bit more detail, each of these components can be broken down into either the gear types that are most common in each area or delineated by fishery. Here on the left is the 2A fishery, which can be delineated into a tribal and a non-tribal fishery, which occur at different times of the year and in different areas, in different portions of IPHC Regulatory Area 2A, noting that their performance in 2019 was quite different. The tribal fishery was up by about a third, the non-tribal fishery was down. Both of these fisheries occur over a relatively short time period and are effectively derby fisheries, the last of the derby fisheries on the coast. For the rest of the IPHC regulatory areas, you can see the comparison of fixed hook in black and snap gear in red. And although you see a difference in scale, historically we see about a 75% of the catch rate from snap gear that we see for fixed hook. The relative trends are quite similar in terms of where we are now relative to where we've been at various points in the past. In IPHC regulatory areas 2B and 2C, you can see after a period of increase in both of those series, they've been decreasing for the last couple of years. Moving now into the center of the stock, you see again, relatively similar trends, slightly better performance in 3A with snap gear than fixed hook, but the opposite in 3B, both of which are near the bottom of their time series, and pretty similar trend in 4A regardless of the gear type. Moving then to the far west and the north of the stock, somewhat more variable in 4B because these records represent a far smaller number of logbooks. In addition, area 4C, which is that brown series in the center panel, for the first time this year, I'm presenting you the combined series of snap and fixed hook gear because there's been, over the last several years, a marked decrease in the amount of fixed hook gear being deployed. And so those represent both snap and fixed hook gear, similar to the aggregate in regulatory areas 2B and 2A, again, where there's very little fixed hook gear. And finally, in purple there, area 4D, which represents primarily the Bering Sea edge and St. Matthew Island. Again, you see a fairly wide confidence intervals, particularly in the historical period where there are very few logbooks. Okay, I'm going to move now into some of the biological outputs. First, the average weight that's been observed in the commercial Pacific halibut fishery over the last several decades. Each of the series here shows you an IPHC regulatory area with all of region 4 combined with, in addition, region 4B, so that I can go a little bit farther back in the time series. The black line down the middle represents the coastwide weighted average across all the fisheries. And you can see again here that the average size of fish beginning in the early 1990s at just over 30 pounds had declined by around 2010 or 11 to the mid 20s. And it's been a little bit variable, but relatively stable since that time period with differing contributions from different IPHC regulatory areas. The same information from our set line survey. The panel on the left represents just the legal size fish caught by our survey. The panel on the right, all sizes of fish. The scales are the same here, noting that the panel on the right is of course lower because it's including all the sublegal fish that we don't see in the fishery, but a very similar pattern on both of these panels to what we saw from the fishery, which is that a decline in the average size of fish being captured through about 2010, and then some stability, perhaps even a slight hint of an increase at the end of the time series here in the survey fish. Moving now into age data. So there's this figure, although there's a lot here, and I'll take a second to walk you through it, this represents over 300,000 ages collected by the Setline survey since the early 1990s. What you see in this figure across the x-axis is the year, and across the y-axis is the age of a Pacific halibut. For each year and age combination, there are two circles, one in blue, which represents male halibut, and one in red, which represents females. The size of the circle is proportional to the number of fish that were captured at that age in that year. So essentially, large circles represent a big component in our survey catch from that age and year. And by delineating by age, we can then track specific cohorts. So you see the strong diagonal here that's indicated by the 1987 year class. That particular year class provided over 200 million pounds of mortality for the directed commercial Pacific halibut fisheries, and was of course very important over that time series. You see subsequent to that a bit of a gap in strong year classes, and at the end of the time series over the last several years, we've seen the largest contribution to the Setline survey coming from the 2005 year class, which was 14 years old in 2019. You'll also note at the end of that time series two relatively large circles at ages 7 and ages 8. These represent the 2011 and 2012 year classes. They were the subject of considerable discussion. Last year, we saw the first hint of them in the data, and it was whenever a new year class shows up, the first year is always very uncertain. We don't know if it was perhaps just an anomaly in the data, or in fact there is a strong year class coming. I'm happy to report that there is, again, evidence that these year classes are better than the previous year classes from 2006 through 2010, but they don't appear to be quite the magnitude of the 2005 or the 99 year class before that. But nonetheless, we have corroborated across all of the data sets this year that these year classes are there and do appear to be better than the year classes, the 4 or 5 year classes preceding them in the time series, which is good news. These 2 year classes were not, however, uniformly distributed across the various IPHC regulatory areas. So here I've just pulled out a couple of examples. Regulatory area 4CD and E on the left, and 3A on the right. The top 2 panels represent all the fish captured by the setline survey, and the bottom just the sublegal fish. So because these fish are young, many of them are still sublegal. And I'll note that for example, beginning in the top left, you see that numerically on our 2019 survey, my apologies, the x-axis here is age and the y-axis is proportion. Males are in blue and females are in red. So the higher the bar, the more fish we caught on the survey. And you see in the top left there that numerically the greatest proportion of fish we caught from any age classes on the survey came from these 2 year classes, from 7 and 8 year old fish, which is the 11 and 12 year old fish, or the 11 and 12, 2011 and 12 cohorts in 2019. They were numerically our biggest catch rates in area 4CD and E. And if you look at the bottom panel there, particularly for females, they were far and away the greatest contribution to our sublegal catch. Noting, of course, that males have a much more protracted contribution, particularly to the sublegal catch, where we can have males that are in excess of 20 years old that are still not reaching that minimum size limit. On the right, you see a similar pattern where there is a bit of a spike there for 7-year-old fish, which would be the 2012 cohort. However, there doesn't seem to be a very strong contribution of 8-year-old fish in area 3A, and relatively a smaller contribution of those 7-year-olds. So these fish, although they're there and they're visible in all these various data sources, they're not yet mixed across the whole stock. And so I think some of the variability that we see across trends, perhaps both in the fishery and the survey, may be related to the variability in how these 2 year classes are currently distributed. And that's likely to continue as these year classes become more important over the next several years. Okay, moving now into some new information that we had from, for the first time in 2019. All the way back to 2013, the commercial sex ratio, or the sex ratio of the commercial catch was identified as one of the greatest sources of uncertainty in the stock assessment. And in response to identifying that need to clarify this for the stock assessment, we launched a research plan that at first included methods for marking Pacific halibut at sea in hopes that we could get this information directly from the fleet. And over time, this has evolved into the use of a genetic assay based on fin clips. The price of doing the genetics has come down dramatically. The IPHC was able to acquire the equipment necessary to do this. And so for the first time in 100 years, we now in 2019 have a direct estimate of the sex ratio of the commercial catch, which is a huge step forward for our data collection and monitoring programs. And here were the initial data that were made available to me in time for the preliminary assessment last spring. These are the sex ratio information from the 2017 commercial fishery. We do lag a couple years behind because it takes some time to process these samples. But in 2017, every fish that had an otolith collected in port also had a fin clip, and we were able to, through genetic means, identify those as either males or females. And as you can see here, at the coastwide level, the commercial catch was 82% female by number, which is very, very high. We've always known that the commercial catch would be heavily dominated by females by weight, because female Pacific halibut are much larger than males. But in terms of having 82% by number, that is quite a bit higher than we would have expected. And in fact, if I superimpose on here the range that we were projecting from previous stock assessments, roughly the mid 40s to the mid 60% across time and space, you can see that these projections or these data from 2017 are consistently quite a bit higher than we've been projecting from the stock assessment models, perhaps with the exception of region 4B, which was approximately 65% female by number. Noting that in region 4, which comprises 4C, D, and E and 4A, in fact, in the Bering Sea, in region 4C, D, and E, we actually saw the commercial fishery at 97% female in 2017. So almost completely females in the Bering Sea fishery. Now, subsequent to these data and the preliminary assessment, in time for the final assessment, we got another year of data processed. And I don't have the specific percentages on here because they're all within a couple percent of the 2017 data. So we see not only does this corroborate the information we have from 2017, providing more information for the stock assessment models, greater ability to fit these data and have these data pull the stock assessment models toward this new information. But it also shows that these sex ratios appear to be, at least over a 2-year time period, relatively consistent on the water. Of course, we will be continuing to monitor this over time. We already have the 2019 samples in hand, and we'll be moving to process those in time for next year's stock assessment. But nonetheless, I can't understate how important this information is in terms of adding a crucial component to our monitoring program that we've not had in our 100-year history at the Commission. Because Pacific halibut are dressed at sea, we've never had a direct estimate of the sex ratio of the commercial catch. So this is a very big step forward, and something that, as you'll see subsequently in this presentation, has updated our understanding of the stock dynamics and the effect of fishing on those dynamics. Okay, so I'm getting toward the end of the data section and we're getting close to lunch. I want to first speak to similar to the ages that I just showed you for the setline survey, I can show you the same panel for the fishery now. And for the first time, you'll see there's actually 2 years, 17 and 18, which are color-coded by males and females. Again, in this panel, you can see the strong effect of that 1987 year class, those large circles that move diagonally up from the early 90s all the way through the late, around 2010 to 12 was when they hit the plus group and sort of finished their effective lifespan, both in our survey and in the fishery. You can also see at the end of the time period here, the relative importance of the 2005 year class, which over the last 4 to 5 years has been numerically the largest contributor to the directed Pacific halibut fishery. And you can also see for the first time, not evident in 2018, but now this year, we can start to see a very small contribution of those 2011 and 12 year classes directly to the commercial fishery. So this is really the first indication from the fishery that we're seeing these fish moving in. And we would expect these fish to become more and more important over the next several years, both as they grow and become large enough to exceed both males and females exceeding that minimum size limit, as well as that 2005 year class continues to age and becomes relatively less abundant and less important as the backbone of the recent commercial fishery. So just a couple more comments on data, and then I'll conclude this section. These next two are with regard to ecosystem conditions and factors that we have seen to be correlated with Pacific halibut recruitment success. So the first here is the Pacific decadal oscillation. This is a gross metric of overall productivity related to sea surface height, but that's just a proxy for overall productivity in the Gulf of Alaska. And what we've seen, my predecessors at the Commission identified years ago that the PDO is correlated with higher recruitment on average when the PDO is in a positive phase than when it's in a negative phase. And this correlation has held up over now several decades. And what that means is not that we can predict individual year classes. I wish we could. But what this tells us is that during periods of higher PDO, we tend to, on average, have higher recruitment. It doesn't mean we can't have a good recruitment in a low PDO or vice versa. But this has proved to be a useful correlation. And I'll call your eye to this time period here from 2007 to 13, which is going to be the most relevant for our upcoming stock dynamics. These are going to be the recruitments that are going to be moving through the stock over the next decade. And these all came from a low PDO period. I will note that we've now subsequently moved into a higher PDO period, the first year of which was 2014. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait at least a couple of more years until we start to see whether that 2014 and subsequent year classes are actually showing up in the data. These fish are going to be about 6 years old. So it'll be 2020 at the earliest, and then really 2021 or 2022 before we get a read on those year classes in both the survey and the fishery. On my last slide, I'm going to reference heavily here to the National Marine Fisheries Service Alaska Fisheries Science Center's ecosystem reports to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. The link is there. I encourage you to look at this document. It's several hundred pages, and I can't do it justice in 2 bullets. But I do feel that it's very important to note that the conditions in the Bering Sea over the last several years have been very anomalous. We heard over the period 2014 to 16 extensively about warmer waters in the Gulf of Alaska. And although we still have relatively anomalous conditions in the Gulf of Alaska, it has returned more to normal at the end of the summer here than has the Bering Sea. The Bering Sea has had very low sea ice in the winters of 17-18 and 18-19. This figure here is actually drawn directly from that AFSC ecosystem report, showing you the temperature anomaly as of last June, and you don't need to be up front to see that there's a lot of red, meaning things were much, much warmer in the Bering Sea than they normally are in June. This has cascaded into a variety of changes to the ecosystem, particularly a strong northern shift in the distribution of Pacific cod, large mortality events for birds, salmon, and marine mammals occurring all in this summer of 2019 and last summer in 2018. We've seen a modest increase in density in Pacific halibut in the northern Bering Sea, not enough, certainly not on the magnitude that we've seen for Pacific cod, but enough that we certainly will be interested to see as these patterns play out. If we continue to see warmer water, I think the density and the potential for demographic exchange across the Russian EEZ and a potential increase in density in the northern Bering Sea will become of additional interest to us moving forward. So we certainly have our eye on the ecosystem conditions in the Bering Sea. At this point, we don't know that any of these factors in the Bering Sea are necessarily bad for the Pacific halibut stock, but they are certainly different, and they likely lead to a lower level of predictability in the dynamics and in what may happen over the next several years. So with that summary of data, I want to recap here. This is going to be the first of 3 recaps in my presentation. And I want to be very clear that this recap is about what has actually changed on the water. And what's changed on the water is that we've seen another year of decrease in biomass and numbers. As I mentioned, particularly in regulatory area 3A, we've seen a sharp decrease in the numbers from 2018 to 2019. Also change on the water. We saw the first hint of these 2 strong year classes in 2018, but now we're seeing good corroboration in the data that we do have a stronger 2011 and 12 year class. Not as big as the 2005 year class, but definitely better than 2006 through 2010. And finally, what has not changed on the water is the sex ratio of the commercial catch. That appears to be quite stable over the 2 years we have. And although you'll see later on, it's created quite a bit of change in our assessment and our interpretation, it doesn't appear to have changed on the water. And so this is new information for our understanding, but not representing a change in the dynamics that are occurring within the halibut stock. And with that, I think it's probably an appropriate place to take a break for lunch.
Perfect, thanks, Ian. Let's go ahead and break. I believe there's lunch for the commissioners and IPHC secretariat across the hall. I think everybody else is on their own. So let's come back at 1:45. And just for your information, I have an unavoidable conference call. I have to get on at 1. I hope to be done by 1:45, but if I'm not, rather than hold everyone else up on my account, I would suggest that Paul take the gavel at 1:45 if I'm not here and go ahead and proceed.
If people could take their seats, we're going to restart. So we are changing up the agenda a little bit. Rather than carry on right now with Dr. Stewart and his stock assessment presentation, we're going to switch gears a little bit and have Dr. Cox give us the scientific review board report. And then once that's complete, we'll move back to Dr. Stewart. So over to you, Sean.
Thank you. And it's nice to be here for the first time at the interim meeting. These are our scientific review board members for the past year and past several years for some of us. Mark Mangle, who has served from the original SRB, is moving on from the SRB. He's retiring and doing other things. So we said goodbye to Mark at the September meeting. And there's Dr. Jimmy Anelli, who you all probably know. Kim Scribner, who is from the University of Michigan. And Sven Kupchus, who's joined us just this year, starting in June. Let's see, there we go. Okay, so from this SRB report, I'm going to go over the requests and recommendations that we had. So the first one, and so this was something that was presented this year where the staff were looking at the historical effects of discard mortality and bycatch, all in non-directed fisheries, so of the bycatch. And so that produces a time series of impacts on SPR rates and other things like that. And in the past, there's been some talk about, doing further evaluation of how bycatch has affected stock productivity and biomass, and that's fine. These are good things to look at in a relative sense over time to see how things are changing. In terms of the absolute scale of the impact, those things depend on the model structures that are used, the historical recruitment, things like that. So it's not like you can interpret the absolute level of impact directly. It's more something that changes over time. And the analysis that we were presented with basically showed similar outcomes to what had been presented when it had been done in the past. So, and this one is on a similar topic, and it's one where it's our understanding that people were interested in replaying, say, the past 15 years of management under different bycatch management strategies. And we just wanted to reiterate here that replay analyses are not that productive when you're looking at management strategies. That's more for the management strategy evaluation. The problem is if you went back and remanaged the history that you were given, you're kind of ignoring the information that was available at the time that those decisions were made, as well as how those decisions feed back to future outcomes and future decisions. So it's something that the management strategy evaluation is designed specifically to do in a more formal and structured way. We looked at the peer review that was done by Dr. Kevin Stokes. We were certainly, this was something where we all breathed a bit of a sigh of relief, because if he had found something egregious, then it probably would have been our fault. So we were kind of comforted by that. And And so we certainly support more of that. So one of the specific recommendations that came out of that was to update the data weighting for the 2019 assessment, which I think Ian is doing. And then for next June, to dig a bit more deeply on the research side of data weighting. One of the main issues in stock assessment arises where you have a time series of some index of abundance, say a survey time series over time. And since 1998, you have 20-something observations, data points since then. Whereas in the age composition data, you over that same amount of time, you have hundreds of observations when you're looking at age proportions over time. And so sometimes those age data can dominate the assessment to the point where you might not fit your index that well, and you tend to be fitting the age composition. So this data reweighting is a way to make sure that you hit the primary target of an assessment is to fit the index for the stock. So we're hoping to get some specific research on that in particular. And especially this year, as the sex composition data are starting to accumulate, I mean, 2 years is not much of an accumulation, but you can see the possible impact that it has. And so that's going to be something that may affect the data reweighting. The third point is a bit of a review on new software developments for stock assessment. I think most of the SRB, I think, is on the side of developing your own stock assessment software. There are practical reasons why that hasn't been done to this point, and maybe there are practical reasons why it wouldn't be done in the future, but it's something that we'd like to have more of a look at for this June. There are some advantages to developing customized software, especially if it improves the Bayesian integration, and it may also allow for simulation testing of the actual assessment. Okay, so this is some of the things that came out of the MSE review. So one of the things we noticed, there were some of the objectives that were being stated coming from MSAB were like this first sentence, for instance. So the objective was stated to have annual mortality limits related to local abundance. So in setting objectives, and I might have mentioned this at other times at annual meetings or not, but objectives range from what are called means objectives, which are things that we want to do, and ends objectives, which are things we want to have, right? Things that we're trying to achieve. This is stated like a means objective, right? It's saying that it's saying what you want to do. We want to have mortality limits related to local abundance. That may not get you the best end, right? It may not work out that if you did that, some areas might actually end up with less catch than they could have if it was managed some other way. So what we suggested here, so one way to test this would be to actually put this into a management procedure and test it and see whether that produces outcomes that are better than other approaches. I think this is similar to the other issue of catch variability from year to year, where MSAB may agree on trying to limit interannual variability in catch to say less than 20%, versus actually putting it into the management procedure so that you deliberately limit the range of catch variation to less than 20%. This is another one that, so we recommended that the MSAB define objectives independent of the management procedures used to achieve them, and it's similar to the topic I was just talking about. So basically try to focus on what the outcomes, the ends objectives are. What are the outcomes and consequences that they either wish to avoid or wish to achieve. So in a lot of contexts, BMSY is a target for a lot of fisheries or some proxy of BMSY. That would be something you're trying to achieve versus these other things that you may want to avoid, low catch situations, enclosures, and other things. So this is one, so we recommended that the commission develop a standard criterion for achieving a limited set of objectives. So this is something that we've seen in, for instance, in southern bluefin tuna. We do this for sablefish right now. And so I made a graphic to try to explain what we were talking about here. The point is, okay, so here's an example where you have two outcomes. This is a standard trade-off that you look at in any kind of management strategy, where on the lower axis there, can you see that? It's not very bright. So down at the bottom here, you have the probability of the spawning biomass being below 30% of unfished. So this is let's say SB 30% is your target BMSY. So any kind of target that you would define with a target, you're implicitly assuming that you're okay being slightly above or slightly below the target. So you'd be aiming for somewhere around a 50%, hitting a 50% probability here would mean you'd be fluctuating above and below that target. The problem here is that so there's a range of those outcomes here on this bottom axis here. It ranges from 40% up to 60% for these 5 different management procedures. And then on the vertical axis is the annual average catch that would result from each one of those procedures. So in evaluating this kind of trade-off, you have to decide, for instance, how much is 5 to 10% of this probability worth in terms of yield. And so in order to choose one of these, you'd have to say, oh, well, I like this combination of 60% and 28 better than 50% and 31. So what we recommend is saying, something like this probability here is picking a reference standard. Let's say if it's a target, we would pick 0.5, we would pick 50%. And so that way we'd say, okay, we want to evaluate the catch when all these procedures meet this criterion exactly. And so you would rerun your simulations and do what's called some tuning. So you would set your objective to exactly 50% or as near to it as is practical. And then you would adjust your management procedures so that each one meets that objective exactly. So you've seen here that, let's go back to this one. So now each one of these procedures is going to be tuned so that it now lands along this vertical line. So this one here has been adjusted that way. This circle has been adjusted to the left and so on. So now they're all equivalent on this axis, on this vertical axis, which means now your two-dimensional trade-off has been reduced to a one-dimensional choice, which is just pick the highest one. It becomes a much simpler problem by doing that reduction. And so looking at the objectives coming out of the MSE processes, there's a fairly long list of them. And so the more you can do things like this, make specific choices on some of these objectives, you can reduce this to a much simpler problem. And so that's what we were recommending there, was to develop a standard criterion for as many objectives as you can. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you. We'll go back to Ian now, is that correct, Dave? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. I'll pick up where I left off here this morning with the modeling results from 2019. To give you a little bit of background on the modeling that was done in 2019, I'd like to go all the way back to 2012 and describe the process since then just briefly. So beginning in 2012, as you probably remember, we had some technical issues going on in some of our analysis approaches, and we didn't actually have a formalized peer review process in 2012. And so concurrently, we had a rapid evolution of the stock assessment models from a single model to an ensemble of 4 models, as well as the development of our formal review process, our scientific review board, the report of which you just heard here from Dr. Cox. That occurred from 2012 through 2015. In 2015, we had essentially settled on the 4 model ensemble that we've been using since then, and we conducted a full stock assessment review in 2015 with the scientific review board as the sole review panel. Then over the period 2016 to 18, we conducted update assessments where we updated the data and made only minor changes to the stock assessment models. The SRB providing review twice a year, once in June and once either in September or October in the fall for those updated stock assessments. 2019 is a bit different because it's both the first time since 2015 that we have conducted a full stock assessment, but we also added the external peer review from Dr. Stokes that you heard from Dr. Wilson earlier today. And so 2019 was timely for 2 reasons. One, it had been 3 years since we had done a full stock assessment, and 2, we had several new data sources and or revisions to existing data sources. And so this full assessment was built around updating these data sources, including the newly available sex ratio data, which I presented to you earlier, as well as the revised time series from the set line survey, the modeled survey analysis. And then this full assessment was presented both to the SRB and the external review in June as a preliminary assessment with everything included except the last of the 2019 data. Then again this fall, we looked at it again with following up on the comments from the June meeting, and then the full assessment that I'm presenting to you this afternoon reflects the comments from both the SRB and the external review, as well as the addition of all these data. So this has been a big year for the stock assessment at the Halibut Commission, and I'm pleased to report that I think we've improved several aspects of the data and the individual models. And although superficially we're taking the same general approach, as you'll see, we've made improvements to these various components, including the reference point calculations, which I'll speak to in a few minutes. So for 2019 specifically, as I mentioned, the new data include in the modeled survey index with increased precision, and this reflects both the additional criteria to exclude sets that we suspect may have been compromised due to whale depredation, as well as including the results of the 6-year expansion of the survey time series. As Dr. Webster mentioned, although we've seen quite a substantial amount of change over the last 6 years in our understanding of stock distribution and the relative trends in various regulatory areas, I think we can expect that to slow down considerably now that we have occupied all those stations at least once. But the net effect has been quite a change in our survey index, both in terms of the point estimates as well as the precision of those estimates. And that's rattled through into the stock assessment models because these models fit these data quite closely. And so changes make a big difference in the stock assessment. And then as I spoke to you earlier, we've added the new commercial sex ratio data as well. The model structure itself had to be improved to make use of these direct estimates of commercial sex ratio data. We were able to separate some of the assumptions that had previously linked the selectivity of the oldest male halibut between the survey and the fishery. Now we can just estimate them completely separately for the fishery. And that's led to some change in the estimates coming out of these models. And then finally, we've updated the biomass reference point calculations by removing some arbitrary historical values which dated back more than a decade, And in addition, making these calculations consistent with the MSE. And I'll speak more to those reference point calculations in a few minutes. So to begin with, just to show you the overall comparison of this year's results with previous stock assessments back to 2012. So the blue line down the middle of the shaded series there indicates the median value from this year's stock assessment. The shaded series indicates the uncertainty associated with that. Each of the black lines indicates a previous stock assessment, and the red dots are the value that I've sat in front of you and presented over the last 8 years. So each of those red dots was the biomass estimate at that time from that assessment, our best estimate at each of those meetings moving forward. And as you can see, two things. First is that we now estimate the biomass to have been slightly larger over most of that historical time period. This is in direct response to the addition of the new sex ratio data, which suggests that we were catching more females, so we had to have more females in the population to make that work. And secondly, you can see that the trends, that is less so in recent years. The trends, particularly from 2016 onward, are very similar from each of those previous assessments to what you're seeing today. So we estimate in aggregate that the stock was high in the late 1990s, declined through somewhere around 2010, and after which time it subsequently increased gradually to about 2016. And then as each of these assessments has suggested in turn, we've seen a slow decrease in spawning biomass since 2016. And so although the scale is slightly different, this year's assessment suggests a very similar trend across that time series. If we break that down into the 4 individual models, you can see that there's a high degree of uncertainty back in the late 1990s. This corresponds to a time period at the peak of the stock biomass, probably the 100-year peak in biomass. And much of that uncertainty revolves around the spatial dynamics and in fact around the selectivity of the various fisheries in relation to where those fish were and what kinds of fish were there, size, age, and sex. Much of this is not going to be reconciled because we've missed the opportunity to collect those data. But moving forward, you can see that as you move toward the end of the time series, these models do tend to converge. And this is something that we've seen over the last several assessments, which is that as the information has been strengthened, there are only a few plausible explanations for the current time series given the data that we have. And I think that the addition of the sex ratio data will continue to help us tighten up these confidence intervals. Despite the uncertainty among these models, you can see that they're all 4 predicting the same general trend, which is an increase through somewhere around 2016 and then a subsequent decrease after that. And so although we cannot pin down the exact scale of the Pacific halibut stock biomass, all of these models agree that the stock has been decreasing gradually since about 2016. Now, if we zoom in on the last 4 points there of this time series, just on the 2020 estimates, I'd like to remind you that we're using these 4 stock assessment models, and because we're using 4 models, our results reflect not only uncertainty within a model associated to estimating parameters and fitting to data, but also among the different structural assumptions that go into these models. And so because of that, we have what could be perceived as a slightly wider set of confidence intervals than you would see from many stock assessments. But you can rest assured that all those stock assessments also have this kind of structural uncertainty included. They're just not reporting it along with the rest of the stock assessment. However, what's important for us is that the decision table, which provides you the primary source of decision-making information, reports the relative probabilities of different risks. And those probabilities include the results from all 4 of these models. So when we're concerned about minimizing a particular risk, we're actually capturing the uncertainty across all 4 of these models. So we are, in essence, that risk analysis is robust to the structural uncertainties as well as the uncertainties related to data estimation, data fitting and parameter estimation. So I want to move now to the results from each of the 4 models with regard to recruitment estimates. You'll note that each of these 4 series is quite different in an absolute scale. This is estimates of age 0 recruits, which we never see. And the scaling here reflects largely the difference in estimates or fixed values of natural mortality among these 4 models. However, what's important is not the scale of these estimates, but the relative trend. So the scaling comes through in the spawning biomass estimates, but what what I'd like you to notice on this figure is that we have a couple of big recruitments that are important here. We have 1999 and 2005. And until very recently, those have been the two primary components in the fishery and in the survey catch. Moving forward, that period from 2006 to 2010, regardless of scale, all four of these models are estimating that that period from 2006 to 10 represents some of the lowest recruitments we've seen, and the lowest in a row for sure over this entire time period back to the early 1990s. Now, subsequently, you see 2011 and 12 are estimated to be larger than that time period, perhaps back more toward the average that we saw from say 1999 to 2005, although not nearly as big as either the 1999 or 2005 year class. Now, we may still update those estimates of the 11 and 12 cohorts moving forward. However, with two observations, it's becoming less likely that they're going to show up and look as strong as those previous year classes. Now, I want to put this in context because this gap in recruitment, we are just starting to see and feel the effects of that moving forward. So if I impose here or superimpose here the age range that is most contributing to the fishery, you see here, this is the age range that we saw in the 2019 fishery. I showed you several slides earlier, but prior to the lunch break, the slide where we had just seen the 2011 and 12 year classes in the fishery data. So that whisker on the right there is just getting toward the 11 and 12 year classes. Moving forward, we're going to see a fishery that is less dominated by that 2005 year class and more reliant on that 11 and 12. And you see we're essentially straddling the gap here. Moving forward, we're going to be moving from a fishery that's relied on 2005, and we need to make that jump all the way from 2005 to 2011 and 12. It's pretty clear from the data that there's nothing in between, nothing coming along in between there. So this is going to be a big gap to get across. It's probably the biggest gap that we've seen since at least the early 90s. To put that in a somewhat different light, that was the fishery. If we now think about the same gap and we think about it in terms of the spawning biomass, we've got a bit of a lag. So the 2020 spawning biomass, right, the biomass at the end of 19 or the beginning of 2020, we're not yet getting across that gap. We're still completely reliant on that 2005 year class. And it's going to be several years until we start to see the contributions in 2021, and really not until 2022, when that 2011 year class is 11 years old, that we start to see them recruiting into the spawning biomass. And so what this means is that almost regardless of what we do at this point, we can expect to see a decrease in the spawning biomass over the next several years as it moves across this gap in recruitment from 2006 to 2010. So again, same pattern I showed you with the fishery, but delayed a few years. The fishery is going to have to wait a couple of years to get across there. Seeing the hints of it already, the spawning biomass is going to have to wait 3 or 4 years to start really getting across this gap. Now, finally, the next result from the stock assessment is our estimates of fishing intensity. And this is a figure showing the results from each of the last 3 stock assessments and the fishing intensity that was estimated at that time. Higher fishing is at the top of the graph, lower fishing is at the bottom. The blue line down the middle there represents the results from the 2016 stock assessment. And I go back to 16 so that I can reference, or so that I can make reference to the interim management procedure and the reference fishing intensity level of F46. So that orangish line across the middle there represents an F46, or the reference level that we established at the end of 2016 as the estimate of fishing intensity that had been realized on the stock over that time period from 2014 to 16. Again, that reference level was just a time period when we saw the stock had been relatively stable or even slightly increasing, and we were transitioning from the historical management procedure, which included a variety of other factors, and wanted something more contemporary. So this F46 was defined at that time. Now, the following year, 2017, is the yellow series. You see that when we completed the 2017 stock assessment, it estimated that fishing intensity had been substantially higher over that time period, from 14 to 16, and in fact was higher in 17 as well. I should have mentioned that the dash lines and the points at the end are the projections that we made from each of these stock assessments based on the adopted catch limits. So then last year in the 2018 stock assessment, we had a slightly more optimistic stock assessment result, which suggested that the fishing intensity was actually much closer to where we had estimated in 2016, perhaps even slightly less. And we were projecting that we were well below that reference line, or estimating below that reference line in 2018, and projecting that even a slight increase in mortality would still keep us below that reference level in 2019. Again, that was the results from last year's stock assessment. Now, if I put the results from this year's stock assessment on top of that, you see that historically we're now pretty close to those estimates that we were getting in the 2017 stock assessment. And the projected mortality for 2019 that we estimated to have been projected to be a little bit below that F46 reference level is now estimated to be slightly higher than that at an F42 level. So more fishing intensity than we expected. Now, this is within the normal range of variability for the stock assessment. So you can see the confidence intervals there in black, reflecting the intervals out of just this year's stock assessment. So statistically speaking, these are all very similar estimates. They're all well inside the confidence intervals. However, I note that this year's estimate is strongly influenced by the new sex ratio data. So the fact that we now know that the fishery has been catching a substantially larger fraction of females than we expected was the major driver of increasing the our historical estimates of fishing intensity on the stock this year. So I can't say what sort of variability we're going to have moving forward, but I can say that it's likely that we see higher fishing intensities than we would estimate prior to having these data at in our models. So this brings me to my second recap of the presentation, which is a summary of what has changed in our estimates. So I focused on what had been changed on the water. Now let's talk about how our estimates of that have changed. So we now, as I mentioned, the estimated biomass is slightly larger across the whole time series. And again, this is being driven by the fact that we have more females in the landings, and in order to get the same trends that we've been seeing, we actually have to have more females in the population to make that work. So the stock's got to be a little bigger than we thought in order to have that number of females coming out. However, the flip side of that is that we also, having more females in the landings means we're actually having a larger effect on the spawning potential ratio, or the lifetime output, spawning output of these fish, which means that our estimate of fishing intensity is actually higher than it was before. So where we used to be catching some males, which are essentially free in the fishing intensity calculation, now those are females, and they're counting against our tab of fishing intensity. Finally, what has not changed in our estimates is the relative trend. So even though the scale and the fishing intensity have changed in this stock assessment, the relative trend is very similar, and that is that the spawning biomass is declining since about 2016. So that's consistent with the projections that we've seen from the last 3 stock assessments, that the spawning biomass has been going down. And despite the fact that it's estimated to be slightly larger overall, that trend remains in this year's stock assessment. I'm going to move now into the projections for the upcoming 3 years, then into reference points, the decision table, and the application of the interim management procedure. So these projections are based on constant mortality limits over the next 3 years, not SPR. And I want to be clear that they're set on mortality limits because that's the process that the Commission goes through. We set limits, and those are limits in terms of the amount of mortality. And then we see how that plays out, and we then subsequently get an estimate of what the spawning potential ratio would be. This differs from the discussion with regard to the management strategy evaluation and harvest policy, in that case, you are selecting an SPR. You're selecting a target at which you want to keep trying to achieve over time, but it only corresponds to a specific mortality limit when you're doing it in the application of a current year, of a given year. So that's an important delineation here. In a nutshell, we're setting catches and seeing how they play out over time. Importantly, for this year's projections, these already include the current estimates of the 2011 and 12 year classes. Even though they're still young and they're just barely starting to move into the fishery, we have seen them twice now in the survey, and they are affecting these projections. In fact, these projections would look much worse if we didn't have the information on those year classes coming through. So the final thing is that these projections are based on the interim management procedure for distributing mortality. And that's important because it dictates how the sources of removals will be distributed across the various IPHC regulatory areas, which does have a feedback loop into the spawning potential ratio, depending on the various sources of mortality in each area, the selectivity, and the number of smaller halibut that are encountered as TC-wise move from one area to another. So the first of the projections, is that under which there's no fishing. So this is no fishing mortality whatsoever from any sources, even non-directed fisheries. And this is here to illustrate what could the dynamics do in the absence of any fishing-related mortality. And what this shows us is that given this gap in recruitment coming up, about the best we could hope for would be the stock recovering to roughly where it was in 2016 over the next 3 years. And this is again because the spawning biomass has to get across this period of low recruitments from 2006 to 2010. And so even in the absence of any fishing mortality, we'd expect an increase only modestly back to about where we were in 2016. As we move up in yield, here is what I will call the 3-year surplus. And this is, this alternative is 18.4 million pounds. And the relevance of that is that's the catch that we could take 3 years in a row and have a 50% chance that we have not dropped below where we are now. So essentially this is the break-even point. If the goal were to stabilize the stock at its current biomass, this would be the yield that would be available on an annual basis over the next 3 years. And it's slightly smaller than the same calculation was last year. This calculation last year yielded a value of 20 million pounds. It's slightly smaller because we're one more year, we're slightly lower in spawning biomass, and we're one more year into this gap in recruitment. The next catch stream up is the reference level. This corresponds to a 31.9 million pound TCEY and the application of a targeted F46. And what you can see here is that this level of mortality corresponds to a continued decline of about the same slope that we've seen since 2016. So this would lead likely to a spawning biomass that continues downward, not rapidly, but at about the same pace we've seen since 2016. Then the next level up in mortality would be the status quo TCEYs. These are 38.6 million pounds. This would be the alternative if we were to take the TCEYs from 2019 and roll them over and apply them again for 2020. You can see that it's also a similar trend to what we've seen since 2016. These plots are actually different. If you flip between them, you can see this ends in a slightly lower biomass, but generally a similar slope to the F46 level of mortality. Finally, if we turn the mortality way up to a level more consistent with the historical long-term average, 60 million pounds, now you can start to see a very, very distinct effect of fishing. So now we've tipped the corner well beyond the surplus production, and we're starting to see the direct effect of removing biomass from the spawning output of the stock. And you can see quite a quick feedback over the next 3 years. Okay, I'm going to move now into the reference points, and this is another fairly major improvement that we've made in the context of the full assessment this year. So the reference points that we have in our interim management procedure describe that procedure, and what I'm showing you here is the 3 reference points that are required to fill out the interim management procedure, and 2 more that we currently do not have specified but are essentially standard practice among similar management procedures. So the first is our SB 20%, or the biological limit below which we don't want to go. So in a relative spawning biomass of 20%, we've identified would be, getting below that would be a conservation concern, and that's a zone that we want to avoid at all costs. The next reference point is our SB 30%. This is our fishery trigger, or our biomass or biological threshold. And this is the value at which we would indicate a reduction in our target fishing intensity. So this would be essentially the cautious zone. If we dip below 30%, we would want to reduce the level of fishing intensity so that we would avoid getting down to that 20% level. Now the next spawning biomass reference point is the spawning biomass target. And I know that that is not currently specified in our interim management procedure, although it's a topic of much development in the context of our management strategy evaluation. And I would direct further discussion of that to go to my colleague, Dr. Hicks, in the context of our harvest strategy analysis there. The next reference point down is our F46 reference level of fishing intensity. Now notice that I have not labeled this as a target because it wasn't defined as such. It was defined as a reference level, and reference being a point that we could look at in each year's cycle so that we had a constant place to gauge where we were. We weren't always comparing to a different number like last year's catch level, but it was not stated as an explicit target, and so I'm going to be careful not to present it as a target necessarily. Finally, the last reference point would be an F limit. This would be a level of fishing intensity that one would associate with overfishing, and we have currently not specified that. So by inductive reasoning, I think our only F limit at the moment would be a level of fishing that drops us below that SB 20% biological limit. But otherwise, we have no F limit specified. And this means that when we go to create summaries of reference points, such as the phase plots or status plots that I'm going to show you in a minute, we don't have as many reference points as are commonly reported on those figures. We have just 2 biomass reference points and 1 reference point for fishing intensity with no limit on that axis. So on commission request, I've produced a new set of plots, new to the Halibut Commission, but in common use across many fisheries management agencies, which are status or phase plots. These compare the stock in the fishery over time to the set of reference points that we have and allows us to determine how has our fishing been over the time series relative to our reference level, and where's our biomass been relative to these relative biomass limits of 20 and 30%. Now, before I get to the phase plot, I want to go a little bit deeper on the relative biomass limits. So these relative biomass metrics, we've had these 2 reference points in play for several years, but this year their definition has changed importantly. So previously we used a historical definition of 30% and 20%, which used a relatively arbitrary choice of high weighted age and low recruitment based on historical estimates set decades ago, noting that there were other combinations that were possible there, such as high weighted age and high recruitment, or low weighted age and low recruitment. And these all have very big implications on the relative level of spawning biomass. This approach, while it was valuable and served us well for a number of years, had become increasingly disconnected from the current biology and the dynamics of the stock. We went from a time period when we thought, well, it was pretty unlikely that we would ever have low recruitment and low size at age, to a time period when we have exactly that. We have low size at age and low recruitment. So in response to this, Dr. Hicks and Dr. Carpy, in conjunction with our scientific review board, and then also myself, in the context of this updated assessment, we've been developing this concept of dynamic reference points, where we look at the spawning biomass relative to what would have been there if there hadn't been any fishing, but not in an arbitrary historical sense, but in the context of right now, and the biology that we're seeing right now, and in the recruitments that have led up to the present time. This is important because it's based only on the current biology and the current dynamics. So we don't end up in a case where, for example, the biology is great and nothing we could do would drop us below those reference points, or conversely, a case where the biology is working against us and no matter what we did, we'd be below that reference point, regardless of what kind of fishing was being applied to the stock. So we've actually been reporting these dynamic reference points in the stock assessment document back as far as 2013. However, they've been just reported for comparison, and really in the context of an updated assessment, we didn't have the ability to get in and fully review these and propose an alternative. So this year, in the context of the full SRB and external review, we've moved to using these dynamic reference points. And these not only improve the consistency, the internal consistency of the stock assessment, but they also provide consistency with the management strategy evaluation. So when you look at the output from Dr. Hicks and Dr. Carpy's analyses that you'll see later this afternoon or possibly tomorrow morning if I go too long here, you will see that the reference points in terms of relative spawning biomass that they are reporting are all in these same units. And so when you look at their output, this will now be directly comparable to the output that you're seeing from the stock assessment. Now this does represent a fairly big change, and to help you bridge the gap between last year's stock assessment and this year's, I'll provide this table which provides the output from last year's stock assessment using the historical relative spawning biomass, noting that last year we estimated the stock at the beginning of 2019 to be at B43 or 43% of that historical reference point. And in this year's assessment, where we estimate the stock to be at 32% of the dynamic reference point. Now, I was asked a good question from one of our science advisors, which is, could I provide an intermediate point in between these two? And so I reran the 2018 stock assessment with the dynamic calculation. And in that case, we would end up in 2019 at a value of 38%. And so what that tells you is it allows you to delineate between the effect of the data and the new assessment and just the effect of the change in reference points. And so in a nutshell, it's about 50-50. You can attribute half of the difference from where we were last year to this year to the change in reference points, and the other half to the updated assessment and the fact that the biomass has changed and the estimated level of fishing intensity has changed as a function largely of these new sex ratio information. Now, the last point I want to make before I move on here is with regard to the trend. So in the 2018 assessment, we were projecting a pretty steep decrease in relative spawning biomass moving from 19 and 20. Again, this is referencing that static historical value, where in this year's assessment, we're actually estimating that from 19 to 20, the relative spawning biomass stayed pretty much the same. And the reason for that is, even though the absolute biomass was going down, it was largely going down due to the effect of these recruitments, this lower recruitment, and not due to the effect of fishing. And that's going to be important, because what we're trying to measure with our reference points is the effect of fishing on the stock, both in terms of fishing intensity as well as its effect on the relative spawning biomass. And so this is where we've sort of dodged one issue and found another, which is that we're no longer gauging against an arbitrary static value. So that's good, but we're actually estimated to be at a slightly lower level than we thought. So that is an update of our information. Now I bring you to a summary of the basic output from the assessment, and then I'll move into the phase or status plot. So this, as we've done for the last several years, just provides a one-stop shopping for a number of different metrics related to mortality on the top, fishing intensity in the next row down, spawning biomass below that, and then the biological stock distribution at the bottom. And you'll find this in the executive summary that's posted, the Rev 1 that's posted. If you didn't notice, there was a Rev 1 posted on Friday for the document associated with this, and that provides a good portion of the material that I've presented here today. I won't go through all these reference points, but I will call out a few things, and I've already spoken to this. One is that we now estimate that our fishing intensity has been above that reference level, again, recognizing that that F46 reference level was just a value that was adopted in 2016 to reflect the most recent several years. The second thing I will note is that the spawning biomass decreased from 2016 to 20, and that's been consistent with the results from several assessments. I spoke to much of the rest of the results in this figure already, or this table already. So I'll move on now to the status or phase plot, showing us the relationship between where we've been historically and these reference points that I just showed you a couple slides earlier. So to set the stage for this, simply put, this figure shows you the relative biomass on the x-axis. So higher relative biomass on the right, lower on the left. Higher fishing intensity on the y-axis at the top and lower fishing intensity at the bottom. And each of these lines on here represents one of those three reference points that describe our current interim management procedure. The two dashed lines, starting with the historical line, shows you the reference level, or F46%. So anything above that line corresponds to fishing more intensely than that F46%. Anything below the line is less fishing intensity. The next one is our SB 30%, relative spawning biomass of 30% trigger. Again, that's a dashed line as well, because it's not a limit, but anything to the right of that corresponds to a year in which we estimate the relative biomass to have been above 30%, and anything to the left, a year in which we estimate the relative biomass to have been below 30%. Now the final reference point here, you notice, is slightly different. This is the SB 20% limit, and that's got a hard line associated with it, because that is a biological level of conservation concern if we were to dip below that level. And so, in fact, I'm going to color code that zone red, indicating a zone that we would consider to be a conservation concern if the biomass dipped below that relative value of 20%. So that's now the framework. We can now put the time series of values on here. So I'll plot the time series from 1993 through 2019 on here. Each of the points represents an individual year, starting with 1993 and going through 2019. The larger the point, the more recent the year. The whiskers in gray show you the uncertainty in each year, and as you can see, it's considerable on both axes. So we don't know exactly the relative spawning biomass or the fishing intensity in any particular year. Now the next thing I can do is I can call out the 2019 value. So here I've just superimposed that same point and whiskers in purple, showing you that that's the fishing intensity associated with the mortality limits and the subsequent mortality for 2019, and the spawning biomass that resulted from that at the end of 2019 or the beginning of 2020. So essentially that purple cross is where we think we are now. And the last thing I'll add to this plot is the probabilities of being in each of these zones. So you read these separately on each axis. So the 59% is the probability that we are currently in 2019 above that F46 level of fishing intensity. So you see it's greater than 50%. We estimate we are currently above that. and 41% chance that we are below that level of fishing intensity. And then on the x-axis, there's a 54% chance that we are currently above the SB 30% trigger, and a 46% chance that we're in between that trigger and the limit, with less than a 1% chance that we're below that limit. So now I'll talk you through this time series. You can see, starting on the right, the smallest point in 1993, the biomass with a slight jog there in the early 90s, the biomass essentially, the relative biomass decreased over most of this time period. And beginning in the late 1990s, the level of fishing intensity began to increase. Biomass decreasing, fishing intensity increasing, up into about 2009, at which point we estimate that we dipped below that relative 30% trigger. And subsequently, due to reduced catch limits, the Commission also began reducing the level of fishing intensity. And you see over that time period from 2009 to 2015, the Commission rapidly reduced the level of fishing intensity that was being exerted on the stock. And the biomass responded. The biomass started moving up slightly. And then over the last few years, we've seen a slight continued increase in biomass to about 2016, which is that dark point right below the purple point. And then we've been right there at a very similar biomass for the last couple of years, and right around that same level of fishing intensity, just above the relative, F46 reference level. So this is a pretty big revision to our time series in a relative sense, but I want to be very clear that this entire plot is built around reference points. It's all relative to the reference points. And so any change in the reference points will of course change the configuration of this plot and which side of various lines these points correspond to. Nonetheless, what this plot does provide us is a way to gauge the entire time series against where we are right now. And it also shows you quite visually the level of uncertainty we have in these estimates as well. So this is my third recap of the presentation. And now I want to talk about what's changed in our interpretation. So the first recap was about what's actually changed on the water. The next was what has changed in our estimates about what had happened. And finally, this is what's changed in our interpretation. So now, as I mentioned on the last slide, we now estimate that we were below that relative 30% biomass level from the period 2009 through 2015. Again, this is not a change on the water. This is a change in our interpretation. It's a change in the reference points which leads to this. But importantly, we during that whole time period, even at the bottom of the relative biomass, we stayed above that level of biological concern of 20%. Finally, I also note that we estimate that the fishing intensity is now estimated to have been higher than our reference level for a good portion of this time series. In fact, the last couple of decades, we've been above that F46 level. And in fact, if we were to go back, look back now, as I showed you several slides ago, and consider, well, what would the reference level for 2014 to 16 be if we were to set it today based on the output from this assessment, that would actually be an F41. So it would correspond to quite a bit higher level of fishing intensity than it was at the time when we set that, which was the 2016 stock assessment. So now I'll move into the last two portions of this presentation, and I'm getting close to being done, so I think we'll gain a little bit of time back in the agenda here. The first is the decision table, and then finally the application of the interim management procedure results. So to remind you, the decision table has been a static or a consistent approach for several years now. And what this table shows you is a risk-benefit analysis. So it shows you benefits in the context of yield to all the various fisheries that access the Pacific halibut resource, and risk of various metrics occurring, either stock decline, stock status decline, fishery decline, or fishing intensity increase. Each year we divide the benefits up into three sections. We have a central section, which represents a range over which there's a variety of different potential management actions. This year, we've developed that range to represent the values all the way from the 3-year surplus, which I noted earlier at 18.4 million pound TCEY, all the way up to the status quo, which is 38.6 million pounds on the right there. And then we include some more extreme values on both ends, just so that you can see where the contrast really lies in this table, and compare the range across which we're looking in the middle of the table to some much larger and much smaller values on the wings. So I'll move now into the table contents itself. And the contents of this table describe the chance out of 100, or the probability of something bad happening. And so you read each line by starting on the left and moving your way across the description into the table itself. So if we just were to read the top line of that table, this would be the section regarding stock trend, and it would be the spawning biomass in 2021 is less than 2020. So each cell on the table there reports to you, well, what's the chance that the spawning biomass is going to go down in 1 year at that level of catch associated with that column that you're in. Now I'll call out a few particular results in this table. So I'll start here with the 3-year surplus, and note that by definition, the second to last row there has a value of 50 out of 100, or a 50-50 chance that the stock is less in 2023 than it is in 2020. So that's the definition of this row. This is our break-even point over the next 3 years. The next one I will identify here is the reference level. So this is that F46%, which corresponds to a 31.9 million pound TCEY this year. If that 31.9 million pound TCEY were set for 2020, we would have an 89 out of 100 chance of further spawning biomass decline. Now, as I showed you earlier, across the whole middle range of this table, these probabilities are very high because biologically the stock has these low recruitments, and we're going to be working our way into this period of low recruitments regardless of the catch limits that are set over the next several years. Moving across to the right, you see though that at the status quo TCEYs, or setting the same catch limits for 2020 that we had in 2019 at 38.6 million pounds, you see it's almost certain that the spawning biomass will decline from beginning of 2020 to the beginning of 21. Moving now into the next block of table down, this second block is the stock status. So this is now back to our reference points, our relative spawning biomass of 30 and 20%. Looking at what is the probability of dipping below 30% and what's the probability of dipping below 20% in either 1, 2, or 3 years out. And you notice these probabilities look a little bit different. One thing you can notice is that they don't increase quite as rapidly moving left to right. So we're pretty close to that 30% spawning biomass, relative spawning biomass threshold right now, but across the whole middle of this table, we stay just under a 50% chance of dipping below that. And that's indicating that although the spawning biomass is declining, the effect of fishing across this range is relatively light. We're not appreciably increasing that probability due to our fishing, even though the spawning biomass is decreasing due to biological factors. Next, I will move into the fishery trend section. So this section is again built around the F46 reference point, in that it poses the question, if we were to select a level of mortality associated with one of these columns, what would be the probability that after taking that mortality, there would have to be a reduction to get back to F46 in the future, either 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years in the future? So again, this is, if you deviated from F46 for 1 or 2 or 3 years, what would the probability be of having to take a cut at the end of that time period to get back on F46? You see, these are a little lower than the probability of spawning biomass, or relative spawning biomass decline. And you can see that there's about a 2 out of 3 chance, or a 66% chance, going from 67 down to 65, that at the status quo, in order to get back to an F46, we would have to take a decrease at some point in the future. Finally, the last row of the decision table is the row that measures fishing intensity, and it poses the question, what is the probability that if we were to take a particular catch, we would exceed our F46 reference level? And note that the value associated with the F46 reference column is 50%, meaning we have a 50-50 chance if we try to hit the target, we'll hit the target. But there's still an appreciable probability that we could be substantially over or under that value. And in fact, if you go to the left there, 2 cells to what I've highlighted in purple, you can see that even a catch limit of 26 million pounds of TCEY, which would be projected to have an F53, which is much less fishing intensity than F46, we'd still have a 1 out of 3 chance that we might exceed that F46 level, just based on the uncertainty in current stock and fishing intensity. So again, this is why when we set a particular catch limit, we don't always get back the level of fishing intensity that we expected, because there are these broad ranges around the projections moving forward. So I just went through each of these blocks one at a time. It's a little difficult to read them all, but this just provides a single slide for people's use if they want to evaluate all of these probabilities in one place across all of these different alternatives. Again, I've already spoken to each section in turn. So with that now, I will move into the interim management procedure results.
Ian, so when you characterize the status quo as F40, is that what we know now? Because we actually thought we were adopting F46, correct? In 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, at the time, we were projecting that that would be an F47. Would actually be a little less fishing intensity. So yes, the status quo is with regard to the actual TCUIs. So it would be rolling over the exact same TCUIs from 2019 to 2020. But you're quite right in that it would correspond now to a projection of a higher level of fishing intensity. Now, part of that, the reason why that is corresponding to an F40 is because we've revised the time series, but part of it is also that the spawning biomass has also declined a bit since last year. So we're at a slightly lower stock size as well. Okay, yep.
I just wanted to be clear that when people talk about status quo, it's often, oh, do the same thing you did last year, and it's not exactly that situation.
That's right. It's only the same thing in with regard to the specific catch limits, not their effect on the stock or the retrospective look at what we think that might have corresponded to. Absolutely correct. Okay, this brings me to my last section where I'm going to speak about the results of applying the interim management procedure. And I'm going to go through a few different steps here, noting that there is quite a bit more complexity in the interim management procedure this year than we've seen before. And in fact, I'll note, I'm not sure if it's been posted yet, but if it hasn't, it'll be posted soon. There's actually a few extra slides at the end of my presentation here for yet one more potential extension to the interim management procedure that I'll speak to. You'll recall from last year that we provided, for the first time last year, a mortality projection tool where we preloaded all of the outputs from the stock assessment, from the application of the interim management procedure into an interactive tool where you could evaluate both the effect of different levels of overall mortality as well as different distribution scenarios across the IPHC regulatory areas. We will, of course, be delivering a similar tool for this year. This will be updated with all the 2019 estimates and rates, probably available in early January once we have the updated non-directed fishery discard mortality estimates. But I'll point out that last year we used the default values in that tool were based on the interim management procedure. And so we will provide a similar approach this year. We will put in the procedure requested by the Commission as the default values for that projection tool when we release it. Noting that at the annual meeting 095, last year's, or the beginning of this year, last year's annual meeting, there were two changes made to the interim management procedure. The first was to set a constant TCEY of 1.65 million pounds for regulatory area 2A, and the second was to apply a formulaic approach to the TCEY in 2B, referencing the coast-wide TCEY and applying a weighted average of 20% of the coast-wide TCEY and the interim management calculation, each weighted 0.7 and 0.3 respectively. And as I'll speak to in a few slides, there's another potential extension to this as well, accounting for discard mortality of U26 Pacific halibut. But first, let me step through the first two pieces here, and then I will get to that piece in a minute. So as a recap, the interim management procedure begins with the 032 stock distribution. And here I'm showing you the values based on this year's modeled survey output. You'll note if you're comparing back to previous years that 3A is substantially lower than it's been in recent years on the heels of the modeling output that Dr. Webster and I have showed you earlier today. From that stock distribution, the interim management procedure then applies differential harvest rates, a value of 1.0 on the east side of the stock, 2A to 3A, and a value of 0.75 on the west side of the stock, 3B to 4C, D, and E. Sorry, 0.75 on the west side of the stock, 3B to 4C, D, and E. And what that means is that the TCEY distribution does not correspond exactly to the stock distribution. You see that those values are all slightly larger on the east side of the stock and smaller on the west side of the stock, representing this method of applying differential harvest rates across the stock. So up until last year, that was the whole of the interim management procedure. Then at IM095, two additional steps were added. The first was two additional adjustments were added. The first adjustment was to apply a constant TCEY of 1.65 to regulatory area 2A, And the second was to apply that formulaic approach to regulatory area 2B. And so the weighted average of the TCEY distribution, 30% of 13.9 and 70% of 20% leads to that 18.2, which is the adjusted value for 2B based on that agreement from IM095. Now, the rest of the areas depend on the total TCEY because we have now one value fixed in an absolute sense and one in a percentage. So at the F46 reference level, which was 31.9 million pounds, you can see that 1.65 corresponds to 5.2%. And we roll over that 18.2% and then recalculate the rest of the percentages in order to achieve 100% across the board. Now, finally, those correspond then, applying those back to the 31.9 million pound TCEY, we now have the adjusted interim management procedure values of 1.65 in 2A, 5.8 in 2B, and corresponding values across the rest of Alaskan waters. So again, summing back to that 31.9 million pound TCEY. Now, before I give you the next extension to that, I want to provide a little bit of historical context and show you where these values fit into recent processes. And so these are the reference levels that correspond to the TCEYs all the way back to 2013. And I'll point out a couple things here. One, if you just let your eyes go to the right-hand column to the total, you'll see that we are back to levels that are pretty close to the reference level we estimated for 2018. So in that year, it was 31 million pounds. This year's 31.9. The next lowest value was back in 2014 when we estimated the reference level to be 33.5 million pounds. So we're in the range of historical values, but we're definitely toward the lower end. And again, this is reflecting that increased fishing intensity based on the new full stock assessment this year. Secondly, I'll also point out the reference TCEY for Region 3 at 12.74 million pounds. This is substantially below where we've seen in the past. Even back to 2018, where the total was lower than the total we have now, you see that reference level is quite a bit lower in 2020 than it was even in 2018. And this is partly due to the change in the interim management distribution procedure and partly due to that change from the modeled survey results showing quite a decrease in the stock distribution, particularly for Region 3A. I'll then move for comparison into the adopted TCEYs, and obviously you can't remember all of these moving back and forth between the two slides, but I provide these slides so that at your own leisure you can look through and compare back and see where we've been over the last several years. I'll note that there was a slight increase from 18 to 2019. Again, as Chairman Oliver noted, that was not expected to produce a higher level of fishing intensity, even though it turned out to have done that at the time. We estimated that would actually cause a slight reduction in fishing intensity. But again, we have data now, new data that have changed that estimate. So if we now break these reference TCEYs down to individual IPHC regulatory areas based on the method that I just showed you, again, same totals on the right. I'll call out just a couple of differences here. One is down the middle, IPHC regulatory area 3A. Again, you see it's much lower than we've estimated in recent years. Again, that's twofold. It's the effect of other changes on this calculation, as well as changes in the stock distribution. And then on the right-hand side, second to right-hand most column, I'll note IPHC regulatory area 4C, D, and E with a value of 3.22, which is substantially down from 2019 and is actually fairly low relative to this whole time period. We did have a couple of slightly lower values in 2013 and 14, but 3.22 is relatively low compared to where we've been over the last 4 or 5 years in regulatory area 4C, D, and E. And I'd like to go into slightly more detail there just to help understand what the potential implications of that are. So there was a discussion earlier today about estimates of non-directed discards or bycatch. And I'd like to point out that for the 2019 catch limits, at the time they were applied, we were projecting forward a total of 6.06 million pounds of non-directed discards. That was the estimate from 2018, rolled over into 2019 as our best projection of what might happen moving forward. You'll note that there was just under 3 million pounds of that projected to occur in 4C, D, and E. And of that, there was 1.87 million pounds of that projected to be 026, which would come directly out of the TCEY. Note that now with updated estimates from 2019, updated to 6.44 million pounds at the coastwide level, we see a pretty substantial increase in that value from area 4 CD and E in particular. So now we've gone from 3 million pounds up to almost 3.6. And in fact, that increase, there's actually even a slightly larger increase in the value of 026 from 1.87 up to 2.45. So what this means is that there's a much larger component of the TCEY in 4 CD and E at this point projected to be coming out of that TCEY, leaving a relatively small component left for the directed fishery in area 4 CD and E. Now, I will note that these values for non-directed discards will be updated at the end of the year. So we will have revised estimates for the mortality projection tool, but I just wanted to flag this as a fairly major change between the projection from last year and the projections as they stand now for 2020 based on the 2019 estimates. And that value corresponds to almost 600,000 pounds for CD&E. So again, just for reference, this table now shows you the adopted TCEYs rather than the reference TCEYs, and you can see how these have played out over time in all of these regulatory areas back to 2013. Again, I don't have anything to add here other than just to provide these for your reference as you're flipping through these slides and comparing reference to adopted at the regional and regulatory area level. So now the last section that I want to go into is another potential extension to the interim management procedure, which is discussed in paper 12 for this meeting. You may have seen that paper already. Sorry, I believe that should say IM095 there, not 094. That's my incorrect reference. That is actually the paper for this meeting. And that paper provides an illustration of this same calculation for last year's catch setting process. I think probably that it would be better to focus on the results here because this provides the application of that same thing using all the updated values, the updated assessment, and the new values that we have at our hands. So I would suggest that my next few slides probably supplant the need to go in depth into paper 12 at this meeting, as these results will be more relevant to the process from here on forward. But what this approach amounts to is a mitigation for U26 effects, U26 from non-directed discards in Alaska on the TCEY in regulatory area 2B. And so here's how this plays out. This mitigation works like this. So the first step is to solve for the interim management procedure, including the 2A and 2B measures. And the reason I'm not including 2A in this calculation is that 2A has already got a fixed 1.65 million pound TCEY calculation, which is substantially larger than would have come from the old interim management procedure. So once those values are established, again, that's the table, the development of the table that I just showed you, then I have to then do a few other model runs to figure out the rest of these results. The first is to take the U26 non-directed discards in Alaska out of the stock assessment model, and that corresponds to 1.57 million pounds from 2019, which is what we would project for 2020. Then rerun those models and adjust the TCEYs to hit that reference SPR level. So this is essentially saying, what TCEYs could we get if we took all the U26 mortality out and assumed it wasn't going to occur? Then I can compare that back to the first step and see what the yield gain would be across each of the regulatory areas, then add that yield gain back to 2B and recalculate the Alaska TCEYs to again achieve that reference SPR. So that's a little complicated in words. It'll be a little complicated in a table, but let me show you what the steps look like. So this is the step that I left off on the previous set of tables. So this is the result of the interim management procedure plus the adjustments that were made at last year's annual meeting. So you see the 1.5 million pounds in 2A, the 18.2%, which corresponds to 5.8 million pounds in 2B, and the corresponding percentages for the rest of the coast at a coastwide TCEY of 31.9 million pounds. Then the alternate model run without U26 provides an updated set of TCEYs, noting that these TCEYs are 2.3 million pounds larger. So that 1.57 million pounds of U26 corresponds to a potential yield gain or yield loss, depending on how you look at it, of 2.31 million pounds. the effect of those small fish is slightly greater than pound for pound because they've got a lot of growing left to do. I don't actually know what the percentage is exactly there, but this is how that distribution would play out across the IPHC regulatory areas. So you can see that in area 2B, where I've highlighted, that would correspond to an additional 420,000 pounds of TCEY if there were no U26 mortality from non-directed fisheries in Alaska. Then, yes.
So Ian, on that, so I understand that, the 1.57 U26 essentially translates into 420,000 pounds of yield
that would be potentially gained in 2B.
Okay.
Yeah, it corresponds to 2.3 at a coast-wide level, of which 420,000 pounds would be estimated to occur in 2B, given the current stock distribution. So now I'll note that this calculation does depend on the total TCEY. So for comparison, I redid this calculation at a 38.6 million pound TCEY, which corresponds to a projected F40. So we could see the range there. What would this correction look like at both ends of the range? And this increases slightly to 440,000 pounds at a higher level of fishing intensity, because of course the effect of those U26 depends on all the other sources of mortality that are occurring. And the harder we fish, the more we're squeezing out of the stock, the more potentially can be taken out and still be consistent with the mortality of those fish. And so that's essentially the range between F46 and F40. This adjustment ranges from 420,000 pounds up to 440,000 pounds across this range. And so to round that out, if you then apply that correction back to regulatory area 2B, again noting that 2A has already got the 1.65 million pounds, it corresponds to 19.5% to regulatory area 2B, again readjusting to hit that 31.9 million pound total TCEY, and there are the corresponding percentages across the coast. So again, that's just a description of this on request of this alternative extension to the interim management procedure. And I believe that concludes the slides that I have prepared. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Can you go back again, Ian? Sorry, I just want to make sure I understand this. So what is how would you describe the relevance of the 2.31 number?
So each year we have a new estimate of the amount of U26 non-directed discard mortality. And the paper that I may present to you later today or perhaps tomorrow shows that the relative effect of U26 mortality varies over time. In some years it's lower and in some years it's higher. Historically, the average is around 1.15 pounds per pound for total bycatch, and it's somewhat more for U26 because U26, those fish have a lot of growth potential left. And so that roughly 1.6 million pounds turns into 2.3 for the directed fishery, balancing the overall fishing intensity. So if we wanted to fish the stock at the same level of fishing intensity, but we didn't have that U26, those are the catch limits that we could get out of it, an additional 2.3 million pounds of TCEY.
And one more, I think. So the 0.42 that is gained in area 2B, how is that payment, if you will, distributed among how did you distribute that amongst the Alaska areas?
So following the distribution that we already had from the interim management procedure, all of those areas are just reduced in direct proportion to their catch limit. So it's essentially, Alaska is proportionally reduced as a whole, not changing the distribution among areas to account for that U26. And unlike the paper, you may have noticed in the paper, I had some previous results that I was using from last year where I had all U26. I've left in the U26 associated with 2B in this example. So it's only 20 or 30,000 pounds, but it is actually kept in the calculation. So Alaska is essentially mitigating for the Alaska component of U26 without that tiny little bit that occurs on the east side of the stock.
And then finally, this particular table is based on the reference F46.
That's correct. And so if you were to do a similar calculation, say at a 38.6 5.6 million pound TCEY, that correction would correspond to an extra 20,000 pounds, or 440 instead of 400. Now, I will note that this correction will vary over time. It's going to depend on the biological characteristics of the stock. It's going to depend on the relative selectivity of the various fleets, and it's going to depend on the reference level of fishing itself. And so we don't know on a year-to-year basis exactly where it's going to turn out. But for this year, this is where it falls out at 420 to 440,000 pounds over that range of F40 to F46.
Thank you. Other questions? Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. If we could go back to slide 50, I just want to make sure I understood what you said when you were, I think you said you reran the 2018 assessment and estimated the dynamic relative spawning biomass was 38% in contrast to what it shows on the slide of 43%. And I think you went on to say that, so that was roughly 50% change due to the change in metric and 50% due to the change in status of the biomass. Do I have that right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's something that just information that I gathered over the weekend based on some questions I got.
So I guess I'm still trying to wrap my head around, okay, if we are looking at dynamic relative spawning biomasses, and if we're looking at old tables in the past, I guess, what do those old numbers mean? And I don't know if you're implying we should use a metric of reducing it by some amount, or do we need to worry about that, I guess?
No, I would say this is a clean break. I would say you don't need to, they really are not comparable, because once you've changed the they're built on a different fundamental basis. And so I provide this reference to try to help you see how they've changed in the current year. But this is actually just a new approach to our relative spawning biomass reference points. And I think it's one that better reflects the effect of fishing on our relative spawning biomass rather than the relative spawning biomass compared to an arbitrary historical value.
Okay. So then on slide 57, I think you said that the reference, the F46, came from the years of 2014 through 2016 is where we generated the F46, which I think at the time we called a handrail to give us some guidance of what we wanted to do to manage the fishery. And then you also said we are now estimating a higher impact of F41. I guess, and then my recollection is at the annual meeting earlier this year, I thought we heard from the MSAB about a range that was closer to 42, 43, something like that. And that was under the management procedures that were being tested at that time. So I guess, how relevant now is the F46?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, through the chair. I'll make a couple of comments on that topic. One, following up on your previous point, I'd like to make sure that it's clear that this change in fishing intensity is independent of the change in the spawning biomass reference points. So the relative spawning biomass is not affecting this particular change. This change is being driven by the new sex ratio information and the revised stock assessment. So the separate topic. Now, following up on your questions here, in particular, I think your characterization was accurate, which is that we were using the assessments at the time to create this reference level. In 2016, we were looking for a transition away from a historical value, a reference level, which we had calling the blue line at the time, to something more timely and relevant. We selected F46 as a reference level because it was the estimate of the average of the previous 3 years. As I showed you several slides ago, the average over those years now would correspond to something closer to an F41. So its analog in the current stock assessment would be F41 rather than F46. With regard to its applicability as a reference point, I think I will defer to my colleague, Dr. Hicks, to provide a more full discussion of reference points. But I believe that the range that you mentioned is very close to the range that he's going to talk about. And I'll let him tell you about the performance of that range of different fishing intensities relative to our current fisheries objectives. But I think this is potentially a point of crossover between the MSE process and the assessment, in that we now have some questions about the reference point for the assessment, and we have the tool that's been addressing those, which is the MSE. So I'll defer to my colleague for his presentation on the topic of those.
Neil?
Thanks for the presentation, Ian. I was kind of taken by something that you mentioned earlier in the talk about the implications of the larger proportion of catch being females than we had previously thought. So I have a couple questions related to that. The first is that there were two things that that led us to conclude. One is that the population had to be somewhat larger than we had previously thought, but also that we were fishing at a higher intensity. How does the model or you as the analyst, how do we arrive at the place where you determine how much of the change is assigned to one of those two factors, the population being bigger or the fishing intensity being higher? How does the model sort of assign some of the change to one versus the other?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. The stock, in a nutshell, the stock assessment model reconciles the trend against the known mortality. And so if you have a certain trend, the stock is going down by a certain percent, and you take a known mortality out, then that mortality corresponds to whatever the difference is. It's essentially a reverse calculation. If the stock changed by this much, well, you added a little bit, but you took away a certain amount, that's how much you needed to have. And so the scale of these assessments is largely dictated by the mortality estimates that are going into them. When we change the females going in, it's a subtle change because females are smaller number of the catch. So one female is bigger than one male on average, and so we take fewer numbers out of the dynamics. The recruitment time series, though, doesn't change very much, and so we estimate we have a certain year class strength coming in. We've killed off a certain number of females. Well, we estimate that that's now corresponding to a higher level of fishing intensity. So I guess that's maybe not a very clear way of saying that that is the fundamental calculations being done in a stock assessment, is to reconcile how much you're taking out with how much change you saw because of that. And it's the difference in those two things that gives you the scale. And it's really the one thing that we can't do very well outside the assessment model, is do that in absence of all the rest of the data.
And then if I could, I think, I don't remember the words you used, but I thought it was something along the lines of we thought we'd been catching all these males that didn't really have an effect on our assessment of spawning biomass, which got me thinking, well, the males are kind of floating out there as freebies. If I was following right, and I was curious if I was understanding that right. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. Yes, in fact, because Pacific halibut are broadcast spawners, we do broadcast, meaning they release eggs into the water column. We don't think it takes very many males to fertilize the population. And so what we track, and this is common for similar spawning strategies, is we track the amount of female spawning biomass out there as a proxy for the egg output to the stock. And so in that regard, yes, I think that under the topic of the size limit a couple of years ago, we had this discussion that it would be incredibly valuable to the fishery if somebody could invent a bait that would catch only male halibut, because they are essentially free in this calculation, that if we can maintain the female spawning biomass, we would have to reduce the male biomass to an extremely low level to run into any reproductive concerns for the stock at that point.
So there's never been anything to determine whether there's a way to essentially target males. We're not aware of any strategies or techniques for that.
Thank you, through the chair. We did note that with regard to the size limit, that the sex ratios would change slightly with the elimination of a size limit, that you would access some of those males. Those would be primarily the males that are very close to the size limit and fairly old that would be harvested through that. But of course, there would be the commensurate additional harvest intensity on the younger females as well, as those were accessed. But that's really the only tool that I've heard of. And interestingly enough, the reverse of that, the fishery itself seems to be very good at targeting females, because our projections based on what we see on our set line survey would have for years suggested fewer females in the catch. And so it's not surprising that our fishery, who is generally paid more for larger fish, is very good at finding larger fish, and those larger fish turn out to be females on average.
We've established male irrelevancy. Is there any further questions? Are there any further questions for Ian? All right, thanks, Ian. Now what, Dr. Wilson?
So Chair, we have a couple of questions, public comments, if you'd like to take those, noting that we're 12 minutes from coffee break, or we can push on to other agenda items.
Are we scheduled to do a public comment on the now? Then if so, I would suggest we move ahead with that.
So we have two other papers from Dr. Stewart, papers 10 and 11. He mentioned that 12 probably isn't necessary. We can either jump straight into those, or if you wanted to give him a break, we could move on to another item or two, though they are likely to take longer than the 12 minutes we have available.
How long will Ian's next two take?
Mr. Chairman, I expect each one is around 8 to 10 slides. And so depending on questions, probably 10 to 15 minutes would be appropriate for each one. I can try to make them a little quicker or less.
So let's do it.
Okay. I guess we should start with 10. These don't necessarily go in order. They just the order that they ended up with on the agenda. And I will keep these relatively brief, and then hope that people have had a chance to look at the papers associated with them. Here, identified paper 10, and then be ready to field any questions about them. So this paper is about the potential for setting mortality limits that include all sizes and sources of mortality, primarily focused on U26 discard mortality and non-directed fisheries. To refresh people's memory, at IM095, the Commission recommended that the Secretariat look at ways to include U26 components of discard mortalities in the TCEY. Won't read this whole thing, but this is essentially setting total mortality limits. To give you some background, since 2012, the stock assessment and subsequent analyses have included all sizes and sources of mortality. So this is not a new concept with regard to our analyses. We have seen a development by the Commission from setting FCEYs to, in 2018, setting TCEYs. And that means that as of 2018, the only component that is not currently included in the TCEY is the U26 discard mortality and non-directed fisheries, or U26 bycatch. Again, that's the 1.57 million pounds we were talking about in the last presentation. So why do we have this U26 delineation? Well, there's a few reasons, somewhat historical and some tactical here. The first is that U26 halibut move around a lot. And by the time they're going to get to be available to most of the directed fisheries, they are unlikely to be in the same regulatory area they're in a particular year. So the mortality of a U26 Pacific halibut in a particular regulatory area may correspond to a decrease in yield, as we saw in the calculations in the last presentation, across the whole range of the stock. And so it doesn't necessarily make sense to account for these U26 fish in a contained way within the area in which they are being harvested. Secondly, there is a bit of a convenience of having this U26 O26 delineation, in that the Fishery Independent Setline Survey captures fish that are roughly O26 and up. So we have a measure of the stock distribution which includes fish that are roughly O26, but for U26 we have nothing describing their distribution. And finally, although this would be true for any demographic component, the U26 fish have a different effect on the spawning potential ratio. So as we saw in the last example from the assessment, 1.6 million pounds of U26 turns into 2.3 for the rest of the fisheries. Well, that's going to be less of an effect the bigger you get. So although this is occurring for all the fisheries, it is useful to retain a delineation between U and O26 because of their differential effect on the rest of the yield calculations. Next little recap is with regard to terms. So with regard to FCEY and TCEY, the directive here was to consider including U26 in the TCEY, but that would incur a substantial burden to contracting parties across the coast because they're all built around these terms FCEY and TCEY. So you can retain the spirit of this request and just retain FCEY and TCEY as intermediate calculations and set something like a total mortality limit. Changing the definition of these would have a huge logistical burden that probably wouldn't be warranted for the return that it would get, when all it would require would be just setting a total mortality limit rather than changing the definition of TCEY to achieve the same things. So this paper lays out several options, and it does in the context that's used for the MSE process, which is it lays out several options for the scale of U26 limits and several options for the distribution of those limits among regions. I'll note that importantly, none of these options require a change to the stock assessment or the harvest strategy calculations. This is about limit setting and accounting, not about the calculations that the Secretariat does on the biology and application of the harvest strategy. So there were three options laid out for the scale. The first would be the status quo, which in this case would mean doing nothing. So it's not really an option with regard to scale. It's really just retaining the current approach. But noting that we do have a bit of an approach to this already built in, which is that in the mortality projection tool, you can turn on the tool which provides for different U26 distributions. The only option we have in there now is full regulatory usage, but we could potentially provide other options in there in the context of the status quo. However, the second and third options do provide a new approach. One would be just setting a total mortality limit and ignoring the delineation between U26 and O26. This could correspond to slightly more variability if you have a huge swing in the O26, U26 components year to year, although it's on the order of about 4% based on the analysis reported in the paper. So it may really not be that big with regard to the interannual variability we see anyway. Finally, the last option for scale would be to set a TCEY and then set a U26 limit separately, or to set a total and an explicit partition, which would then avoid any variability in the U26 ratio on a year-to-year basis, but would certainly add complexity. So it may or may not be worth the additional investment in complexity. The distribution options would range from the status quo, which would be to use the current projection of U26 discard mortality and just set those within the limits. The second would be recent use, and the document provides a number of different tables showing you the recent U26 mortality usage, all mortality from non-directed sources, total mortality. There's a variety of tables in the document. Another approach would be to use fixed proportions by IPHC regulatory area, which could be based again on reference years or periods. And then finally, there could be a negotiated solution here where there's just a decision made about how U26 mortality would be distributed among the areas. At this point, we cannot biologically determine that there is a different consequence to harvesting a U26 halibut in one area over another. Once those fish are lost from the production pipeline, we don't identify any biological difference at this point of where that effect would take place. Similar to TCEY, we don't, with the exception of maintaining biomass across all of our biological regions, we don't delineate on a year-to-year basis exactly where a pound is killed and whether that would have an implication for the stock or conservation. So I wanted to provide you just a quick example that's not in the paper to show you what a couple of these options would look like. Recalling that in 2017, the Commission was setting limits at the FCEY level, which I've denoted here with the 2017 on the right. In 2018, we moved one row down and incorporated the whole upper part of the table to set TCEYs by the Commission. And I would note that if we used total mortality option 2 and the distribution option 1, so this would be setting a total mortality limit and using the status quo as the distribution for that limit, then this could be as simple as just setting the total mortality limit at those bottom values. It wouldn't change any of the calculations. It wouldn't actually even change the mortality tool. It would just be the commission setting those limits at the level of total mortality rather than TCEY. So that would be one example of how two of these options would work together. And this is the one case of those various sets of options that would provide full back compatibility. Essentially would be exactly the same, except that the limits that the commission set would be total mortality limits rather than TCEYs. And so the recommendations from this paper are that the commission note this work, paper 10, request any modifications that you would like to see in anticipation of the annual meeting. And if one of these options should be used as the basis for the mortality projection tool, I'll need to know that before the annual meeting, preferably before January, so I can build that tool to reflect whatever option is selected. And then finally, noting that the MSE process has elected to not discuss management of discard mortality for non-directed fisheries explicitly in its first round of MSE results to be delivered in 2021. And if this is okay, then that's fine. But if the commission wants to evaluate options for actively managing or actively looking at the effects of managing the U26 non-directed discard mortality, then that's something that probably should be evaluated through the MSE process as well, and is not currently in the plan of work for that, as Dr. Hicks will speak to you later on. So that's it for this presentation.
So Ian, the table you showed in your prior presentation related to this issue, how does that table reflect these different options?
So that table, sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you. That table produced a set of TCEYs, and associated with those TCEYs, if we went with the status quo approach to projecting U26, then those TCEYs would be in the third to last row here. We would project O26 mortality in tandem with those, and then the bottom line would be just what you see here. So this is actually a snip from last year's mortality projection tool showing that unless the commission wanted to try to change the distribution of U26, we would have essentially direct compatibility with the approach we've got already. It would be just like the year when we went in 2018, went from setting FCEYs to TCEYs, it would just be moving down two more rows in the same set of calculations.
Sorry, Ian, can you go that recommendations? I guess I've still got to study this to make sure I understand it better, but in terms of looking forward to the annual meeting, I want to give us the most flexibility possible as to whether and how we deal with this, recognizing the MSC request. So I'm not sure where that leaves us in terms of what you specifically need from us at this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if the commission is content to have a default approach in the mortality projection tool similar to what we've had in the past, any of these options could still be fielded at the annual meeting, noting that only one of them would correspond exactly to the contents of that table, and that would be the one that I just showed you here. And that if the commission is okay with the MSE process continuing as they've planned, which I think they have a pretty full set of work plan already, just noting that we wouldn't be able to evaluate different alternatives for managing and distributing U26 in the context of the MSE for at least 2 years.
Say that last part again, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Essentially, to answer your question, no action would be, we would provide you with the standard tools and we would proceed as we plan to. And you would have the option to do what you need to at the annual meeting, just noting that the management strategy evaluation process is not going to tackle this particular issue in the short term.
Thank you. Other questions of Ian on this presentation? Paul.
On slide 4, Ian, I think you said something like U26 are not entirely interchangeable for the effect on spawning potential ratio. And I missed what you said What were you meaning by that?
So this really gets at the calculation I was showing you in my previous presentation, where 1.6 million pounds of U26 turns into 2.3 million pounds for the directed fishery, meaning that we can't just assume that they're directly exchangeable and just ignore any delineation in the calculation of the catch tables, because we could end up with the SPR changing quite a bit when we weren't looking, essentially. So that's why there's some convenience in retaining a U26 delineation there, so that we can better track the differential effect of U26 mortality when compared to mortality on average from other sources. We do have a small amount of U26 mortality occurring in recreational fisheries and in commercial fishery discards in the directed halibut fishery, but those are honestly relatively small relative to the magnitude we're talking about in non-directed fisheries. And so we tend to lump those in for the directed fisheries, where I think that would provide a fair bit of variability if we tried to do that just for the non-directed fishery discards.
Further questions? And you had one more presentation, Ian?
I do, if you haven't got enough of me yet.
Yeah, no, let's go ahead. I'm delaying the break a little bit because I'm looking at the agenda, seeing some potential to go beyond 5 today. So
okay, I'll keep this one quick. This is actually a little quicker. I believe we're on to paper 11 now. And I don't, as I said before, I don't think we need to address paper 12 because I've already walked you through those methods at the end of my assessment presentation. So this paper was, again, another request by the Commission to look at the effects of historical discard mortality in non-directed fisheries or bycatch. And just to recall, at IM095, the Commission asked for this paper, which was an expansion of an information paper provided for IM095, looking at the full time series from 1991 through 2018. What has the effect been of non-directed fisheries discards? And noting that Dr. Cox made reference to this paper in his report, because the Commission directed that the Secretariat have this reviewed by the SRB first before bringing it to you for your consideration. We did that in September, and as Dr. Cox noted, they noted that this was a reasonable approach to determining these, but provided a note of caution, which is that depending on what you want to do with these results, there are other ways that this kind of analysis could have proceeded. And they found it difficult to speak to what would be the best way to provide this analysis without knowing exactly what the goal for this analysis was. But they were okay with the way I did it, noting that it's just an informational piece at this point. So this piece is basically about calculating what has the effects been over the full time series of discard mortality in non-directed fisheries or bycatch. And I know that the Commission has held several workshops, and my predecessors and others at the Commission have been working on this topic since the early 90s. This is something that's a long-standing discussion within the Commission. Here I provide you with a short table showing you the ratio of yield gain or yield loss rates from various studies, just to illustrate the range from essentially a pound for pound of 1 pound of bycatch equals 1 pound of directed fishery catch, all the way up to a high in one study of 3.3, which was a particular trawl sector in a particular month in a particular area. Excuse me. And so these values have ranged across these various studies. And I think one of the long-term questions has been, how come this is so variable? Why is it that every time the Commission does a study, every few years, we come up with a different answer? Noting that the results from information papers 7 and 8 from IM095 had a range from 1.25 pounds per pound up to 1.29 projected for 19, 20, and 21, which was kind of in the middle of that range, but not at either of the extremes. So what this paper does is it took two approaches to looking at the effect of non-directed discard mortality. The first was to use the current stock assessment, and I actually waited to do this analysis until I had the preliminary assessment last summer, because I wanted to make sure that it reflected at least most of the new effect of the new data on the stock assessment. I was concerned that this might be influenced by the females in the directed fishery, and so this actually does include most of the new information. The only thing that's missing here is the updated 2019 value. So I think you can take these results and feel pretty good that they're consistent with the current stock assessment. We also used an equilibrium model to provide a check on this, just using the models that were developed for the MSE process. I'm not going to speak to that today, but I will just say that it provided some consistency with the results we saw directly from the assessment. You can read more about that in the document if you'd like. So the methods here are similar to what we do in the projections, which is that I went through each year of the time series, I removed the non-directed discard mortality from the assessment models, resolved the models to find the same SPR with the directed fishery in there. And in this case, I only used the directed commercial fishery because I was not able to apply the catch sharing programs back decades ago. It was not feasible to try to do that. So this really is how many pounds do you get in the directed commercial fishery for each pound in the non-directed discard mortality. And I went through that calculation 1 year at a time. As Dr. Cox mentioned, it's not a replay of history. It's not a cumulative effects across the time series. It's just each year on its own. How much would you have gotten in that year if you took the non-directed discard mortality out and put directed fishery in its place? And so in a nutshell, here are the results. You can see the blue bars represent the time series of estimated discard mortality and non-directed fisheries, ranging from a little over 20 million pounds down to just over 6 million pounds at the end of the time series. Note that I didn't have the estimate for 2019 at the time I conducted this paper. And the black line across the top represents the commercial yield gain rate, or the amount of the ratio of pounds you'd get per pound removed, with 100% being that gray line across the middle. So at 100%, you get a pound back for every pound you take out. And you'll see a couple things right away. One is this early time period when it was actually negative. So you'd actually get less yield if you took it with the directed fishery than with the non-directed discard mortality. This was a time period when the stock was expanding rapidly and was dominated by huge numbers of small fish. This was at the very beginning of that rapid increase in biomass. And what this is telling us is that at that time period, it was easier to take a pound of small fish out of the stock and not influence the long-term spawning output than it was to take an old fish, because there were very few of them around. So the directed fishery in those years was actually having a pretty big effect on the spawning output because it was fishing on a fairly modest spawning biomass at that time. As the biomass caught up, you see we get into a time period when that ratio ranged all the way up to 139%, or almost 1.4 pounds per pound back. As the stock had fewer small fish in it and in fact was decreasing over some of this time period. So the range here was 86 to 139% with an average of 115, just showing you the level of variability that we could see out of this. Again, this depends on the biology, it depends on the fisheries that are going on, and it depends on the age and size structure of the stock at a given time. So you can take away from this that a pound of non-directed fishery mortality does cost the directed fishery on average more than a pound, but it's not just a constant exchange rate. We need to know the biology, we need to know all the other dynamics that are going on.
For example, the big dip to the 100% line in 2012 to 14, how do you explain that?
I think that corresponds to a period when the overall exploitation rate dropped pretty substantially and pretty quickly. It also corresponds to a time period when there were a fairly large number of fish from the 2005 year class that were only 8 years old at that point, 8 and 9 years old. So they were not quite entering the directed fishery. So there were a bunch of them around, and a little bit of mortality on them was a lot less important than mortality on the older fish at the time, which was being exploited by the directed fishery. So it's depending on a lot of moving pieces here, I guess is the point. And I think moving to my, I'm not on to my conclusions yet. The only other point before I get to the conclusions is with regard to distribution. And so again, if we look, the top row here shows you the distribution over this time period of the non-directed discard mortality. And you can see that almost 40% of this occurs in the Bering Sea, because that is where most of these small fish occur on the coast. The next largest area is 3A, and then some contribution from 4A and 3B after that, with relatively small contributions from the rest of the stock. But you note that the yield gain, the potential yield gain, is not distributed in the same areas. This is just because these fish move. And so this is based on the subsequent stock distribution, but you can see that actually 3A is the area that has the most yield loss or most potential yield gain from this mortality, even though the mortality is largely occurring in the Bering Sea. And that's because these fish move. They're moving back from the Bering Sea into the Gulf, and most of the biomass piles up in area 3A as the single largest contributor. So this is, again, you know, all of these papers are starting to dovetail together now, showing that U26 are mobile, their effects are distributed across the stock, and that it makes sense to consider this not only as a sort of with a coast-wide perspective, but also as I just showed you in the assessment presentation, doing these calculations on an annual basis makes sense, because this exchange rate isn't just going to be some constant value. It's going to depend on a lot of moving pieces. And that really is the primary, sorry.
Through the chair, Ian, so all of these add up to 100%, both these rows?
That's correct, through the chair.
So 3A, for instance, the yield gain is not specific to 3A, but it's 28% of all the areas?
That's correct. So that there are tables in the document that show the cumulative yield gain across the whole time period. And I didn't sum it all up here because it's each year is different, but I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective that the yield gain is distributed as we see the stock subsequently distributed, which is largely centered on 3A as the core of the stock, even though the U26, which represent the youngest fish, are not necessarily distributed in the same areas. But their effect on the stock is going to be realized where we see the biomass later in their lifetime.
Thank you.
And so, one more question. Just to wrap this one up, there is no constant gain rate. So we can't just take away a constant out of this analysis and say this is the exchange rate. We don't need to do this anymore. It'd be nice for me if we could say that, because it would save a lot of work for people down the road, but it's just not the case. It depends on growth, mortality, selectivity, all of these things we've been talking about. This is not a replay of history. It'd be different if we went back to 1991, took out the non-directed discard mortality, and tried to play that all the way through the current time period. But that would require trying to infer what management would have done under very different conditions. And this is where the SRB weighed in and said that's really not a good way to do these kinds of analyses. This does, however, include the lifetime contribution of these fish, though, because even though it's only a one-year calculation, we're using the spawning potential ratio. And so we're calculating out for each fish at the time of its mortality, its potential lifetime contribution to the spawning biomass. So even though it's an annual calculation, it does include the fact that these young fish have to grow up, will grow, will have other sources of mortality, and potentially can contribute more than their actual poundage at the time they died. So it does include that information. Importantly, this analysis does not have a migration component built in. It assumes that the migration is the way the migration has been realized on the stock over this time period. If there's a feedback loop here, which is that there would be additional migration by having those small fish survive, that's not captured in this model. That would actually require a spatial model. And then finally, if you really want to evaluate the trade-off in yield among sectors, that's starting to sound a lot like a management strategy, and that's something that should probably be investigated in a management strategy evaluation rather than this, which is really just a historical perspective rather than a management tool per se. And the only recommendation here is just to note this paper in response to your request at the last annual meeting. Thank you.
Neil has a question.
Thank you, Ian. It's a lot of talking, but sounds like you're still pretty fresh. I'm not quite following everything about the second bullet in your discussion slide. Not a replay of history, sequential analysis of each individual year. So you were saying it's just an annual calculation, but that the lifetime contribution of the fish from that year is being captured by virtue of this sort of projecting what they may have contributed to as an adult spawning. So can you just flesh that out for me a little more, this distinction between a replay of history versus a sequential analysis of each individual year?
Thank you, through the chair. Commissioner, yes, I can. So the spawning potential ratio is a measure of the lifetime spawning output of a halibut. So if it dies at any point in its lifespan, we can project the rest of its lifespan under all the sources of mortality that it would be subject to, which are competing sources. And that's why it's important to use a metric like that, because a fish that dies at age 7 because it's caught and discarded in the directed fishery wouldn't necessarily survive to age 12 to be retained when it's grown past the size limit, because it might die of natural causes in between, or it might die to another fishery in between. So it has to be done simultaneously. But it does, by using SPR, it does calculate the lifetime contribution of these fish. So it takes into consideration at what age they were. And when we take a fish out at a different age, it's essentially tipping the scales, and we're rebalancing those scales over the whole lifetime output of the fish. Where that's not a replay of history, however, is you can imagine a time period when, if you have a large recruitment event coming in and there's mortality from one source or another on that recruitment event, and then it doesn't continue in the time series, you could imagine that there might be different decisions made as a particular set of stock dynamics works its way through the stock. If the biomass were to go to a very high level, you could have a choice of a different fishing intensity rate than you would if the biomass was at a lower level. And that's the sort of stuff we can't project. And we really can't even try to do that. That would be a replay and have to infer what the rules were. If we had a management procedure that was very, very fixed, then we could do that kind of analysis. But given the commission's history, it was really not feasible. So that's the delineation I was trying to get at, is that we can project what the biology might do over the lifetime, but we really can't project over a 30-year period exactly what management might or might not do under subtly different conditions.
Further questions for Ian? Looks like you're going to get a break, Ian, as are we. Let's.
I have a question from Ray Milovodov, who asks, and this came at the time of presenting the decision table, did the increase in bycatch mortality for 2019 from the projection increase the fishing intensity for 2019?
Thank you, through the chair. I think, although all of the sources of mortality would have been feeding into our now retrospective estimate of fishing intensity, the overall level of mortality came in below the projection that we made at the time the catch limits were set. So I don't think it would be correct to attribute any one component to the change in fishing intensity, when actually probably the fishing intensity would have been lower had we not had a fully updated or a fully revised stock assessment. So I think the change in fishing intensity could be largely attributed to the new sex ratio information, and thus the changes in the assessment, rather than any particular component.
All right, thank you, Dr. Stewart. The next question is also from Ray Milovodov, who asks also, does the variability or uncertainty in bycatch mortality affect the values in the decision table?
Thank you, through the chair. That's a good question. In fact, no. So currently, there is no uncertainty in the mortality streams that's captured in the decision table. We have in the past run alternative model scenarios where we included higher or lower mortality to see what the effect might be on our estimates of unobserved mortality. But currently, none of those components are included in the decision table.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. The next couple questions came at the time of presenting the mitigation for U26 mortality. First one is from Dan Falvey at slide 70. Is it possible to include two options for accommodating the 2A and 2B adjusted allocations, with the first being off the top as slide 70 illustrates, and the second being the extra 2.3 million pounds coming out as additional mortality above the target F46 SPR? If so, could Dr. Stewart adapt the mortality projection tool at the annual meeting to accommodate either option?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, it is possible to include any options the commission would like to see. I would note, however, though, that there wouldn't be a subset of the existing thing. It would be a different alternative, because the 2B specification is a percentage of the total. And so there would be no way to change the total without changing the 2B value. So that would be certainly something I could do on request from the commission.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. The next is from Linda Bankin, who asks, it seems there would be alternative ways to distribute the U26 mortality that would be more reflective of U26 mortality by area in Alaska? Did Dr. Stewart consider other ways to distribute the mortality other than what he has depicted here?
Thank you. Through the chair. It's true, there are other ways that we could look at the distribution. I think what is meant by the question is distributing the effects on the TCEY of the U26 mortality.
That's when the question came in.
Yeah, and so yes, there are other ways that could be distributed. However, the approach that we've taken in that paper is consistent with the current approach, which is that the effects of U26 are realized across the entire stock in proportion to the existing biomass. So it's essentially making the implicit assumption that all the young fish are going to migrate and end up being distributed just like we see the adult fish right now, which, barring other information, is about the best we can do without a spatial model.
All right, thank you, Dr. Stewart. And the final question online is also from Ray Milovodov, who asks, are there any assumptions made about the sex ratio of bycatch, either O26 or U26?
Thank you. To the chair, that's a great question. I've made a pretty big deal about having the information of sex ratios from the directed commercial fishery, but in fact, we don't have that information from any of the other fisheries as well. And that includes recreational subsistence and non-directed discard mortality, or discard mortality and non-directed fisheries. So all of those, it would certainly be valuable to have the sex ratio information from those sources. However, I do note that those sources all have a much lower average age. In fact, I think the average age in those removals is probably lower than the minimum age that we see in the directed commercial fishery. And so because of that, there'd be a couple of things. One, the size difference between males and females would not be as great. And so I would expect much less pronounced differences in the selectivity of those, with perhaps the exception of the recreational fishery, where there is some, there's some effort to target bigger fish. But no, it would be valuable to have that information. Currently in the bycatch, we do not have, all we have is length information, not sex length information, because those fish would have to be sacrificed to get that information. It could be possible to get fin clips and think about doing certain sectors that way. It would be an interesting research topic, but at present I have no information on those.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Those are the online questions, and we have 3 questions or comments from here in the room. The first is Jeff Kaufman and Heather McCarty. So if you're here in the room and I call your name, please come up to the desk here next to Dr. Stewart so that we can hear you on the microphone.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Jeff Kaufman. I'm from St. Paul Island, and I'm here representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association.
And I'm Heather McCarty, and also representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association.
So we have up on the screen for you a visual aid that might help to make the walkthrough a little bit easier and maybe more understandable. So what we have on the very top is a small table. It's a comparison between 2019 results and 2020 interim meeting results. And then down below, we've outlined a few things that may be negatively affecting the FCEY. All of this is applicable to Area 4 CD&E. So looking at the table on the top, so looking under TCEY and going over to the far right, you can see that the TCEY was down by 20% for 2020. The over 26 bycatch was up by 31%. U26 bycatch was flat, and total bycatch was up by 19%. So all of that leads to an FCEY estimate of 680,000 pounds, down from 2.04 million pounds. So 2.04 million in 2019, looking at a potential FCEY and 4CD of 680,000, or a 67% reduction. So looking at the things that could potentially be affecting the 4CD and E FCEY, in addition to the survey results, are the off the top fixed allocation for Area 2 and the percentage allocation for area, I'm sorry, that would be for off the top fixed allocation for 2A and the percentage allocation for 2B. Those are negatively affecting our FCEY. The lower harvest rate in 4CD and E from 0.75 to 1.0. And the TCEY or mortality distribution is not commensurate with actual stock distribution. So looking here, our stock distribution is 13.2%. Then when you account for the lower harvest rate in area 4CD and E, you get a distribution of 11%. And then after setting allocations for 2A and 2B, it goes down to 10.1%. And another thing that affects our FCEY, and well, first the TCEY and eventually down to the FCEY, is that U26 bycatch mortality further reduces the TCEY. And when you exclude area 2A and 2B from this, it knocks the distribution down in area 4C and D even more to 9.9%. And then ultimately the area FCEY for 4CD and E, so this one affects the FCEY, and that's the O26 bycatch has increased substantially. And so the interim FCEY is 680,000 pounds. O26 bycatch increased by 580,000 pounds. Had there not been an increase in the bycatch in 2019, 4CD and E would have had an allocation of 1.26 million pounds. And so all of these things are combining to really create a lot of instability in the Bering Sea and in 4CD and E. And we're seeing this roller coaster. Last year we were supposed to get a 66% increase. We took a third of that, and then this year we're looking at a 67% decrease. And we just wanted to outline for you what some of the factors are in calculating those numbers. And
thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. What we're saying off the top fixed allocations, meaning fixed allocation to 2A and the fixed percentage allocation to 2B, we concur with Mr. Falvey's comment that you had earlier, that there may be another way to take a look at this that might have a slightly different effect. And we would like also to request that the commissioners allow Dr. Stewart to provide an alternate way of looking at this in the decision tables that he presents to you at the annual meeting. We think that that might have be a little helpful in what we see as, I think anybody can see, as a perfect storm for 4CD and E. The harvest rate, just to address that, the second bullet, we have a harvest rate of 0.75, and I believe that you've heard several times in the presentations earlier today that the productivity of the stock has changed. That instead of having more productivity in the center of the stock, that the productivity has changed upward in the Bering Sea and maybe downward in Area 3 or Region 3. And we believe that it would be sensible to take a look at changing that harvest rate, the harvest rates that you are now operating under. And if you do so, that it would be sensible to take 4CD and E up from 0.75 to the full 1. So we'd like you to take a look at that as well in preparation for what the staff is going to do for the annual meeting. We're trying to look at numbers of ways where we can sort of mitigate what we see as a disaster for our folks in Area 4 CD&E, not just the folks in St. Paul, but the folks who are IFQ holders in that area as well. And we'd very much appreciate it if you would take a look at these possibilities for us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And our
can I ask a question, Steve? To Heather or Jeff, the numbers in your table, the 2020 IM column, just so I'm clear, that's based on the reference point default F46 scenario.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One further question from the room from Russell Cameron. The third person is saving his question for MSE. All right, then that concludes the questions and public comment on this section of the agenda.
And a question maybe for you, Steve, or Dr. Wilson. if we wanted to get the information, have the information in front of us that the previous testifiers suggested, and that's asking Ian to include a table that looks at this other option for how to account for U26, but also the point about the 0.75 versus 1.0 harvest strategy. Do we need any formal action to ask to get that from Ian? I mean, I don't oppose getting that. I support getting that information, but I should know procedurally what we needed to do to get there.
Through the chair, yes, it's just a simple request from the commission if you'd like us to achieve that, and maybe Dr. Stewart could chime in to indicate how difficult in terms of timing that would be, whether it's available for this meeting or we're talking an intersessional or annual meeting document. So I would pass through the chair to Ian. Thank you.
I don't think those, sorry, through the chair, I don't think those are too difficult to request. I can definitely produce those. They will. We have a number of different potential decision points feeding into this with regard to U26 total mortality limits. And so whether if you wanted a preliminary look at those now, I might be able to come up with something by tomorrow, or I might be able to come up with a more comprehensive look if you could come up with a set of alternatives that you wanted to see for the annual meeting, for example, or even intersessionally.
And I wasn't suggesting we need that information at this meeting, but I was looking toward the annual meeting. Bob, go ahead, Bob.
So are we going to make that those two things a request? You need a motion? Sure. Or?
Well, I would suggest that there appears to be concurrence on this side. If there's no objection to it, I guess I would make that as a request. Rich.
So second part of that, where they're requesting their harvest rate move up from 0.75 to 1, seems like that's not in Ian's field. So should that be submitted as a regulatory proposal, or how would that be handled?
Through the chair, I can certainly produce an alternative that looks at that. What I can't do is tell you whether that a change in policy of that sort will meet your objectives in the long term. Well, all I can do is show you the effect of that change in an annual set of calculations.
And so just follow up on Richard's question, that it would be it could be a policy decision. It's not a formal regulatory change, right? Thank you.
So through the chair, when Ian gets done writing his notes there. So at the break, I was talking to some of the people in the public, and they were talking about size limits relative to having the catch of more males. And I know we went through that exercise. I think it was 2014 or 2016 in Juneau. I can't remember when that was now. So we looked at 30, 32, 28 inches. Do you recall what percentage change that altered the percentage of male to female ratio? Dr. Stewart?
Thanks, Commissioner. Through the chair. I don't have specific percentages for you, but what I can tell you is that the size limit wasn't a silver bullet on changing the sex ratio, because as you start to access those smaller males, you're also accessing smaller females. And so what we saw in the size limit analysis a few years ago now was essentially a point of diminishing returns, where you could increase the sex ratio or decrease the sex ratio as you reduce that size limit, but over down to 30 and 28 inches, you were only getting 2 to 5% roughly, and I'm not sure exactly of those numbers, but in that ballpark of a fairly small return change in the size limit. At the full, removing the size limit entirely, I think in some regulatory areas could get you on the order of 15 to 20% change in the sex ratio, but the cost of that was now a full quarter of your catch would be less than 32 inches in length. And so, not to paraphrase the commission's decision from 3 years ago, I think, but the returns were mixed on the size limit. It didn't provide just an easy access to males as much as we would want it to.
I got one other question. So I've been told many times over the times that I've attended halibut commission meetings, as well as other meetings dealing with other fish stocks in the North Pacific, that the spawning biomass and its relationship to recruitment is very hard to predict. In fact, I've been told there isn't any, so that's the question I have to you is, we talk about spawning biomass a lot, but what is its relationship to a particular year's recruitment?
Thank you. Through the chair. I think that's a pretty fair characterization, which is that we know there is a relationship there. We have to have spawners to have recruits. But beyond that, there's very little information. And in fact, for halibut, what we've seen over the historical time period is that our best predictor of recruitment, or average recruitment, is the environmental conditions and not the spawning biomass. We don't appear to have been down to spawning biomass levels that are low enough to compromise the recruitment capability of the stock. We saw great recruitments coming out of what were very small spawning biomass values in the late 1970s and early 1980s. And so I would say that that's why we have a precautionary zone below 20% to avoid getting into a situation where we might impinge upon the reproductive capability of the stock, but we have no evidence that getting toward that value would cause any reproductive loss.
Other questions for Ian? I guess I'll look around the table and see whether there's any objection or if there's concurrence with the issue we brought up earlier about the 2 additional items that we could have in front of us at the annual meeting. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I guess we can move now to the next agenda item, and that would be you, Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be necessarily brief and introduce the 20th session of the IPHC Research Advisory Board recommendations. And noting that there's only a couple of recommendations there, I would ask that Dr. Planas move up to the podium as the co-chair for the Research Advisory Board and next presenter as well. The Research Advisory Board, its primary mandate is to provide industry-specific feedback on the various research proposals and activities of the Commission, essentially acting as a reality check to the operational feasibility of the activities that the Commission undertakes in the field, and particularly on board longline fishing vessels. The RAB currently meets once a year, and this year it met on the 27th of February and came up with a couple of recommendations and a number of requests for improving the work of the Commission. And so I'm just going to try and scroll down to, if somebody at the back could actually take control of it and scroll down to the executive summary. There are 2 recommendations within the executive summary. The first is to do with the IPHC closed area. The RAB recommended or agreed that the IPHC closed area, and as specified in Section 11 of the IPHC fishery regulations, is not meeting its currently intended objective of protecting juvenile Pacific halibut when it's open to non-directed fisheries. And as such, the RAB reiterated its recommendation that it's been passing to the Commission for the last 3 years, that in coordination with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, that the Secretariat examine alternative management regimes for the closed area and for these to be presented at IM095. This coincides with the current Commission request for this previous fishery regulatory proposal to be retabled at IM095, and Steve Keith will talk briefly to that tomorrow about mid-morning when he introduces the fishery regulation proposals coming from the Secretariat. In addition, in terms of hook standardization, the RAB recommended that the IPHC consider standardizing the FIS to use a particular model of hook to encourage a vessel. It's quite distracting to keep moving it, please. to encourage vessels to begin its FIS contract work each year with all new hooks. So it's quite a operational need that was being requested. The remainder of the requests are very much specific to improving the way that we undertake our research efforts in the field, and I don't intend on stepping through those in detail. And the primary reason for that is Dr. Planas will walk you through the 5-year research plan at the moment, in a short moment, and specifically making reference to some of those requests for action from the RAB. And so, Chair, I think it would be appropriate to pass to Dr. Planas to then walk us through the 5-year research plan, which is the next agenda item, and incorporate some of these requests in his presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Before Dr. Planas, the recommendation about the closed area and looking at alternatives at our upcoming annual meeting, is that feasible given the relatively short time between now and then? I noted it's setting coordination with the North Pacific Council. I assume that communications are occurring.
Yes, thanks, Chair. This is the ongoing regulatory proposal. It was proposed, I'm going to say three years ago. At that point in time, the Commission decided to defer a decision on that proposal, noting that the abundance-based management process was underway at the Council, and the Commission wanted to see how advanced or how much progress was made at the Council over the intervening years, and scheduled IM095 in 2020 as the next check-in, I guess you'd describe it as. So at this point, we are intending on updating that paper and providing it to the Commission for consideration, but that's about as far as it's gone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so go ahead, Dr. Planas.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I will be speaking to the agenda item, I believe it's 7.3, and the document is IM095-13. The outline of the presentation, which I will try to make it brief. I know it's late, and I will focus on those specific updates that have appeared until the last annual meeting. The outline is just to give you a reminder of what is our 5-year research plan and what are the management implications, and then I'll move on to the meat of the presentation, which is to provide you with progress on ongoing research projects. And I'll finally make a mention of some of the collaborative projects that we're involved with other agencies. The 5-year research plan is now a document that is available in our webpage and describes the work that we are conducting in 5 primary research areas. Those are listed on that first column: migration, reproduction, growth, discard mortality rates and discard survival, and finally genetics and genomics. The research area on migration has as its main objective to improve our understanding of migration throughout all life stages. And the management implications are obvious. It's important for stock distribution and regional management. The research area on reproduction has as its main objective to provide information on the sex ratio of the commercial landings and to, importantly, to provide improved maturity estimates. And the management implications are regarding female stock spawning biomass estimates. The research area on growth has as its main objective to improve our understanding of factors that are responsible for changes in size at age and the development of tools for monitoring growth and physiological condition of Pacific halibut. The management implications are relative to our ability to estimate biomass. The fourth research area, which is discard mortality rates and discard survival, obviously has as its main objective to provide estimates of DMRs, to improve the existing ones in the directed long line, and to provide for the first time estimates of DMRs in the guided recreational fisheries. The management implications are obviously to provide estimates for discard mortality. And the last research area, genetics and genomics, has as its main objective, again, to improve our understanding of the genetic structure of the population and to create genomic tools, namely the genome, with which to study further the population dynamics and population structure. Implications related to management in this research area are related to stock distribution and local adaptation. As you see in the center of this simple diagram, the Biological and Ecosystem Research Branch at the Secretariat conducts the research based on inputs that come both from research priorities established by stock assessment and MSC, but also receives important input from IPHC subsidiary bodies, namely the Scientific Review Board and the Research Advisory Board that are incorporated into our research program. In order to give you an idea of how this research activities are integrated with the stock assessment and management, in this table, you see on the left-hand side the column with the 5 main research areas in our 5-year research plan. The second column on the right indicates what are the research outcomes stemming from those biological research areas. And subsequently, if you move to the right, you see what are the relevance for stock assessment for each of those research outcomes. And then finally, what are the inputs that are used in both stock assessment and MSC process. Just to give you an example, because this table is hard to read, if we take, for instance, one of the research outcomes from the area of reproduction, the sex ratio of the commercial landings, we can see that that information is an input into stock assessment, the sex ratio at age that is used for scaling and trending spawning biomass. And also that sex ratio at age is considered an input into the operating model in the MSC process. We've outlined the temporal development of this research activities, and in this table you can see how for each of the research areas the main research outcomes are moved through, developed, and expected to provide useful information and inputs into stock assessment and MSC. So here you see the area of migration, and a lot of these projects started prior to 2018, which is the first year in this 5-year series that you see, but you can see the same for reproduction and for growth, DMRs, and genetics and genomics. Let me move to the research updates, and I will start with the first research area, which is migration and distribution. And we have specifically 2 projects that we're working on. The first one is entitled Larval and Early Juvenile Dispersal, and as the main objectives of this project is to improve our knowledge on the contribution of spawning grounds to settlement grounds, to examine connectivity of ocean basins, and in particular we're focusing on the connectivity between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea, to evaluate environmental effects on larval distribution. And this can be seen in studies that I will describe in a minute that look at larval dispersal pathways from different spawning sites, and we're looking at connectivity in that way. We're also looking at early juvenile dispersal. So some of the age classes that we're looking at larval dispersal, we can trace them at age 2 and age 3 and look at distributions and changes in abundance. What I'd like to show you here are some of the results that we've gotten in collaboration with scientists at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center here in Seattle, where we've been looking at the potential contribution of different spawning grounds to either the Gulf of Alaska or the Bering Sea. And here you can see on the top left a map of central Gulf of Alaska and southeastern Bering Sea with 5 different spawning areas in different colors. And how with the dispersal models we've been hypothesizing the movement of larvae originated from those spawning areas. What I would like to summarize here are just 2 results, that the spawning areas in the Bering Sea contribute almost exclusively to the Bering Sea, but that some of the spawning areas in the Gulf of Alaska, particularly the ones in the western portion of the Gulf of Alaska, and central western areas 2 and 3, indicated here in dark green and in bright green. Some of those areas actually contribute a fair number of potential larvae into the Bering Sea. In particularly, spawning area 2 is expected to contribute about 50% of the larvae into the Bering Sea. So the potential is of relatively high level of connectivity between the two ocean basins, Gulf of Alaska contributing to the Bering Sea larvae. And we've also been examining this type of connectivity in years under warm conditions or under cold conditions. The results of this study are now being written for publication in a peer-reviewed journal and should be produced within early 2020. Another project that we've conducted for quite some time now is the wire tagging, the physical tagging of under 32 fish. And in this map, you see in bright green all the stations in our survey where tagged fish have been released. Just to give you an idea of the extent of this program, since 2015, we've tagged over 10,000 fish under 32, both in our own survey as well as in the NIMS survey, both in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf of Alaska. And so far, we've obtained 110 recoveries. Those red lines that are very hard to see indicate the point of release and the point of capture for those 110 fish that were recovered. And lastly, we're also conducting studies related to adult dispersal, and in this case, again, related to examining the connectivity between East and West Pacific. In fact, this year in 2019, in collaboration with the Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation and the University of Alaska Fairbank, we conducted a tagging study using satellite tags, where we tagged 56 fish between Norton Sound and St. Lawrence Island to look at potential spawning grounds in that area and to look at seasonal migrations. And hopefully those studies will also provide light into examining the connectivity between Eastern and Western Pacific. In that sense, in order to continue developing international collaborations in which to further explore this east-west connectivity, this year in October of 2019, we organized a workshop within the PICES 2019 annual meeting. This workshop was entitled Integrating Biological Research, Fishery Science, and Management of Pacific Halibut and Other Widely Distributed Fish Species Across the North Pacific in the Face of Climate and Environmental Variability. And this was a one-day workshop that was co-organized by IPHC, also with U.S., Canadian, Russian, and Japanese scientists. And this was a highly successful workshop that hopefully will be continued in next year's annual meeting from PICES in 2020. Moving on to the next research area, we have two projects that concentrate our activities. One is the identification of sex in the commercial landings. As we've shown before, we've developed molecular assays in collaboration with scientists at the University of Washington, where we've used the SNPs to genetically tell males from females. And now, as Dr. Stewart indicated this morning or early this afternoon, now we have, as a result, we have the genotyped sex of the entire set of commercial samples from 2017 and 2018. Those represent a little over 10,000 fish per year. So we've genotyped this year a little over 20,000 fish. And that information, as you've heard before, has been incorporated in the 2019 final stock assessment. So this represents, one of the first. Here we go. This represents one of the first outputs with direct management applications that our research program has produced. And this has been possible due to the establishment of the biological laboratory at IPHC. That genotyping effort was done in-house, and importantly, was done due to the hiring of a laboratory technician, Ms. Anna Simeon, hired as a temporary full-time position. That is co-financed by our North Pacific Research Board grant, and whose contract terminates in March of 2020, and for which we're seeking continuation. Other activities of the laboratory technician position is to really provide essential support for all other research activities in our branch. The second project related to reproduction is the full characterization of the annual reproductive cycle in female Pacific halibut. The objective is obviously to revise maturity estimates for female Pacific halibut. On the left side of the screen, you see how we're assessing maturity currently, and it's through a microscopic maturity staging. This is a visual assessment of the gonads while they're evaluated at sea by our biologist, and we have 4 maturity categories that what we want to do is to refine and improve the accuracy of those measures. In fact, what we want is to compare those classifications and maturity assessment through microscopic maturity staging, performing histology of those samples, and then we'll be able to do a proper comparison of maturity ogives and maturity estimates. This study was conducted in the Portlock area, and as an essential part of the study, we collected samples from both males and females in the same area for a full consecutive calendar year every month. And on the top right, you see a graph in which we have the different stages. Just to give you an idea, that sort of pinkish color that you see there is the maturing classification, and you see that we start to see fish towards the middle of the year starting to become mature. June, July, and then in August. The bright red bars indicates the fish that are ripe, and those fish are the ones that are in the process of spawning, and those 2 months, January, February, correspond to what we would expect as the peak of the spawning season. In the graph below, on the x-axis, again, you see the months from January to December from left to right, and you see indication of the gonadosomatic index. This is the relationship between the gonad weight and the round weight of the fish. It's just an indication of how the gonad is growing. In this case, the ovary is growing. So if you look in the months of January and February, that's when the gonadosomatic index is highest, and that corresponds with the period of spawning. So what we're actually looking at is how this relates to the collection of samples during our fisheries independent satellite survey. This survey takes place between the months of early June and September. So what we're planning now, in addition to completing the studies and completing the histological assessment and the reassessment of maturity, is to start contemplating the possibility of looking at spatial differences in maturity. We want to conduct a spatial analysis of maturity. I think we're fairly confident that we could actually collect samples within our survey season between July and August that would be indicative of the reproductive progression of females in different portions of the distribution range of the species, at least in the managed area. The third research area, which is discard mortality rates and survival assessment, has 2 projects. You've heard at length in previous presentations regarding the first one, the DMR estimations in the directed longline fishery. This is a study that has been partially funded by the Saltonstall Kennedy Grant program from NOAA, and is a study that is done in collaboration with scientists at the Alaska Pacific University. This is a study in which we've tried to establish the relationship between handling practices in the directed longline fishery with injury levels and physiological condition of discarded Pacific halibut. This work is still ongoing, and we're just started to look at physiological conditions of discarded fish in order to find physiological predictors of survivability. We've started to generate information related to stress indicators in the blood and relate that to release conditions. So in this two graphs that you see on the x-axis, you have the 4 different viability categories from dead, excellent, moderate, and poor from left to right. And here you have the results of 2 stress indicators in the blood. On the top, you have blood glucose, and on the bottom, you have blood lactate. And probably one of the things to highlight, and this is work that's still ongoing, is that the fish classified as dead have the highest have the highest lactate levels and the lower glucose levels. We still have to conduct analysis to determine whether this would be a good predictability for survivability. The second project related to this research area is the estimation of DMRs in the guided recreational fishery. And you've heard before that this project was initiated this year. In fact, we started this project by collecting information on hook types and sizes and handling practices. This was completed this season by our port samplers, as you heard from Ms. Erickson this morning, where dockside interviews were conducted in 4 of the ports that are attended. One is Sitka, the other one is Juneau in 2C, and 2 other ports in the regulatory area 3A, Homer and Seward. And the resulting information from this service, which is currently being analyzed, will be used to inform the design of an experimental study that will be conducted next year in 2020 that will relate injury profiles with physiological stress and will be assessing mortality of the discarded fish with satellite tagging, very similarly to what has been done with direct fishery. And finally, the research area on genetics and genomics has 2 main projects. The first one is to determine the genetic structure of the Pacific halibut population and distribution. And this project, for this project, we've hired, as you heard from Dr. Wilson earlier this morning, a research biologist, Mr. Andy Jasonowicz, who has experience in genetic analysis, and he's going to be instrumental in us moving forward in that direction. And one of the first studies that we're going to be performing is regarding the regulatory area 4B structure, basically comparing Eastern versus Western Aleutian Islands. The aim is to investigate potential genetic differences between fish captured during the winter in Eastern and Western Aleutian Islands. This project will involve the collection of winter samples for which we don't have samples available in those areas. So in the winter of 2020, between the months of January and February, we will be collecting genetic samples for this study that will be conducted in 2020. A second component of this more broad research area is related again to determining the genetic structure of the Pacific halibut population, is the identification of potential genetic signatures of origin, which are also referred to as baseline signals. The aim of this project is to establish those genetic baselines from known spawning groups to conduct assignment studies and to determine the genetic population of the structure coast-wide. So for this study, which will revise our current knowledge on the genetic population structure, we will be using the new samples that are collected in 2020 that I just described in the Western Aleutians, with samples that were recently collected in the winter from a spawning population in the Porlock area, just south east of Kodiak, and using samples that are available at IPHC collected in the early 2000s, again from spawning populations in other areas, including Haida Gwaii and the Bering Sea. So just to finish, I would like to just highlight, in addition to the projects that IPHC is leading with academic and agency partners, and those are the three that are labeled by in blue by IPHC, the Sultan Kennedy Grant, the North Pacific Research Board, and the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grants. We are also collaborating as partners in two projects that are here highlighted within that blue square that are both funded by the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program from NOAA. And one is a project that is led by the Alaska Longline Fisheries Association, ALPHA, in relation to whale depredation. This project aims to use towed arrayed hydrophones to identify the presence of whales and to establish a network of information to eventually reduce interactions between sperm whales and longline gear in Alaska. The second project is one project that is led by the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, and that is related to bycatch reduction and involves the experimental testing of the use of LED lights to reduce Pacific halibut catches before trawl entrainment in trawl nets. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Planas. Look to commissioners, see if they have any questions. Neil?
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Planas. I was curious about, I mean, obviously there hasn't been a lot of time that's elapsed since the Pisces workshop. So I imagine at some point there'll be a report from that, but anything that you took away in particular in terms of opportunities for collaboration or important kind of outcomes? I'm just curious to get your initial thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner, through the chair. Yes, I think that was a highly successful workshop in the sense that it provided the first opportunity to bring in scientists from a number of countries, and particularly from Russia, Japan, and Korea. We identify Pisces as a very suitable venue to pursue this type of international collaborations that would aim at establishing partnerships with other countries to sharing information and also to provide the framework for joint collaborative projects, research projects. So this is very promising. During that meeting, we submitted the proposal to organize a second Pacific Halibut workshop, and that was approved. So we will be having a second workshop where we can actually start talking about what are the important areas in common to establish those collaborations. So in summary, it was a very successful meeting in our opinion. Thank you.
Bob, you had your hand up.
So through the chair, Dr. Planas, I was wondering on your, let's see if I can find it again. Oh, slide 11, if at the annual meeting you could put a lighter background so we could better see the movement where you have the arrows of the tagged fish. You have a blue background there. I was wondering if you could lighten that up somehow and so it pops better for us.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, yes, we will try and improve that. And I realize that the lighting conditions are not very suitable for those red lines. So that will definitely be improved for the annual meeting. Thank you.
And I have another follow-up, Mr. Chair. On your slide 10, where it shows the Area 4A spawning area, number 1. And you made comment that I think from 2 and 3, you thought there might be a contribution that goes up into the Bering Sea. Did I hear you say that half the spawning potential in Area 4, I'm going to guess that's on the north side of the chain, may be coming from those areas?
Thank you, Commissioners. Through the chair. Yes, you are correct. Those are estimations, so those are model data. That's not based on actual observations of larvae. But the model predictions are that from spawning area 2, 50% of the larvae that are spawned there will be advected through currents through the Aleutian Island passes into the Bering Sea. It is estimated that approximately 50% of those larvae that are spawning in Area 2 will end up in the Bering Sea. For spawning Area 3, which is further east, it is estimated that a smaller number of those larvae will end up in the Bering Sea, but a number that would be estimated to be around maybe 17%, and much lower for the spawning areas that are east of their areas, spawning areas 4 and 5.
Peter, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Planas, just wondering about the sex ratio study. Is there a timeline? Are you going to continue taking the fin clippings, as well as is there any intention to take fin clippings from trawl surveys and analyze the sex ratio of those fish?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. Yes. Starting with the second portion of your question, yes, there are plans to determine in fact, to use the fin clips from the trawl survey. The trawl survey from the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska those fish have been sampled for fin clips for the last 3 years, 4 years, if I remember correctly. So we have the capability, we have those fin clips in-house. Those fin clips are going to be most likely used for a genetic study to look at potential genetic variability within those ocean basins, and they will also be used for establishing the sex ratio. Going back to your first question, the plan is to continue the genotyping for the commercial landings, and with the 2019 samples that are currently in-house. So this will be done, and that will provide 3 consecutive years of sex ratio information from the commercial landings. And at that point, I think we will evaluate whether there's a need to genotype the whole set of age samples each year, which is a little over 10,000 fish per year, or whether we can actually subsample or maybe sample every other year. That will be determined, but definitely the plans are that we will have sex ratio for 3 consecutive years. So we're working this year to start the genotyping efforts for the 2019.
Thank you.
Richard?
Yes, Dr. Planas, in this meeting in Victoria, was there any discussion or papers circulated regarding climate change and its impact on halibut, or was that not the purpose of that meeting?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair, yes, indeed, that is a key topic within PICES, and I think one of the topics that will be surfacing in next year's Pacific Halibut Workshop will be how possible changes in distribution are occurring in response to environmental conditions. So that is very relevant for the PICES meeting. Incorporation of climate and environmental variability.
Thank you. Neil, you have a question?
Just towards the end of the presentation, you had a summary of the externally funded projects, and there's a number of them that look quite interesting. I see the grant period listed there. Do you have a sense of when we might start seeing results reported out of some of those projects?
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. Yes, indeed. Some of those projects are, as you can see here, for the dates indicated on their grant period. Some of these projects are coming to completion. The North Pacific Research Board grant is the first one that will terminate in February 2020, and we're already, in fact, writing one of the first publications will be in relation to temperature induced growth alterations in juvenile Pacific halibut. The project listed under number 1, which is the SK grant on the longline DMRs, we're also going to be writing a first publication from that study that will be describing the discard mortality rates based on the use of the satellite tagging, and that will also appear within 2020 and will hopefully be followed up by a second paper of a total of 3 expected that will report on how handling practices are related to injury levels and physiological condition, and then eventually related to survivability or mortality. Those are the 3 papers that I see stemming in 2020 from our IPHC-led projects, but we also have publications stemming from our collaborative efforts. So for the work in collaboration with the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, we are actually already writing a manuscript on the use of LEDs in trawls to reduce Pacific halibut bycatch. And that incorporates not only the trials at sea, but also some of the physiological measures that we took to determine whether there are any differences in terms of the condition of the fish in relation to their ability to be excluded or not from those trawls. So yes, in 2020, we will see a number of these projects bearing the first fruits.
I look forward to hearing about those results. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay. Do we have public comment questions on this, Keith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no online or in the room comments on this section.
So would that take us to agenda item 8? And I guess I was going to ask Dr. Wilson to get out of his crystal ball and relative to tomorrow's schedule. I guess my question is, do you feel the need to press on and get to through agenda item 8 this evening, or could that possibly wait till tomorrow and still get it all done?
Thanks. It's a loaded question, Chair. I can see the faces of the other commissioners.
I got asked that a lot in my previous job, so I'll just have a little fun here now.
I don't think there's necessarily an attention span in the room for an hour and a half or so of management strategy evaluation at this point, and I'm confident that we could actually get through the full agenda tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any objection then to adjourning now for the evening? All right, so done.
So for the Canadian delegation, we're going to meet shortly. What room are we in, Steve? Portland something? Portland, thank you. All right, thanks.